Hello everybody, happy Friday. We have no D&D today because the DM is taking a breaky. I forgot what I did yesterday. What did I do yesterday? I ran DaVinci a lot. I am correct. Okay. I'm gonna go hub. Hi! Hello! Change my hair. Change my hair. Change my hair. You know that I can turn my pigtail. Oh wait. I can turn it off. I'm bowl cut. I'm bowl cut. I'm bowl cut if I wanted to. What? Am I in the right spot? Yeah, it was a little low. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Oh. My stuff off? Nope. Wrong tab. Wrong tab. This tab. This tab. This one. Hi, wife. Hi, Mew. Hi. Should it be -60? Yeah. Weird. Hi, wife. I hope you're having a good day. I get my stuff all saved up. And so I don't go back. 26. Hi, what's the matter, Vexed? What's the matter? Why sad? Are you okay? What's wrong? What's the matter? Why I seeing sad? Vex, no cry, Vex, no cry. What's the matter? So young, and I behave anyway. And I find out and I don't wanna go home. Podcasts make me cry. Valid. It's okay. I'll come cuddle. You come cuddle? You need cuddles? I got cuddles galore. I'm a slug. I'm a slug today. I feel like a slug today. I might make a slug to sit on my head. I feel like a slug. You're so too. One word from you and I would jump off of this ledge I'm on, baby. Tell me don't survive. My soul is a slug. I don't know why I keep trying to spell soul. Soul? With an A? There's only 2 ways to spell soul, and neither of them have an A in it. Soul. Soul. And I would jump off of it and jump on, baby. Oh, I don't know why I saved that part. I need this part. I know how to type my thing. Thursday. Nope. Friday. Podcast and SCPs are fire? I have never heard of this person. Hold on. Who is this person? What kind of podcast? Ooh, she's pretty. Ooh. Oh, I thought they worked with Nicolas Cage just recently. Dude. I know what kind of podcast she got. What kind of podcast she got? I wonder what kind of podcast. I want to listen to them. Though, to be fair, the only podcast that I listen to, I say that, but the only podcast that I listen to is Creepcast. And even then, I prefer to watch the videos. Because their reactions are funny. I need to upload stuff for today. I already uploaded my TikTok. So that's good. Favorite visual novel, go. They made the SCP. Oh, that's cool. I'll have to listen to that for sure then. Oh. Yeah, I could do that today. I need somebody else. I need to goblin cleaning. Nobody knows. 20, this one. I've been big and strong, big and small again. Nobody wants me. I guess you give me one. This is an old video, I realize. That's a thing. Nobody. Eating fun demo co-op mimic. Roll for fun. Next. Public. Publish. Alright, go back to DJ now. I got uploaded, correct? Yeah. Now we can just upload our VODs for today. And speaking of stuff, I need to remove the old VOD. You need to get uploaded with Twitch promo. This one was yesterday, so it's the latest one. I'm not around. Okay. I'm gonna be again. Delete Thursday. And then we upload Friday, and then we can delete Friday after. What's on your mind? Do I have to prove to you? You're one and only guy. The rain as it's falling down. Lights on your skin and I hope everyone's having a good day, by the way. Today is very rainy. Very rainy the last few days. Made me eat oh, and other stuff. We can also go back to the previous stuff. Is I'm drinking I need to eat my meds. I'm drinking advancedgg affiliated, by the way. Not sponsored, but affiliated. I'm drinking their key lime pie flavor, and it's very key limey. It's oddly creamy though, which I don't understand how they got the creaminess of it. Kind of weird, but I like it. and I know I feel the same way. That here I'll stay. You and I won't ever have to die. This is a wild song to go from. Now I'm gonna do the enshrined one. My toes. This one. This is all good now. Which VODs do I have? I have this one and this one. I have to download Wednesdays. Oh, this is... Yeah, it is. Like raisins. It's like Asian. Image and cell. Lipstick slip off. Let's see, this one, potatoes. This is the 26th, and this one's today. I copy this guy and put him here. Really 3 songs? Boop, 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 boop. Oh, that's what I was doing. Okay. Few things. I need to eat my meds. I need a blankie. I need a blankie. Blankie acquired. Okay. I'm gonna make a slug when I'm uploading stuff. And then I'll probably do something for enshrined. Have you not heard that song about me? I love that song. Cupcake is crazy, bro. She has another song. Oh, it's her more famous song. CPR, which I will put on next. It will also be a roller coaster after this. Yeah, no, I love that song. It's very catchy. Yeah, it's I think when you'll hear it, you'll be like, ah, or you won't, and you will also be taken through another roller coaster ride. You know, either or, really. As long as I'm here, no one will hurt you. Stop trying to die, little prob. And this will go into our playtest. And then no. I just realized me uploading these is free marketing for Enshrined. You're welcome, Enshrined. Just like yesterday was a year ago. I don't wanna let anybody know. Everybody wants something from me now. And I don't wanna let them down. Okay, cool. Now I can delete those off of here. But I keep the enshrined. I'm gonna keep the enshrined ones for a little while. Delete. Let's see. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Remarketing. Of course. Alright, let me download this. Yeah, and then that's session, right? I write in as sessions, yes. And that's good. I think everything's good to go now. I just need to switch out this one with. Oh, this one spilled. Which has our the new way we do stuff, I think. Okay, I think that's all good. And I'm gonna go make a slug. Cute. I'm your girl. I forgot to say hymns for the road pretty much opens with some body horror. That's cool. As long as I don't have to see it, like it's cool. But fuck yeah. So hymns for the road. Oh, let me write that down. Horror podcasts. Oh, there you go. Cute slug. I like these ones. Alright, I'm gonna draw me as a slug. Oh! I dropped my tablet. Yeah, I just dropped my drawing tablet. My arms are too short. Got it. Okay, we're good. Pixels printed me this really nice tablets drawing tablet stand so I can put it on top of my keyboard because I don't give myself that much space on my desk, so it's pretty nice. And it's really convenient. And I gotta wait for it to plug in. Oh. What is this? I can't click anything till it registers. Oh, now it's gone. Oh. Oh, there's like toys. Yeah, I heard this one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 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 I'm gonna be honest. A lot of the times, there was even one time when I was in public where like someone was like, you know, songs these days, they're getting more and more like they got the audacity, right? And I'm like, well, every era has, I think personally, every era has its own, what do you call it? Has its own music that is, you know, give or like a little about sex, you know, it's a little out there. But I'm gonna be honest, this song, the music that like, yeah, like Elvis was, yeah, exactly, like he was the sex music, right? But I'm gonna be honest, Cupcake Bro, she goes fucking wild. I think she goes like this is not a bad thing. I just think it's really funny that she's like I feel like I'm just listening to sex right now. Just listen to someone have sex. And I think that's like straight up crazy. Like, no hate. And like, obviously, I listen to her music and it's like, oh, God. God damn. I want to make a little guy. I want to make a little guy. Oh, wait, but not with that color, I don't. I mean, like this color. Okay, well, yep, that was, I think it's crazy. Because it's like, well, now what are we gonna say when, like, old people are like, You whippersnappers and your sex music. It's like, we can't say anything. It's like, yeah, dude. Sorry, you just had to hear, like, a fucking, probably, like, late, like, a 30-year-old woman just have sex over a microphone, bro. Let's go. Okay. Alright, I want very round. I'm gonna make a few slugs, I think. I'm gonna make a few slugs. I'm gonna make me and my wife slugs. I'm gonna make Pixels a slug too. Tell the old person, yeah, you want the link? That'd be crazy! Who's be like, you wanna get freaky like me? I'm gonna make a few slugs. Yeah, I fuck, and you don't skill issue? Or you be like, yeah, I fuck, and the fact that you call this song a sex song, what a slut. Just call old people sluts. I need, like, a reference of a real slug. I can't just go off of a drawing, because then I'm not being creative. I take my man. I want a slug. I want the banana slug, because it's my oil. But this one's so cute. Wait, is there a print in place slug? Print in place slug 3D model. Oh, there's these ones. I forgot about the articulated slugs. I want one that's, like, different, though. I want one like my alligator. Pixels printed me an alligator. And I kind of want a slug like my alligator. I can't be the pot. Can't be the pot calling the kettle black. Lies, I get no. Like, what? I can't be the pot calling. What? That wordplay is beyond my years. I want a slug. Slug. Is it only gonna be the articulating slugs? What the fuck? Key cat? Huh? Huh? I don't know what that sentence meant. Look, it's a little guy. That's a common idiom. Is it really? Really? I don't know many idioms, I think. The idiom, the pot calling the kettle black, refers to someone criticizing another person's fault. Oh, very common. It is Sam. I didn't know that. I know that now. I know that. Oh. 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 Let me take my meds. I didn't know that. There's a bunch of things I feel like that are common that I just don't really know. Has two. I don't need two. I just need one. Oh. Alright, anywho. Never mind. Oh, look what this one. This one's got little bunny cheeks. I like this guy. He's like a little dude. Open your door! Hi, Risen! Welcome on in. How are you? How was your stream? Do you have a good stream? I'm currently just drawing a slug. I'm just drawing a slug because I like slugs. There was actually, I'm gonna show you guys a TikTok really quick. A funny TikTok about slugs. Hold on. Hell yeah! There was the Squisho. We're drawing a slug. I want to be a slug. I want to have a slug. What TikTok? What the fuck? TikTok.com. But how was Liza P? Feel free to tell us how it was. We adore you and we love you. And I gotta show you guys a video about slugs. Where is it? The video about slugs. Oh, here it is. Liza the PP. Oh, the PP. Look at this. It says, just imagine I saw them for the first time in the dark on a rainy day. Look at this. Look at that. That's a slug. That's a slug. These are slugs. Aren't they cool? They're kind of weird. But they're giant. They're giant. have one boss left, and overall it just went really well. Got a lot of my side. Fuck yeah! That must have been so satisfying. I'm glad, Risen. If you need to, you know, get up, stretch, you know, do some after stream care, feel free to. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy me drawing some slugs. While I, you know, my brain slowly functions. This is one of those days where the brain's just a little slower than normal. I feel. But welcome on in, everyone. I hope you're having a wonderful Friday. I'll be lurking, but I have guests coming over, Lamau, and I gotta be a good host and all that, but I will be lurking. No problem. No, please go have fun. No, you are totally fine. I hope you have a fun time with your guests. Have an incredible evening. We love you lots here.
Oh, baby, our POV, I'm at your
oh, shit.
Oh,
Yo, what's up, guys? Yeah, dude, I was lurking in your stream because I woke up and you were still streaming because you were doing the 24-hour stream. How was your 24-hour stream? Welcome on in, Raiders. Fuck yeah. How I'm beyond death. Well, please go get some rest. You must be so tired from that 24-hour stream. I don't think I've even done I've done like a 12-hour stream. I have not done a 24-hour stream in a long time since I originally debuted back in like 2020. But welcome on in, everyone. Thank you so much, Kazuya, for the raid. Please go get some rest. And for both of your raids, for Risen and Kazuya, if any of you are new here, hi. My name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. Kazuya is done and needs rest, so our streamer won't be able to chat. No problem. Go get sleep. Go put him to bed, Zoe. Put him to bed. Tuck him in. I've lost all sense of sleep deprivation. Thank you again for raiding me during my Twitter. It's gone. Frozock, I die now. Bye, Kazuya. We love you. Go have fun. Temporarily dying. Yippee. But yeah, we're just drawing some slugs. Welcome on in. I hope you guys had fun. We're just drawing up some slugs. Because I thought it would be fun, because slugs, I like to say the word slug. And I'm probably going to keep saying the word slug until it loses all meaning. Because I don't know, that's just my hyper-focus today. I guess it's slugs. This little Bonnie Sluggy. Little Bonnie Sluggy. Little Bonnie. But I hope you guys enjoy your stay, if you're hanging out. And if you're gonna get some rest, I hope you have a wonderful rest. Little slug. Okay, how does that look like by itself? That's actually not that bad. But like, I kind of don't like the angle. Because I realize that the angle of it is kind of like top down. I want it to be like, should I just scoot its butt down? Ooh, Pipple. Yeah, take a picture of me with the Kodak. Hold on. Should I modify the picture? Hello tonight. Or could I just flip it? I think if I just flip it, it'll be fine. Yes. Yeah, I think I like that shape. And then we're just going to round stuff out. Like round this. And then I'm gonna add like a little extra one here. If I can. Everything tonight. Everything tonight. Slugs are so cool. I kind of want to do a version of this where the hump is like smaller. Like. My baby. My baby. I love Halloween time, and like everyone just dresses up as Pipple. It's like one of my favorite things. Tonight. Make you feel so good tonight. I get tomorrow. Does this look sluggy? Let's look at more slug shapes. Cause all we know We might. Oh my god, I forgot about this slug! The Nuda branch! Oh, they're so cute! They're so round. I don't know if I want this to be round or if I want it to be a sexy dog. Me everything tonight. Everything tonight. Everything tonight. Everything tonight. On top of your girl. On top of your girl. I feel like this needs like a little. That or needs to go up. Tonight. Gives me. I'm gonna drink a little more shit. I'm gonna make you feel so good tonight. I'd like it tomorrow. Follow you tonight. We everything tonight. 'Cause all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Hi, Kiwi! Hi, Kiwi! How you doing, buddy? Hope you're having a good Friday. We're drawing potatoes! We're drawing little slugs. I want to be a slug. Everything tonight. I'm gonna drink a little more than I should tonight. Let's go. There's a tornado. Whoa! Please be careful. I don't want my baby Vex to die, so be careful out there, okay? Shit. Yeah, there we go. And then okay. Spotify really wants me to feel like a bad bitch today with the music that it's been playing. My toes. I'm a bitch. I'm a boss. I'm a boss. I'm a bitch. I'm a boss. A watch means I turn on my form, so it's pretty much a non. What do you mean? It's a warning is a warning for a reason, Veg. You can't. No. Well, I guess I wouldn't. Maybe I wouldn't know. But like, I feel like a warning is still kind of like, oh, it could happen. Warning means someone saw one. Whether that's legitimate or not is to be said, but that it could happen. It still could happen. It's not improbable. Not improbable. Does it look like a slug? I feel this looks like an omelet. Does it look more like an omelet? If you took shelter every time there was a warning, you'd never leave the basement. Hey, there are people that do that without needing tornado warnings, okay? I was one of those people. Well, no, I left the house when my parents wanted me to because we had to go out and go shopping and stuff, but like, I mean, my room was in the basement, so like, I don't know. It's just like, you can't see, but I put my arms up, like, shrug. Today's gonna be a very interesting day. I don't think I've gone, like, a day where it's, like, me actually talking to chat without Adderall in a while. Like, most times, I'd be like, okay, well, we're not having D&D today, so I'm gonna take an Adderall and then do some work or something. But today, I decided not to, and so I think my brain's like, oh, today's gonna be interesting. Do I want to do like the others? No, I don't. I think this is still like shapely. I don't know what a slug look like. What makes a slug a slug? At the end of the day, you know? Like, I feel like this is pretty this one, you know? Maybe I could just, like, just round this head out. But now it kind of looks like the top of a jellyfish. I don't like that. Alright, do we want tails? Everybody's having a tail. No, slugs are so cute. Maybe tail? Actually, it would just be an elongated one of these, right? What's that clapping for? High key, dude, I was gonna say, like, that clap's an autism clap. That's a tism clap if I've ever seen a tism clap. A little clap emo, bro. Oh, what is that? Oh no, that's also a little tism clap. Is that like a tail? Does that look like a tail? Dude, why a slug tail? Slugs don't really have tails. They're just kind of, they just exist. They don't really have tails. I do think it's a little off. Okay, let's get your face. Damn, this storm is weak shit. Weak? How weak? BLT needs a sea slug swimming video? Okay. Okie dokie. 1 second. YouTube. Lower half. Sea slug video. One hour. 15 minutes of relaxing slugs. Okay. Works. iPad screen. There you go. There you go, BLT. If any trees. I'd be surprised if any trees went down. That's most likely the dead branches at most. That's crazy to me. No, I think I like that. No, I liked where the eyes were. What's a banana slug look like? I forgot what banana slugs look like. Banana slug. However, we freak the fuck out whenever there's a minor earthquake. That's valid. That is valid. Being in the Midwest, you don't really get earthquakes, so earthquakes versus yeah, and then yeah. You're done. When you're done, it'd be hilarious if you had another with this face. A slug with that face? Wait, what? A slug with that face? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, okay. I will do my best. If I get bored though, it's not my fault. I love the shape of that one. Oh my god, wait. Wait. I love its like little head. Can't draw a circle. Pretty good circle. Why can't I erase? Oh, it's because the lower layer's on. And the head needs to be shorter. Click it. I want it to be kind of fat though. No. I really like the shape of this slug. It's got like an ovular head. Give him a little neck fat. Maybe? I don't know what shape this. It's kind of like a grub now. Kind of more grubby than sluggy at this point, but I think that's okay. Your eyes. Your eyes. Is that a cow slug? Oh my god. I saw a TikTok earlier who does animal mashups, and she did one for Blucifer, and she's going to. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. What do you mean by like animal mashups though? Disaster. She mixed Blucifer with a duck? Did it turn out cute? I don't know what this is anymore. I liked it like it was. I want to make it more rounded off. No. Spoiler for like, look at this slug. I don't know which slug I like more though. I think I like the bottom one more, because the top one kind of feels more like a grub. Yeah, like a little tail. I like want to give a tail, but I don't think it makes sense, to be honest. I like this one more. Joy disaster come. They're like little feelers. I'm curious if I should put their face down here. I like their face where it is, I think. The rain is cold as well. Nice. Considering the sweltering heat, I'm sure that feels lovely. I think I'm thinking about slugs though, is like their bottoms kind of come like are a lot like they become like they don't have like a butt. A lot of slugs just kind of go into this like point. Like even the bunny one does too, so maybe I should like just give him like a little bit of a butt. I like giving him a butt. Most slugs have like little antennas, right? Yeah, it looks like it. What's that slug doing? What's that slug doing? Where's BLT watching? What's that slug doing? The fuck? Looks weird as shit. I like that one slug that we saw that I. This one. I like this little.
I'm being edumacated.
Edumacated? Okay, sounds good. His head is too bulby. That's kind of cute though. And then we can do like different variations. So like if it's like a super femme presenting, they can have like little eyelashes. If they're angry, they can be like grrr. And then do one with like glasses. Move on, baby doll. It's a little nerd. Look at that little nerd. Oh shit, his glasses are like crazy. Fuck. Glasses. And then bottom of the eye isn't rounded. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now my question is if I just want to clean up the sketch or if I actually want to do line art. I'll do a line art pass, I think. I like doing that, but we'll see. Move on, babe. Oh god. This guy. This one will go here. Go here. And then the bottom one, which I'll draw. Oops. I really want like a little dancing emote like that. Like a more hype one. I don't really have like a hype dancing emote. Big cat. You choose. Oh my god, no, I just want these two to line up. And go. And with these guys. There you go. And this guy needs to come in like this. I'm gonna join these curves. Same with these guys. And I want this to be, what width was my brush? 8? Oh god. What does this look? Let me take this guy and put him below, put him above. And then horizontal. Up here. And then smoothness. Then this I'm just gonna do with this. Those curves. Not that I think I just take the other eye and I can modify it. Things first. First things first. No. Are they even? I think they need to be. Okay. So this guy. This is my hair color. Everything that I've ever gotten art of is always like my hair color. Which makes sense. Where'd the mouth go? There it goes. This one. Oh. Right. It's like hard to see though. And, that's like too dark though. There we go. Oop. That's kind of cute. Making a slug. Okay, I see. I like the eye being further. Cool. And do a little bit of shading. Did I break this one? I don't know what happened here. Berry cream and rough. Now I just gotta color it however I want to color it. I want it to be like this small. I don't want them to be that big, to be honest. I could just do like that and then just take everything. Everything but the eyes and then do it like 20. There we go. Mine's bigger. No, 25. To the left, not too many in my eye. Stroke width tool. What is this? The stroke width tool. Okay. Actually. And then close the curve. Put it on the outside. This should be a multiply layer. I don't think I even need that one. Dr. Pepper, strawberries and cream. 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 Thank you. I love the dance of this song. Music. I actually have made this lighter. I think I might have actually needed to make that lighter. Fully with a suitcase. And in the disco. Forget about the rat race. Talk about pop music. Talk about pop music. Somebody made it. What's music? Everybody talk about pop music. Pop music. Talk about pop music. Talk about pop music. Actually, what is my squisho form? A squisho form has. Fix with me. Yeah, I have like little spots. Cool. I guess make myself some horns too, I guess. Slug. Slug base. This is the body. The accent. This is antenna. Antenna 1. Antenna 2. Whisker. Oop, I didn't mean to give that a space. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Mouth. Talk about pop music. Talk about pop music. Everybody talk about pop music. Pop music. Like this guy. I kind of don't want to give it such a sharp edge, I think. Oops. Let's let that talk. Can we talk right now? Me in French, talk to me in Spanish, talk to me in your own made up language. If I understand it, not to my ear. Up to you. My place. What is up with you? Oops. Oh, that makes more sense. Would have made more sense to just extend this one to go all the way out here and then have like a point like here. Feels my you talk night. Like you. In French, talk to me in Spanish, talk to me in your made up language. Understand it in my ears. Right to my place. too much. Close curve. Multiply 17. 17. Multiply. Invert. Okay, this one needs to be this color. And then we're just gonna make it rounded. The same. Somebody new. I made that pink. And then I Gaussian blurred it. We'll go back to strangers. This is actually close. Put this here. Make this one on. And then I need one more here. That's this color. 15. This is B. Let this be. This is all. Did I do it? Give it like a little shiny spot? Because slugs are shiny, so. That's cute. Like it. Was inside you. Oh, not tonight. Wow, slug, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad. I'll make you next. This one goes on the body, so I'll put that there. Here's one thing, right? Cause another. Beg you, don't embarrass me, motherfucker. Does the eyes. This love face. And I want to do like a little. Don't say you're with me, I'm just kidding. Flip. You are totally fine. Wait, it says you do not. I held back. That's crazy. No, it's okay. Every other one in my feed, I'll probably be like, oh, I saw this. Oh, oh. I'll probably be a lot of that, which I'm totally fine with. Eyelashes, mouth. And I want to do like little horns. My horns. No. Near. Where you at? Get in Japan. It should be on the outside, I think. This one goes behind the slug. Where do my little horns go? I don't feel like this one goes behind, does it? It kind of does. Also, my horn should be this way. Because we're at an angle. Think that makes sense? I think the reason why it doesn't make sense is because it's not following the curvature of the head. Something like this would be more like this. I don't like that, so we're just gonna go back to that. My little horns. And then I'm gonna give this whole thing a drop shadow. Awesome. I'm just gonna give myself my stuff. Nope. This one. I want to be lazy. My thing is more like this. Oh, what about I don't want to make my bow tie. I really don't want to make my bow tie right now. I could just steal it from something. What can I steal it from? Our project's 2D art. I will steal it from my popping gift. Give me. You. Where is it? No, that's the only. That's like one. This is like the one of the biggest things that makes me happy as an artist, is that I can just use my own stuff, and nobody can tell me that I'm stealing because it's my art. It's just like, yes, reusable. Let's go. PNG export. Gotta copy and paste it. Who gonna exactly? It just feels nice. Cause like I understand that my bow on God is like a big part of who I am, and especially in my default outfit, and it's just kind of like, but I don't have it. Is it really me? But like, still, slug, slug. I have a slug now. Wait. Slug. Oh. Oops. No. I was slugged. Odd. Like my ear. Okay. I have a slug. I haven't saved this file at all. Good lord, save. Slug. Me slug. Me you slug. Delete accessories. And then... Damn, these new chicken tenders are ass. These just nuggets the long way, but it's more nugget per bite. Wait, where'd you get them from? That's the real question. Where'd you get them from? Pink. I want that pink, or do I want the other pink? Oh, I didn't put my spots. Miu, what pink do you want? Do you want the light pink, or do you want more like a hot pink? Into your eyes. Eyes are one color. Let me check the box at work. Okay. Yeah, let me know. So I can avoid those nuggets. Shit. Hot pink is fine. Cool. You're so cute! Stop. Sounds like some Burger King chicken fries. It does. Let me just make this darker. And this color. And then just take this color. A little bit darker. Huh? My wife is so cute. It's just a little pink slug. It's so cute. Oh my god. I'm gonna give you a little panda brow. Take this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this. And then I'm gonna make that a big color. There's Cisco. Oh, okay. I'm not surprised. So little. Yo, yo. World best Cisco product. Let's do an accessory. I want to do your little forehead coral. I can close this. I want to steal from myself. Yeah. Give me that little clamshell. Give me the clamshell. Give. Oops. To say. Mew's like, yeah, Mew's slug. Mew's so cute as a slug, dude. New form slug. Yeah, and it makes sense because slugs can be sea slugs. So there's like aquatic slug. Move the clamshell down. Keep away the salt. I wonder, do all slugs get affected by salt? The progression of you loves, yeah, would you love me as a slug? Yeah, I'm not a mermaid. I'm a slug. Fuck yeah. There you go. Wait, it's like a little bit off. It's gonna bug the fuck out of me. There you go. Wait, oh. Little slug. You look like like a princess slug. Little princess slug. Okay. I want to give you like your marking zone. I'll put some on your butt. No, it's really a Mew slug. Let's put this in the body. Oh, it's like one long and then one short. There you go. Mew slug. Mew looks at the background, princess in Adventure Time. Looks like a slug princess? Yeah, that'd be kind of cute. I'll put that underneath so it's also shaded. We're part of the slug kingdom. Mew slug. Now I give this to Mew. Slug. Slug. You've been get slugged. Get slugged. All right, now I want to slug pixels. No time. Okay, wait. Just wait. Oh fuck. All right, that's fine. Well, you guys can see it if I put it down there, huh? What level do you need to be on? Oh, okay. Stack slugs? Oh, okay, I was gonna make him kiss, but yeah, okay. Oh, hold on, I need to turn this off. They're not stacking. They're not stacking. I want them to stack. It's tied to my ears. There we go. Alright, now I gotta make pixels a slug. I wanna make pixels a slug. Stop! No! Get out of here. Get out of here. Wait, hold on, Mia. I gotta fix mine really quick. I forgot to give myself my dot. I want to give myself some markings. They'd stick, they would naturally stick. We wouldn't have to do anything to make them stick. Wait. Got my fucking markings. Forgot to do my little thingies. I want one more. I want one more. That's what I'm saying. There you go. Okay, I fixed mine. There you go. Alright, I gotta make pixel slug. He doesn't need those. I need his reference too. I'll also make Bonfy one too. I'll make Bonfy one too, because I want a round 4. I like the number 4. Oh, where's my baby? Here he is. Okay. I need you to go out there. Okay, so you're going to be. You need to be this color. This is not like the teal. It's like not a. There we go. I think that's like the teal that they would like. Thank you. Thank you for the song request, guys! Yippee! Wait, this one's with his eyes closed, but you got brown. So I'll just make him brown. 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 This blush is so light. Why is it so light? I just need to decrease the. Yeah, I want to scoot this over a little bit more. How the fuck do I draw a beard on a slug? Fuck. Fuck, I forget, because that's like one of. No, why did it do that? Why did it? Not rules. Okay, thank you. How do I give a slug a beard? I do like that for now, and then fix it. Goes under the whiskers. I feel like I'm playing Cookie Run. I like this song though. The child that made this was very smart. Nope, stop. It looks like he's wearing like a beard from like Party City or something. Honestly, this needs to go higher. Good enough. Do I want to steal glasses? I think I want to steal glasses because I can. Where is the last thing that I've made him? I think it was like an emo? No, the Outlaw. Keep me. I'm gonna round these out a bit though. Close. Oop. That's not the. Oh, oops. I got you. Okay, now we got 2 Eddie songs. Oops, I can close this now. Give me glasses. Why can't I move them? I can't. Well, I gotta reopen Affinity. It won't let me drag. Reset this one. He needs accessories. What kind of accessories? What kind of accessories are you thinking, Kiwi? I'll hear you out on this. Sorry, I'm very focused on getting these glasses aligned. Little lane or a dice? I could do a dice. I think it's kind of tired of the dice, though. Actually, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. You know, that's correct. I'll make him a little bit thinner. I don't want him to be so thick. He doesn't have that thick. Ba 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 ba. And he could work us more effort. That's true. I kind of want to give him eyebrows. Oh. The eye stalks could be like eyebrows since they aren't eyes. Do they have the same function? I don't think they do. Wait, I want to make it like he's like, hmm? Hmm? And then we gotta give him. Is there a symbol for 4D? 4D. Okay. Oh, it's this one. It's the fourth. It's this. I want this. Because pixels thing means fourth dimensional pixel. Oh man, like this. No, you weren't supposed to look. Damn it. I'm kidding. I don't actually care. I was just hoping I could get it to you and you'd be like, what the fuck is this? Called a tesseract? Oh. I didn't know that. I didn't see much, don't worry. Okay, cool. All you see is that I'm making you a tesseract. I think it's just easier if I just do lines. It is a hexagon inside of a hexagon. You are correct. I did not think about that. Actually, that would be so much easier. Actually, now that you've said that. There's that hexagon. There has to be a polygon. And make it 6-sided. And then maybe. Okay. Wait, this guy. I'm gonna do like a little cutie mark. And then edit these to be like 8. And then I want the outline color to be this color. There you go. Now we have pixels as a slug. 40 pixels slug. Oh, well, okay. And now I'll make Boffy a slug. I accidentally overwrit the original slug. A slug. Away. These aren't necessary. Okay, this is the base slug. Go to the bottom, turn that off. And then Boffy's. And then I need Boffy's thing. Yeah! Yeah! Well, slugs are shiny! I was hoping no one was gonna say anything. I'm just gonna grab it from here. I'm gonna grab the color from here. You know, I was hoping no one would think about that, because I think all of them, especially men, will look like they are bald. You look like a little caramel slug. Ooh. Boffy looks like a little caramel slug. For now. You don't know. Boffy might look bald. Boffy also has a beard! Oh my god, okay. I'm gonna steal. I'm stealing this one. Does this angle of beard upset me? I think it does. Nope, everybody is this base slug, and we all look like this. You have like the inverted one, so you have like and this. Oops. Everybody's being bald. Nobody doesn't get to be bald. Everybody's bald. Oh, it's not. But it's still a good song. It is. Everything's a cat face when you think about it. Everything returns to cat. Yeah. The only hard thing about boffies is that so a lot of slugs I will be making are gonna be based off of are based off the hair color. So it's gonna be hard to see his beard. Actually, his beard's a different color. Carcinization for what? Or catinization. Wait, no, it says cartinization. And oh, yes. Yeah, everything returned to a crab, everything returned to cat. For art. I agree with this. Then I'm gonna steal the eyelashes, because they're a good shape for... Hi, Chaotic Kitten, how are you? Funky music, white boy. Hello, I am good. Kind of even today. What about you? I am good. Doing alright. Just, I made slugs for my brain cells. Be happy, so. My Bobby shock. Okay, the mustache made it 10 times cuter. It didn't. I don't like this. This is like bothering the shit out of me. I'm taking the thing off. I'm gonna do it like this. It's bothering the shit out of me. Means I gotta fix pixels too. Also, yours doesn't have as big of a dip. I'm gonna fix that. That's better in my opinion. Oh my god! Oh my god, you have an Excite 1 too now! Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh my god, I love the one where you're like grabbed. You're like a little doll. Like a little doll. I want that one. I just want squeeze ya. Dancing and grooving. Oh nope, join curves. Funky music, my boy. Funky music. I don't think I like that one stripe. And also, I think I'm gonna make you a different color. I'm gonna make you your sweater color. Give me the sweater color. Yeah, that's better. There we go. And then let me get your... Nope, nope. I have a Bobby holder. I'm gonna give you one. I'm gonna give you this one. And then you need your glasses. Oh, these are gonna be so cute. These are gonna be so cute. Hold on. I'm gonna make them darker. I have to fix pixels after this. Gimme, 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 I'm headed after midnight. Take the shooters away. I'm headed after midnight. Zombie slug. I don't want to fix pixels real quick because I want his beard to be a little bit different. I want it to be like how I did Buffy's. It doesn't really have the outline. I like that more. The eyebrows I'll keep though. I like the eyebrows. There you go. There you go. Now all my friends have. Now most of my friends have. Some of my friends have slugs. And then I'm just gonna stack them really quick because it'd be easier if I just stack them in here. Okay, I'll do Pixel Slug, Me Slug, Mew Slug. Hello, I have overcome anxiety. I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of you. Vocal Stem, you got it, Gavin. 2 for 1, just for you.
Chicken jockey.
Oh, you got some good ones. Chicken jockey. Oh, they're too big. There's too many. Slug stack. Okay. I'm gonna undo this so they're all centered again. I'm gonna re-export pixels because I forgot if I did that or not. Yep. I'll resend this to pixels. Oh wait, Buffy needs this. This one's for Buffy. This one's for pixels. I fixed it. I fixed the slug, and then I'm gonna re-put these guys on my head. I booked my first hair appointment by myself. I usually only trust my mom to do with my mom with my hair, but a friend recommended the place, so I'll try it out. That's so valid. It took me so long till I actually got comfortable with the idea of like having someone else do my hair because like I don't have special hair by any means. I just have straight Asian black hair, but at the same time, it's not just like American hair. At the same time, it's a bit different, and styling it for Asian faces is a bit different, so I get that. But I'm very proud of you. Good job. Good job. Alright, save. Alright, everybody has a slug. Not everybody, but you. I made slugs. I'm happy now. 2D art. New folder. Maybe I'll make slug commission someday. Maybe I won't. Who knows? I don't. Slug. They look like little ice creams. They look like I have a stack of ice cream on my head. Pixels isn't saying anything about a slug. Hold on, I gotta go see Pixels' reaction about a slug. I have natural curly hair, so not many people know how to style it properly. Neither do I, honestly. No, that's totally valid. Curly hair, the most, I feel like, is the least conventional hairstyle that, like, people interact with, so it's kind of hard to style it. But I'm gonna be, like, 2 seconds. I want to hear Pixels' reaction to a slug. He likes it. He likes his slug. I am happy. He likes his slug. Fanboy artists do curly hair pretty often. Excuse me. Context. That's fucking crazy, dude. We know what Kiwi's thinking about today. Understandable. Oh wait, can I have the hands like holding? Hands giving. What is that thing called? It's like they're holding this one. Ew, that sounds weird. Can I have like a not spooky one? Like all these are kind of ominous. You know, like they're just kind of ominous. Can I have a not ominous one? Think of the check-in. Not image, okay. No, I don't want. Actually, I lied. I don't want that one. Okay, we'll do this one. Ew, I don't. Something about that bugs me. Hands giving something mean. That one's funny. Why? I just want the like a not spooky one. Where's my slug? Why not move my slug? Oop. I didn't. Okay, that's fine. Oh no. That's a far stretch, Boffy. He's like, I'm BLT's dad. That's fucking crazy. BLT's made out of chocolate. You are made out of organic materials like slug. Give slug. Give slug. So that's a lot of emotes. Nice. Nice amount of emotes. Like slug. Like slug. Let me post. I give slug. I drew this for my happy. For happy juice. Wait, can I do the... Huh. You have two options. Hold on, yeah. File open. Will you accept? And then we're gonna do have that as text. Have that as... Chocolate is organic material. Okay, well, still. Still. You know what I mean. Will you accept? Let me see my son. He's right there on the screen. But it's weird for you to say that because like technically you are BLT, and BLT is kind of like you're part of chat, you know? It's just kind of like, you know, like weird-ish. Yeah. You have two choices. You either accept me or you eat me. And I live inside of you. Reminds me of Ghost Story Rabbit. What? Say this. Wait, if I'm BLT, then you're my mom? Yep. Yep, Chad is the manifestation of BLT. Inside me, bet, pog. I'm gonna post this on Blue Sky too. I must know the mouthfeel. Very slimy. Kind of slimy, yeah. Buffy. Bet, bro. So right here. Baby, baby. Okay. Well, I did that. I know I should do other stuff now, but I don't really know what to do. This is like my magnum opus. Only once in a blue moon did I make cute things that I'm happy with. So, yup. It's killing me. You know, his demands. Touch me, his reprimands, touch me hard. What? Excuse me? Should I be concerned? Give me a sign. Okay. It's not because he's a rabbit. What? What are you guys talking about? I'm afraid. We'll work on some enshrined stuff, I guess. How you wanted to. Wait, I thought BLT was a cow? Nope. Oh, he's a sentient piece of chocolate. I'm legally. What is happening? Should I be afraid? We need to culture the cow. I'm afraid. Feels like a Danny Darko situation. I feel like you guys are gonna start talking about Danny Darko. Dark side of the internet. Baby.
Mom, I'm
What is
fighting
happening?
myself.
Huh? Mom, why are you fighting yourself? What's happening? Don't fight yourself. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't fight yourself. What's happening? I forgot what's happening. Oh, right, enshrined stuff. Yeah, look, a Dualthin. Where's all Dualthin? All Dualthin. Okay, fine. Go on Discord. Feel these ears are really his chocolate brain melting out of his head. Yes, I could believe that. There he is. Copy image. Ew. Dolan's face is so gross. Okay. We're gonna have a few variations of this. Scaroos. Hey, BLT is smart. A lie. Damn. Don't be mean to yourself like that. Come on now. Okay, so I do it like this. There we go. Not gonna lie, I squinted and he looked like a desk chair vomiting. He do be a little weird. This is all dual thin. The Reddit really likes to, really wants to fuck him. For some reason. Hold on, I have to... And then I'm going to get some sleep now. I just want to say good night. I stay up nearly the entire day for the 24-hour vet. I'm seeing shit in the shadows. No problem, Zoe. Hope you get amazing rest. Sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. Good night. Good night. No, up late and the shadow people remind me to sleep. I always see the shadow people, oddly enough. I think this might be a bit much. Honestly, this would look better inverted, I think. But that's unfortunate, having to invert it because, I wanted the wings to look like they were attached. I need that pure ref open. I really don't want to work on work today, but make my brain happy if I finish this. Or I do the sketches that I need to do. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we want... Okay. I really want to do his wig, though. What the fuck is the symbol on his face? I think it's the logo. I think the thing on his face is the logo. Okay, let's do it this way then. Add more of this. I wish I got tired of it. Instead, I get the feeling of the Grim Reaper tucking me in and with a weighted blanket. Ooh, weighted blanket. I just sometimes think I see things in the shadows and then I go, oh, okay. That? Not really. Elaine! I word that the Saja Boys is wordplay. Oh? How so? How so? Tell me more. I am intrigued. What does this mean? Very chase are you. Ooh, I have another idea. Okay. It can mean either lion or for Korean Grim Reapers. That makes sense. I like that. Okay, wait. I need redo this way. Make the brush bigger. Okay, actually, that's fine. Actually, yes. So I'm like. Why is... Oh, I didn't even turn the stabilizer on. That's the problem. Okay, let's turn it down a bit. And horizontal. But again, this is one of those things where it's kind of like, it would look better if it was kind of like here. 9 movies? What do you mean 9 movies? Okay, well, at least, as long as I guess it's a pre-planned thing, I'm not so mad about it, but 9 movies is a lot. I don't know if I want. I'll get disinterested after, like, the 3rd, probably. Nine movies, no, on the K-pop Demon Hunters, 9 movies of different stories. Oh, okay. That's fine. I thought it was like just 9 movies in general. I was gonna be like, that's quite a bit. It did take 9 years for for this one because of other projects. Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, our POV.
Welcome on in, Raiders! How was your stream? How was your art stream? Welcome in, Cream Straw Bun. Please tell us how your stream went. Thank you for the raid. Sorry, my eyes are weird. What? Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. If you want, tell us how your stream went. Otherwise, I hope you have a good time hanging out with us. We're doing a little bit of commission work. We're trying to make like a page border. You just got creamed. Welcome on in. Hi. If you need to take care of yourself, please do. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy the vibes here. Tell us, what were you drawing or not drawing or coloring? I just delved into a fuck ton of fandom content for Deltarune because it's been rotting my brain. That brain rot do run deep. That is very understandable, but I hope you had fun nonetheless, brain rotting on the internet, because it's always a fun time. I was brain rotting earlier about slugs. So, you know, I get it. I get it. This feels more tree branchy, I think. Why is this not an eraser? Hello? Tomorrow we'll take through the garbage. Oh, sorry. Forgot to do my intro. Hello, my name is Lane, otherwise known as maincoow, and on my socials, I'm known as the Whiplash of VTuber sometimes. Sometimes we'll be drawing slugs, other times I'll be drawing borders to match Eldritch Horrors. So welcome on in, and I hope you enjoy your time. Again, if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. Take care of yourself. We care about you. Maybe it's a mix of cute and don't be confused by the mix of cute and eldritch aesthetics writers. Of course, yeah, you know, don't be confused about that. Just ignore that. Or fall in love with me. I think that was it. I mean, look at your face. I am pretty sure his face is meant to represent the... He's kind of anchored though. So seriously. This me feel weak in the knees. I think this needs like smaller bits. I'm going against it, I think. Let's see, let me look at the reference again. Long and short lines, small degrees of the wind, and a lot some lines to break away. Maybe not the leaf. Maybe instead just a short line. Like that. Okay, and then let's try the stabilizer. Maybe like here? Nah. I want to do like another line here though. Maybe like one here. And then... Alright, I'll do it then. What is your face, man? What the fuck is your face, brother? Oh, his should be the anchor, though. Yeah, oh my god, I'm so fucking stupid. It should be an anchor. Like, anchored. Oh, just like, you know, the fucking thematic people that follow this guy fucking anchored. My god. You read the song request. Oops. Oh. Anchors, chains, feathers, wind. Yep. I'd rather it be more like a small one. Like a small one. And then let's flip this. And then like this. Actually, would it be better to look the other way? Yes, I think so. Let's... like this thicker. Oops. And I'd probably make like a little, just like a thicker area here, just to break up the lines. And then the stabilizer again. And then I think I want to put like a little one here. Like another one going here, going the opposite way. Is this what I think it is? No, it's not. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not playing. I'm not. Stop it. You want like one to compete with the longer line that kind of just goes into this. Okay. Moisturize. And then rotate. I'd like to do some more line, like weight variation, but I think for now it's kind of cool. And then, so we have the corner. And then I need to do 2 examples for this one. So we do a corner and then we do a, like a up and down one. These. And then like a straight across one. Yeah. Ah! No, why did you crash, bro? Oh, please help me. Oh, thank God. Save it, save it, save it, save it. I'm about to shit my fucking pants. I'm about to shit my pants. Oh my God. Oh, guys. That felt so bad. That felt so bad. That felt so bad. Yeah, my fucking garlic knots. That sounds so good. I would go for some garlic knots right now. That sounds really good. Okay, I'm okay. I don't even think I have. Hold on. I don't think I have autosaves on. Where is it? Has one by default. Automatically update, save thumbnails, enable save. Reopen document. Startup, preserve Unicode, insert text as filter. It's in performance. Undo limit view quality, dither. Fire recovery. Okay. I'm presuming it's a fire recovery interval. Okay. Well, it's okay. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's okay. Everything's great at your Junas. I really liked where this was going, and I was like, "Ooh, shit." Pixels, do you like where this is going? I could do. I'll probably think of like one more. I'm not very good at thinking of multiple, but I'll try. I kind of want this to come up. Swoop in. I'll do another one here like this. I want to modify that. I don't like how deep the swoop is. There we go. This part I'd rotate. Oh no, you know what this needs? It needs one of those. Nope. I want this to like come out of here. I don't like this part. You could director for thought maybe the larger lines after this. Yeah, the lines will have like thickness variation. I didn't want to put too much thought into it. Or else I'll be sitting here for an hour being like, I can't think of anything. Let's do this a little bit more. Yeah, I'll do like one more and then I'm sure I think you're gonna think of something else. Did you flip? Thank you. But I make it too long? Oops. This guy just feels so... Ew, I don't like this. Okay, this is set 1. This is corner. And then this is the center. That center. Alright, I have to go to the bathroom really quick and then we'll work on the other version. I'll be right back. I accidentally turned my volume all the way down. I don't know how I did that, but I accidentally turned my volume all the way down. No. I'm here again. How's it going? Oh, totally did make an oopsie. Thought you were locked in. No, I was talking. I just accidentally turned my volume to 0. Do this by 45 so I can see the. Yeah, I made it too long. Too long. Too big. So that should go here. Let's turn that off. And then make sure everything is centered. I learned the Call of the Night mangaka made the story based on this song, and then Creepy Nuts ended up making a cameo. That's fucking sick, actually. That's really cool. I have to decide if I want these to be sharp or not. I don't think I do. Oh, that was cool. It's a good series. That's cool. Ooh. Yeah, like we're just a little bit. Like a little bit. Just a little bit. And this, I just want this to be a whole circle, I think. I don't think I want it to be so thick, though. Ugh, I just bit. How'd you bite into candle wax? What? Thank you. I just do what I want. I get to have what I want. Just do what I want. Just do what I want. I'm gonna shorten this side. Okay. And don't say thank you. Don't say please. That's valid, but how do you still have candle wax in your cake? Alright, so this is the corner variation. Thank you. Why the candles wouldn't light so the oh, got it. God. I just do what I want. Please, I don't say thank you. I just. Like, not like horny, it's more like puberty tongue in cheek of awkward. What? Still good cake though. My wife went to the other side of town to get. Aww. That's nice. looks like wings, actually. Select pixels, save it, and then wait for feedback. Alright. Okay. Alright, my neck. Actually, I wonder if there's... Nope, I'm opening it yet. Because I'm curious if other pens will look better. No. HOTTOGO. Ooh, this one's cool. On that note, I'm surprised I've only gotten one person complaining about the age gap between Jinu and Rumi. No, you know, that's very valid. Honestly valid. Maybe it's because when you're like kind of like undead, it doesn't really matter. That's like too fine, actually. Do we have one more like it? It's not like... kind of cool. You can't... 8. Now, vampires are undead, and those are the biggest source of gap. Well, that's valid. Yeah, but vampires are like diff, though. Maybe it's because they're the oldest trope in the book, maybe. Just because he's hot and they're both adults? Oh, well, that's valid. That's cool. Ooh. Any other ones? Eeks. Oh, let's turn these on. Do the whole thing. Ink on cotton paper. I do not like this one. Do not like that one either. Do not like that one either. Nope. Okay. Oils. Also, in my opinion, Jinyu is a generic Manhonga hot guy. I said, look at... Yep, that's valid. That's very valid, to be fair. This one? This one's kind of cool. I should have saved the last variant. I'm not paralyzed, but I sit. And then we have the original one. What? What? What's the difference between that one and this one? Okay. Oops. Early internet animated borders, really? Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. Place over your place. I seem to be shocked by you. 3, 4, and then I'm just gonna hide the corners. They're essentially the same. Corner, corner, corner. This one. On the bed, but I seem to be struck by you. Let your body can do. Okay, that makes me feel better. Be struck by you, I wanna make you move. And still, if your body matches what your eyes can do. Hong Kong. Okay, cool. Ooh, I forgot that I didn't do that yet. Okay. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh. This one, toggled on this one. Oh, I removed this. Okay. Okay, you know what? Undo. There you go. Want you. Just take all of these, I guess. Oh. Black mask. Oops. Black mask. Boop. Boop, boop. Boop. Eat. Oh fuck, okay. There we go. Alright, that one's good. I don't need. Do I need depth too? I don't think so. I don't think this does anything for us. And that doesn't do anything for us. Cool. Now I just need to figure out who's who. Okay. You, no. You stay. I think you're the horizontal one. You are. Okay, cool. And then you stay? Correct. Do you love me how I am? I believe you, I believe I can feel you. I may think a name the air I'm breathing. Maybe a screen. There we go. Oh. What? Oops. Paint. Options on. That's the only one. Hi Candy, how are you doing? How are you today? I hope you are doing well. Oh, what is happening? Okay, this. Just put it up. Do shape. Og. Good, I'm glad. Oh, wait. Oh, because it needs to be rotated. Green. Tiny. This one. Alright, that one's fun, I think. What is this coming from? Oh, so it's coming from this one? It is. I don't think that really matters. Also, why is you a slug? Because I feel small and squishy. My soul feels small and squishy. That's why. Wood. Does this one have... It doesn't. Okay, I'd rather just do it by hand then. Grab this guy. Wood. And then add, and this is the shading. And add a black mask with a paint layer. Thank you for the song request. I feel like that's not the right one, so I'm gonna fix that. Where's my Spotify? Yep. Add to queue. There you go. Wait, 10 now. Add 50. Make this a lot bigger. Go over here. The smaller. Oops. This way. Then I just want to do add a paint. There you go. Okay, there you go. What do you think of my Shy Guy Mew PNG? It's very cute! I like it a lot. He's very cute. I like that his arms go up when they talk. I'm presuming when they talk. I brought the banner to work to hang up and ask my coworker. Excuse me? Like, really though? Alright, cool. Yeah, it's all pretty. Oh, this should be lower actually. I went a bit too high on it, I think. There we go. Same with this side. Actually, I could just fix it in here. Red metal slug. Hey, I mean, Sachiko, can I make you a slug? Sachiko! It's not as not as good as your art, but can I make you a slug? Can I make you a slug? I'd even try to do the eyebrows slug. Oh. Art projects, video art. I'll make you a slug. Also, he has a C4 on his side, and I didn't have to worry about the flag. Oh, okay. That's good. Gotcha, I'm making you a slug. You can't stop me. Yo! Full Metal Slug would be a good song title. It would be. Gotcha, I'm making you a slug, okay? I could be your favorite girl. I'm gonna make you a slug. Slug, slug, slug. Make you a slug. Just, oh wait, yeah, that's a video. Copy image. Ooh. Okay, this one's TOS friendly, I think, so we could do this one. Bloop. Okay. Let's make you a slug. Make you a slug. Bloop. Oh my god. Slug, slug, slug. And then you're gonna be half black and half white. I think the outside color is fine. Actually, unclick this one. Oh, whoa, I didn't even notice there was a pattern on this. That's cool. I like that the eyes look like they're glowing. Okay. And then... boop, boop, boop. Glow slug. Oh. That's fine. Is it fine? Yeah, it's fine. Because I did it correctly. And then this gotta go underneath. Oh, and that exists? Are you talking about the blankie emote? That was made by the wonderful Eden? White. And then, what else can we add? No, I'm talking about the slug. A Dalmatian slug? Oh, Dalmatian slug exists? Wait, what? Really? Oh, they're spotted. Aww. I like their little things of yellow. That's cute. I like it. I kind of want to add like the earrings. I don't know if that's gonna make sense, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Be like smaller, and they'd go like here. And then if I flip it and I put one like over here, and then I make the outline color. Ooh, go away. This color? Wait, no. The dark color? I'm sorry that this isn't, you know, as fancy as your art, but I just want to make you a slug to show you my appreciation. It just becomes a slug stream. I just make as many slugs as I can all stream long until I can't anymore. Don't bonk me! Stop bonking me! Okay, man, it's cute. Listen, I'm being humble. Being humble. Ah, thank you. Okay, what else do I want to add? Slug squad, yep. How much else should I add? Like, I just kind of want to do like an exaggerated eyelash though. Like, I feel like that would match. Hi, Ghost! Yeah, I'm making slugs. Oh! Oh, look at that. On point. Look at that. Make it pure black. Oh. That's a fancy ass slug right there. Look at that. Wait. Wait. Hold on. I want to see the shape. Oh wait, you gotta do a cute little. Okay, hold on. Okay, we gotta do both. So we gotta do this. And go like this. But this point needs to be more like this. And then, oh no, this goes on top of here. And then like this. Then oh, that was like really bad because I couldn't see what I was doing. Pog. I'm gonna copy like these eyebrows. They're cute. Do you have streaks turned on? I got a notification. Now I'm curious. I do. I do. Me and me have a streak. We just hit a 3-day streak. I don't think I want the outline though. I do want the outline, just not as thick. I lied. That was cute. This eyebrow's cute. And I just want these to be like a red. And then a little bit less. Sachiko slug. Sachiko slug. Sachiko slug. I'm gonna go Sachiko. You have a little slug now. You and all your beauty. Sachiko slug. Save. I have made this luggage. Oh, I should like keep the yep, and then I'll keep this PNG in here. And I'll just keep adding to it. It look like ice cream. It keeps making me think of ice cream. That's right. Slug. We have all the slugs. I wonder how many slugs I can get in. Now I have now. Oh yeah, the new Iron Mask. I was gonna talk about that. I didn't listen to the full thing. I just saw it on TikTok. I've slugged. Gore wants a slug too. Fuck it. Gimme. Fuck it, we'll also make Gore a slug. The slug base. Okay. I don't know if Gore would want. I only saw an ad for. Wait, hold on. I saw it was for the to beat up Duolingo. Interesting. I got the beating up Duolingo part. I feel like that's the only part that matters, maybe. This color. I don't think me reading that is my fault. The way I did, you know? If it is my fault, please let me know, but I'm pretty sure that one wasn't my bad. Okay, and then Gore's eyes is the same color as the accent purple. Would it be easier if I add it to the TikTok list? If you want. I don't really care either way. If you wanna, I'm down. I just can't read. Oh wait, no, I read it now. The only ad I saw for it was him preparing to beat up Duolingo. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm okay. I got there in the end. Bill, none. This one. I don't know how to do this too. Yeah, there we go. Oh my god, oh my god, stop. Stop making that noise. I don't like it. Freak me out. Someone's car is honking, and it's right out my window, and it's scaring me. Hi, B. I need a little heart. I gotta close my window. Oh, maybe not. Never mind. We're good now. Good. God damn. I have to turn that off anytime sooner. Huh. A little heart. Oh, my bread. My bread. Oh, my bread. Not what I wanted. Thank you for the boot. Oh, maybe I should just do it at 6, actually. Let's do 6. That's like not enough. Yeah. Thank you for all the pamps. Alright. Had the best of luck on the slugs and the job to do. My net is suffering. No problem. Thank you so much for stopping by. We love you so much, Sachiko. We adore the fact that you stopped by. It means a fuck ton to us. But thank you again. Enjoy your slug. Have a wonderful day. Or night, or whatever time it may be for you. You're the best, Sachiko. The glasses. I'm still Boffy's glasses. Boffy, give me your glasses. Make them a bit bigger. It's this color? And they have a little X in their eye. We good on me slug. Export. Really good on me slug. My back is still bruised from the cups, and they look like I wrestled an octopus. Sounds valid. I don't like how dark that black is, I'm gonna be honest, because you can't see the shading on it. Edit it a bit. There you go. Go. My shoulders home. Yep. No. Go in the Discord. Alright. Gore has been slugged. Now I gotta add to the slug tower. I think I made Sachiko's too small. Oh shit. Oh shit. We walk around the campus. Romances. I don't want us to pretend. I don't want to see you again. There we go. Now everyone's about the same. Yeah. Bobby's a little low on my wife, but that's okay. Yep. Save. More slugs. I love the slugs. Oops. Dude, fuck. Lock. Regular. Lug. Lug. The darker colors feel like they'd be berry flavors. I believe it. It's getting so tall. Make it smaller. There you go. My slug tower. My slug tower only grows. Okay. I've done the thing. I want to give you a different video. Oh, there you go. I like this one. Alright. Back to this. Papa Watch. Oh my god, this is solid? Oh shit, I did not know that. Let's turn off the toggled walls. I think that's good now. Make this small. I think the only thing we need to do with this now is do the door. Oh, the ceiling. Girl got excited that it said Boffy is ugly cute. Whoa! What do you mean ugly cute? He's just cute. Ugly? He's not ugly, he's cute. He looks like he'd be made out of maple syrup. Ugly? He's cute. He's cute. They're all cute. Everybody's cute. They called him a turd? How do you know? Are they streaming right now? Is Gore streaming right now? They are streaming right now. He's not ugly. He is cute. I'm in an ad. What? Oh, auto mod checks my stuff. Oh, okay. I'll wait. So I gotta watch it. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, watch your notifications happen if you watch someone's thing consistently. Okay. I think, yeah, this was me, so I need to close this. What's Gordy doing? Playing Peek? They said it looked like a painted rock. Okay, cool. I've done my duty. It is not that one. It is this one. Right? Also, I just gotta make sure of something. Okay, everything is back to 2048. Cool. No, don't put me in here. I have to make everything I forgot. Actually, no, go back to material. Reference. Do you have a list of ADHD projects or just follow the vibes? ADHD projects. Like, I have to make a pickle jar, a candy bowl of lactate at some point. These are my Minecraft projects. These. And then I have, like, subathon stuff. And then I have to make stickers. And I have, like, writing ideas. And then a loom bracelet idea. And then just, like, I just write down all my ideas on this board. My vocal stems that I want to add. And all just It's a weird burp. Okay. I'm blinded by the lights. With your touch. Ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. Did you adjust the lighting after stream yesterday? No. Probably not. Because I don't remember what we're talking about. So, do you mean about the ceiling? No, not yet. As if you're talking about the ceiling, no. Oh, that's because we're not in base color. This is how it looks in base color. I did do the floor. And then this is how it looks in material. This gives it like fake world lighting. Sorry, seizure warning. Sorry. I want to give it like slight variation. Alright, doesn't want to do that. Add black mask. I'm gonna copy this and put this in here. Nope. What if I can't. Add a black mask, add a concrete? Concrete? Concrete. 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 What? It's in the back cover? Yeah, do it. Do it. Text blinding lights, but not the weekend. That's valid. That's valid. Ooh, what am I looking at? What am I thinking of? This one. Concrete, this one. Do your assets. It's a texture work. Concrete. Alright, what? It's this one. The rod inside. With the rod inside. Oh. I think I want this more towards the rough edge. I just want it slightly. There we go. And it's like chilling on screen with the game. That's cute. That's cute. I'm glad they like it. I need the wall roughness. Roughness. There we go. The wood needs this roughness. It's this one. Roughness this way. There we go. It's good to do a material check every now and again, so I make sure I'm doing everything okay. What is this song? Interesting. What is happening? This song is wild. I think it's a diss track? Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I'm not in the mood for this, I'm gonna be honest. Like, you go off, Queen, but like, not in the mood. I did put this all right here, cool. Also, Kiwi, did they actually start to beat you up? I'm gonna be honest, I was so afraid that that little guy in that gif was about to get punched in the face, and I was very afraid. A love language of hands. What do you mean? I'd be worried. I feel like I need to be worried. I just don't want you getting hurt. We'll stand there punching each other's knuckles. Excuse me? Why are you playing Bloody Knuckles? Don't. I'm worried. I'm worried about your knuckles now. Bloody Knuckles hurts. ADHD in the workplace. That's valid. Okay, well, that's valid, I guess. But, like, still, you should be careful, okay? Don't be too rough. Ew! What the fuck? Have you seen those stim toys called Little Ouchies? It's like that. What? What? Oh, these things! Those are weird. Those are weird, dog. Those are weird to me, dog. But you know what? It's safe pain. That's valid. As long as you're staying safe. As long as you're staying safe, I guess I can't be mad. Just cold enough. I have scars from chewing my cheeks, so it's a great alternative. That's valid. Or I don't think I mean to, but sometimes I'll chew on my, I have, little cheek bite marks in my mouth. They're not visible, they're just, in the back of my mouth. I think that's good. I don't think, this needs to be a lot, considering that I don't think you see a lot of it. Add more in the parts that you do see, maybe. Down deep down some space. Pog? Nope. Alright, now it's this guy's turn. My heart is cold enough. Take the beat. Take me to the I don't have no friends. Want it to face this way. I don't think that's the one. I think it's this one. Yes. That needs to go. Oh, more like this. Add a black mask. Add it to UVs. Oops. Takes. Mental GMO. You. Talent. Material. Ooh. Where's copy mask? Copy mask. Paste into mask. Remove mask. Mask. On. It's impeached twice. I want to add this also to one more thing. Okay, no such crazy. There we go. I feel like logically the handle is missing a bottom piece. It's a minor detail, but I definitely accidentally break it. What? This is the handle. This is just this is the Howl's Moving Castle door. Oh yeah, I guess I could have had a bottom part. I modeled it off of something, I think. I think it's based on a door handle I saw. Watch it have a bottom part that I just never. Oops. This one. This is a latch pull door, not just a pull door. It is just a pull door. I think I might have deleted the reference. Oops. Yep, I deleted the reference. Oopsies. Oh, I bet I could find it. Crystal. Blue. Oh, fuck, it might have. Wait, why is Senshi a reference? Because there is Senshi's pot and then his knife. I have his knife and his pot in my room. It's literally like this one. Oh, I did forget a bottom part. I will fix that later. Okay, I didn't realize I forgot that. Well, oh, good catch, Kiwi. Good catch. Alright, so now we gotta do height. Black mask. Gonna do like a noise. Like this one. And then we just gotta. Dream is for the extra eyes. Yep, it is. It really is. I don't like this. This one. I think it's just like the height's a little bit too much. You're not really gonna see it, so it doesn't super matter. I also think it's too shiny. I also think it's too dark. Hold on. This is gonna be the base. Blackness. This is just a color. And then this one is going to be lighter. Let me take this. I would put this here because I want to be lazy. Actually, can I just... Here's one thing. Are you going to have a more unfinished iron look? I think so. I think so. Oh, fuck. There you go. Wait, I have 3 of them. Cool. I'm not trying to make it look too realistic. Because, like, it takes away from the cartooniness. I'm sure I have, like, raw, unfinished iron as a material in here, but I just don't want it to be too much. I don't know. Go back to base color. That's where it kind of matters more. Oh, nope, that's too much. Nope, that's too much. Nope. How is that still too much? Bro. There you go. That is way too dark. Or the other one's way too light. No, I think this is just too dark. It's too close to black in my opinion. Oh, a little bit less. There we go. Then I also added to... I think this one and this one. Then this one. These guys. Oh, this is gonna be annoying as fuck. Okie dokie. And then this side, and then this. Nope, you. And then, oh. You probably place a patch of a lighter color near the center of the door to break up color. Yeah, I do want to do, like you mentioned, like how, like, Minecraft does, like, the alternate, like, they take some of the wood and, like, make it darker. I think I do want to do that as well. Gotta click all these fucking faces. Yeah, I don't mean to go slow. I touch realism from wearing down and pushing the door closed. That's valid. I use handles. To be fair though, I do use door handles. I can't believe I forgot the bottom part of this. It's not like it really matters. There's duplicating part of the bottom, but still, it's like, what the fuck? My neck. Ugh. This is the depth. What is this? Oh, this is the height information. It's like this. I'm not mad about that. Oh, I use my hand to open doors. If I'm forced to, I'll use my shoulder, hip, or leg. No, actually, I think you're right. I do when I open, like... Oh, no, I think you're right, actually, the more I think about it. Alright, and then we gotta do... Add a black mask. And then depth. This is gonna be a slightly darker color. Add a white mask, actually. Yeah, and then I'm just gonna turn it off on these panels. So it looks like there's more depth than there is. Like this. I'm also the type of ADHD who either crashes into it or walks straight and swerve my body. Same. I always I either miss it or I hit it really hard, and it's the door handle because it's at where my hip is, and it makes me cry. Now I don't know what I want to make this. I think I should just make it this. Oops. Oops. Make this darker because I can. And then lighter wood here, and then what else do I want to add to the door? The door doesn't need a lot, to be fair, I don't think. You calls me babe. Actually, you know what? Undo this. Undo that. I don't want this. I want this, but I want it in a lighter color. A black mask. We have a standing clothes rack outside the office, and every time I leave the room, I hit my... Oh! Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss. Let's go to material. I kind of want this to be like a shinier metal. Metallic. And then roughness. Wait, is this not metallic? Did I not? Oops. There you go. Why is this like this? I don't understand why that's like that. I just... Nope, that's just how it is. Cool. Okay. And then I have to do the thing on the door like I did on the ceiling, and then I need to do the door handle. Let's do the door things. Okay. I know, I have a reference in here. No, I don't. Yes, I do. Stop the feeling. Boop, 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 boop. Black mask. Go to... Where's the... Okay, it is. Your job environment design in the past? Nope. I did props and a lot of organizational tasks. The only environment that I got to work on was one for school, and that one was dog water. Pixels is much more of an environment guy than I am. That's why, like, every day I work on this, I'm like, Pixels, does this look good? But no, I am just, I did go to school for it. That might be the only reason why I'm, like, quote-unquote good at it. Oh. And also, I've been doing this for, like, I've been working on this specific project for, like, years now. So, that could also attribute to why I might be better than I am. And a black mask. That's not where that goes. Actually, where does it go? How's moving? Moving castle door. I want to know what it's like in most pictures. Doesn't matter actually. I want the green one on top. Let's do. Yeah, I like this one. So let's do this one. Add black mask. This one. Add a black mask. This one. And now we have that. It's a little rough when you look at it up close, but I think that'll be okay. Material. Why are you weird? Roughness. I want you to be shiny. Okay, not metal. None. Oh wait, no metal. Nope, roughness 1, metallic none. What? Oh, there we go. Brain was just backwards. I forgot a piece. Oh, that's because of this guy. What? Oh, it's because of that, okay. A little rough up close, but the thing we don't need to look at it up close. And then the pixelation smooths out with the lighting, plus I doubt anybody would notice it. Yeah, it's such a small thing. I want you in here. I want the blue one in here. Wait, which one was the which one? I want the one that leads to I think it's the green one. The green one I think leads to the garden. I want that one. And for real, there you go. You're definitely not gonna see that. You're so not gonna see that. Well, you can kind of see it. It's like really tiny, but it's green. Cool. Wait, back to base color. Also, Kiwi, that was really nice of you to say. The whole environment thing, that was very nice of you to say. Alright, I'm gonna get a snack really quick, and then we're gonna finish this door. And then we're going... What am my brain's thinking? Hold on. My brain is thinking. Yes. I don't know what I'm thinking. My brain died. I'm gonna get a snack, and then we're gonna finish this. And then we'll do, why am I can't think. And then we're gonna get high and watch TikToks. There you go. I gotta be, it's because you deserve it, but if you compliment me, you're lying. That's fucked up! No! That's not how that works. Not how that works. That's fucked up. Fucked up, Kiwi. Is that what that looks like? Yeah. Ever. Alright, I'm gonna go get a snack. I'm gonna finish this. Actually, and then we're gonna get high, maybe play some games. I don't know if I want to play games or not. I kind of want to play games, probably gonna play games. So, snack, door, maybe games, TikToks. Yeah. We'll be right back.
I love refrigerators.
Okay, I'm back. I'll be honest, the refrigerator scared the shit out of me. And I also think the fact that I, like, fixed the naming conventions so that they're all the same with the vocal stems has given us more variety. So I'm happy about that. Also, I'm back. Hi. I'm back. I'm gonna grab this guy and a black mask and a brush stroke. Where's my pen? Oh, it's over here. I don't know who you think I am. I think so too. There was probably some metadata fuckery going on. Yeah, I presume so. Because it really does feel like we've gotten more of a variation since I fixed it. We even got chicken jockey today. Actually, oh shit. No, it's fine. I just thought about how I might want to play Traveler's Rest, but it's okay. Play another day. Although I got lucky with the stay in the box. I know you have. It's very nice. I like that one. A little bit darker. And then go back here. I'm gonna add it. I feel like there's something. Oh yeah, I wanted to do like the wood variations as well, and also do. What's the thing? Alright, I'm gonna. Okay, so the plan. I was thinking that the artist you commissioned for your scenes and your vibe would make a good lo-fi girl. Oh my god! That would be so good. Because, like, right now, the plan. Oh my god, and it could be like a nighttime scene. Oh my god, yeah, that would be amazing. Because right now, okay, the plan is. This isn't the latest one, but this is the starting soon screen. And then we have this one, which is gonna be like the be right back screen. And then this one, which is the ending screen. But like, it would be so cool if we could have, oh my god! Lo-fi. Like one of these? That would be so good, because then it would be like, it would really be like morning, afternoon, and the night. In the same art style. But the lighting should be like a bottled star instead of a lamp. I would love that. Lo-fi. Cottage, lo-fi, girl. I bet I put these last night. Probably it's not like a medieval. All the pets would be on the window bed. Well, that'd be cute. Medieval lo-fi girl. Oh, we could do it like this, but not as detailed, probably. That'd be cool. Alright, who wants to raise money for this? But should I be sleeping? I could be sleeping, though. I feel like... There's medieval lo-fi, listen to that slinging slowly changes over the cars. That's so cool, dude. That's a lot of work, though. That'd be a lot of work, though.
Because I would kind of want to simplify it because I don't want to animate for 20 years.
I don't know. I'm like thinking. Be fun, though. That, or I'd probably have them do like this pose again. Because this one was referenced off of... Ooh. Because this one was based off of a different art. It would be nice to have it cohesive. What was the one? I think I have it in my references. We don't. I don't have it in my references. Coco sleeping. Coco VTuber sleeping art. I know it's by the same person that did Bow's art. So let me look it up this way then. I'm pretty sure it's made by this person. Wait, hold on. Bow art. This one. It's this one. And then they have another one made by who's the art by? The art is by this person. Oh my god, they did one for Camille. That's cool. Where's the one that Shoto has? Shoto has like a sleeping one. Up here? Pretty sure, at least. This one's cute. That's a lot of detail. I would not ask for that much detail. That's a lot to animate. That's the only reason why. It's just a lot to animate. This. I'm clicking it. Ooh. Oh, it's this one! Oh, this is cool. Oh, this is cool. It's like, oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's what I dreamed of having, honestly. Having an art that changes with the time of day. That'd be cool. Hold on, I have to find this art reference that I'm thinking about. It's this one. Yeah, it's based off of this art. And like it has like a daytime and a nighttime version. And I like it a lot. Well, maybe. Maybe. I do like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'll think about it. I could ask Tell how much it would be, actually. And then we could just do the thing that we did before, which is like... If we want it, we just... I'm a very EP VTuber. All my stuff is just asleep. Well, if we don't fund it, it wouldn't be whatever. It would be whatever, you know? I was talking with one of my friends the other day, and they asked me what I do after making it what I would do after making it big, and I told them that my dream would be to have my own indie production studio, and I'd love something like that with my characters. Maybe dynamic backgrounds are so cool. Honestly, dynamic backgrounds are like so cool. Actually, I need to check something because I'm gonna play Repo in a little bit with Mew. I want to see if that update is out. Hi, Momo. Honestly, I wonder how hard it would be for Tell to make the art that we have. This one into a nighttime version. Could I make it a nighttime version? Now I'm curious. Let me finish this first though. Okay. Oh wait. It's too neat. That's good. I'd add a little bit more to this one though, I think. It's like not enough in my opinion. Alright, and then yeah, there you go. And then a little bit more here. Yeah, now it looks like an old wood door. I like it. Shading. I'm just gonna look at it in material view. Yeah, that looks nice. That looks nice. Okay, I need to take an edible and then and I need to eventually make the door handle, which is gonna be a crystal blue. Which I think I should just put in the base color for that now so I don't forget. Boop. 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 Add a group. Add blackness. Step 1, win the lottery. Step 2, quit my day job. Step 3, grapple with the existential day that my work isn't good enough and no one wants to read it because it's so niche and only for me. Really? Step 4, profit. That's a lot. But you know what? I fucking believe in you, Kiwi. And not nobody. I want to read it. At the end of the day, at least I will read it. I don't read things and I'd read it. So, that means anything. Okay, save. I need to know 2 things. 2 things. First thing, repo update? Repo update? Yeah, the repo update. Repo update. Also, new repo update. So, do we wanna just... I wanna see if Body wants to play. Will you play repo with me? to. But no faster. If it's janky, we can do vanilla. Is it? 0.2. Thank you all for being. We have finally released our first major update. Did it update? How can I see when it was last updated? Up to date, last played. Showcasing. Largest distribution. 0.2.0. I might get some free time this weekend, so we'll attempt a writing marathon. If I don't share at least a short story in the Discord, I'll ask you to mute me in the No! I'm not gonna mute you in chat. The fuck? You're crazy. I think museum is from beta right now, so I added it. Okay, because they mentioned the update yesterday? Question mark? Any consequences? Well, I don't wanna mute you from chat because then I can't talk to you. And you talk to me and I'd be lonely. You know what the consequence will be? And this is a big consequence. I'm gonna put the PNG of your goblin inside of a dick. Inside of a dick. Let me test the thing. It should tell me in the top right corner, actually. So bright. Yeah, it is version 0.2. Loaded repo vanilla. It's 0.2. I can't have magic and I don't want to see that. Let's shake on it. Okay. That slapping noise. That slapping noise, that's us shaking hands. Slapping our hands and shaking hands. Okay. I gotta test one thing really quick. R2 modman. Select game. Let me see my pack. I kind of wanna modify this. Late join, deprecated, update all, update all. The TTS, even more hats, more heads, gnome sounds, lead the company valuables, mimics, toggle mute, team upgrades, free cam spectate, more revive HP, extraction point confirm button, dead head hopper, level number UI, ultimate revive, S3 cosmetics, improved stamina, oh shit button, Toblerone, valuable cans, Mac walks, more items, Ben's cosmetics. You know what? We're gonna take out some of the cosmetics, I think. Can I duplicate? Settings. Let me see. Or to reopen it. Select game. Can I create new? V2. What? Okay, import update from code. There should be a code in here. In the couch. Where's the code? It's right here. Okay. Update existing. Update. I have an addition to our deal? Okay. I'm hearing it. I'm hearing you out. I'm listening. More players deprecated. Uninstall. Uninstall. Update all. Update all. More head. We want to keep that one. Uninstall and uninstall. Robot Classic. Uninstall. Uninstall. Is there anything else? Config. Okay, and then more, slightly more players improved. Download dependencies and then late join. If I don't have something to turn in by the time you wake up on Monday, then I have to buy you something under $50. I think that's a lot. That might be a lot. Is that not? That's a lot. I can never say no to money. But isn't that a lot? I feel like your thing being in a dick is enough, no? Also, I just want to check something. Start modded. Open. Stream. Art of me. Hell. This one. Within my budget and of course with all. Alright, I mean that's valid. If you're okay with that, then I'm okay with that. I want to know. Bust the peen goblin. Okay, yeah, that's valid. Give me it back. I know you're loading, but still. BLT is missing. You are right. Because it's not this one. Well, let's open this one instead, actually. Because it has BLT in it. Boop. Close. Okay. Nope. Okay. I think I might have to do it to levels. Red. You're the notary for our deal. Okay. I'll let him know. Here, I'll even timestamp this. Bop. I've just timestamped stream. That way he knows. How to edit a photo from day to night. Then what's the rush? Ooh. That's actually looks like a nighttime one though. Make the green ones. I really don't like how much green there is in this. That's cute. What's the rush? Haha, yes. Pick best region. What? Okay. I think this looks like night. I think I could adjust the art to look like night then. And then we can have a daytime and a nighttime one, maybe. Skip. Okay. Yep. Let me unplug this. Hey, it looks like the mods work. I mean, they did do their best to have this stuff be mod compatible, so I don't feel like they would have changed a lot towards what did the mod stuff, so. Boop. The only way I can test if this actually works is if I find a monster, I think. I think that's the thing, is I need to find a monster. I didn't open these. Nothing. Gotta go this way. So this game should have overcharged now, I think? Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube. On screen and it's too late. Okay. Oh, there's a duck. I can't fuck with the duck. Oh, I can't fuck with the head either. Oh. Oh, oh. Ow. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. The fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, the overcharge thing didn't work. What's a new lamp? Have that lamp? You get out of here. Oh, wait, my more heads is broken. Oh, right, because this is a new thing. Okay, new question. No. Okay. I gotta test the thing now. Browse. Repo, profiles, Elaine Pack, Beppin, plugins, more head decorations. This one. This one, more head decorations. Replace. Start modded. Okay, I think we'll be fine. Kiwi, are you tired? I'm just wondering because I want to play Repo for a little bit, but I know you have TikTok, so I don't want to like play them when you're too tired. Oh, my face tracking's too far away from my face. We can see this. I'm making that. The category permissions. Okay, I think so. Ghost. A B C D E F G H I I. Did I do that right? I did. Any more than 4 hours is sleeping in for me. I doubled up Addie today. I normally would sleep. Okay, cool. Making sure. I'd feel bad. Yay. It's in the body. It's at the top. Yippee! Oh, now I gotta redo all my mouth thing. Oh. Okay. Isn't there like a teeth section? Ear, eyes. Yeah. It looks so easy. Everything behind. I wasn't anticipating to take down at least an hour or two for now. You was getting in 7 hours. Yeah, okay, cool. You know, I'd feel bad. If, you know. Oh, I went too far. Oh, girl, getting high. Hi, Joker! Hi, how are you? No bottom teeth? Is there bottom teeth? Rose! Oh, wow. Hi, how are you? Say what's on my mind. Horse. I forgot what else I had. Backpack. Oh no, I want the there's a backpack that I want, but I forgot what it called. Oh, plus I think Boffy is still napping. No, Boffy's awake. Boffy is awake. He is hanging out in a server with my wife. Oh my love. Where is the backpack? Where is the backpack? I swear to God, if it was part of the other pack that I just removed. Horse. Shoulder spikes. Oh my God, it's a good thing I opened this game early because we were gonna play in a little bit, but now that lab coat, a hoodie, a lab. Oh, that's what that is. Where's the bra? Is it? Where's the backpack? Is it part of the other one? The cowbell? Backpack bear. No, not that one. No. No! Where's my backpack? It's a little teddy bear. Where's Red Tail's hand? Is it on the neck? Whoa. Iron jaw. Iron jaw. Oh, that's cool. Oh my, taking me out. The ordinary. Holy light. Whoa. Lollipop. Lollipop. Kawa, dinosaur, ghost, facial painting, or YouTubers. I don't think I got my backpack. Oh, my backpack. Bumper sticker. I don't want a bumper sticker. Wait, no, I want my underwear. Where's my underwear diaper? There it is. Limbs. I don't think I had any limbs that were different. Oh, I did have the fire. Oh, are those part of the things too? Dive too fast. Oh, it might have been. Morehead needs a search tool. It does. It does. Highland, Krusty. I mean, honestly, we could play with the other pack. I just took stuff out because I felt bad that we had so much stuff. So. But if I'm discovering that I can't have the teddy bears I want because the fucking thing is like fucking in the other pack, I'm gonna fight somebody. What do you mean? Hats? Amogus? Oh. Cowboy hat. Rayman, Sailor Food. I'm not seeing. Oh, wait, there's this one. But I want the teddy bear backpack. It's like harder times. It's called like harder times. Go back to being friends. I don't want wings. Ah! What do you mean? I can picture you having a blast in Peak since... Yeah, they are. They are. I'm just poor, so I'm not... I can't get it. They are. I'll do a sit in the Discord. I will sit in the Discord. Gotta move myself. We just shared a... There's no hard times backpack. It's making me sad. Well, if I fail my task, you can get it Monday. Ha ha! Yippee! I can't get my backpack anymore. Now I'm sad. I wanted my backpack, but the backpack wanted the other mode. Bling da ding ding ding. Baby oil belt. Amy backpack. I'm so sad. I like my backpack. Don't be afraid. We just had a bed. Okay, well. Okay, then I will. You know what? I'll just do this then. Never know. Quick game. Can we go back to being friends? Uninstall. More players. More head. That one we want. This one. Uninstall. More players improved. Yeah. Because this would be the same then. The only difference is they pick some stuff. Okay, this is still the same then. Even more hats. Oh. Oh. Okay. I don't know which one of these has a teddy bear cosmetic. Fuck. Just like join. Rewind. My turn. Oh. Not that one. And over, I keep up. Okay. Maybe this one. And then I can turn the other ones off. Disable those two, okay. Very soon. Then the stars. I'm gonna move myself. Get this off my head. Oh. Boot you over just in case. Boot me over. Lock. Okay. I wonder if this will break anything. I'm like curious. Why did I get a notification for Steam Summer Sale? I know. You know when I'm ready whenever. I'm just loading up the mods again. I'm trying to see if I can make it not as heavy. I'm in my server, my stream server. Yeah. I'm just testing the mods really quick. No. Oh shit. Ogden? Yay, it has a thingy. Yippee. Okay. So I guess we can keep him on. It just takes so long to launch the game though. I mean, it's whatever, I guess. Everything on. Alright. Settings. No. Enable export profiles code. Done. If you do join, here is your link. Mods. Also in my might have to drag people. I don't know. Okay. Don't forget her. No. We don't. Boop, boop. This one. And then maybe Body will join us. Yeah. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Oh, I should change to repo, huh? Ocean man. Oh, hi, Moira. Baby. My cat's snapping on my computer. I didn't even notice. Okay. My soul is a metal slug. That's understandable. Private game. Yes. Pick best region. New game. Yes. Then it's going to be I just copy it. Yeah, okay. Dog cat room. Okay. Firm. Yeah. I don't have my top teeth though. Teeth. Hop off. Mew went to the wrong server. Mew went to co-web server. Actually, why didn't I put us in the co? Like, go to the collab server. Go to the collab server. Go to the collab server. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Mew just left. I think. Oh. Okay. Let's just go in there. Yeah. Hi. No, this server works fine. Nope. Yup, you're good. Alright. Settings. Hi, chat. How's everybody? I'm good. How are you, Fubat? Alright. Sorry, size people. Little guys. Okay, take your time. Oh. He died. I'm glad. I'm Oh, I'm sorry that you're Hope you feel better soon. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta set up a thing. Stream manager. Couch. And I got an app body. He's got both roles, right? I don't know. Take your time. Alright, there we go. Hello. Wait. Yeah. Hold on. I send you link. Also, I need to give you new code because I updated the mod pack a little bit. Just so that, because there are some mods that were like dead. And so. Take it.
Just realized, do we need to re-add the headpieces you made?
No, if you're updating like from the thingy, it should be fine.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello. Can you guys hear my pals? Is everyone Gucci? Because it looks like you're showing up. So let me, I'm gonna grab that group thing that Mark told me about, right?
Hello, friends.
You can? Okay, cool. And then I'll get the Fugi. Oh.
I'll put body over here when he joins.
I don't normally do this, guys. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Copy group. Okay.
At the father. Here.
Okay, and then plus. Browser. Discord. Group.
See me.
There we go. There they are. Oh, they're so cute and small.
Oh shit! I just realized I put my feature on my Discord avatar, not on me. Oh wait, boop there.
Here, I'll put you over here. There. Repo time. Yeah, we're gonna play Repo. I'm sorry, Joker. I know you wanted to play Peak. We'll play Peak next time.
Sorry.
Sad face. Sorry.
Sad face.
My fault. I'll take responsibility.
No, you're fine. Everything was like last minute, to be honest. Anyway, like even this.
Also, Peak was
broken.
being weird. Yeah, Peak was not doing well this morning.
Okay, and then let me do the collab invite.
Man, it is taking so long to load all these cosmetics.
I remember. Well, I think
do I have to like re-put in the new ones that you made?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
as long as you're like updating like the same pack, then like if you did update existing pack, you don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's taking so long to update to like go through these cosmetics this time.
Yeah, I can take some of them out if you guys want.
I'm gonna open it up. One sec.
Take time.
Okay.
I'm okay.
It's fine. It's just taking a while. Like it just keeps like slowing down.
Got it. Okay.
Alright, you guys.
Like I'm watching the command prompt load everything. And it's like loading, and then it like chugs for a second. That just loads more.
Could also be because the new update's out.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot in this new update.
How do I add the new stuff again? Is it just update all, or do I need to add like the new code you sent me?
You have to add the new code.
Yeah, so you add the new code. So you import from code, and it'll be like, do you want to update an existing mod like profile? And you say yes.
Do you have a password on your lobby?
Oh yeah, it's it's. I put it in the couch.
Yeah. Well, when I try joining, it doesn't give me an option to put in the password. It just says disconnected for wrong password.
If you're putting it in the couch, the password should be spare change.
That would be funny, but unfortunately, I thought of the other one first.
Have this again.
Excuse me.
Okay, mine's just updating right now.
Oh goddamn you! What do I have?
Okay, I just tried to join, and it didn't give me an option to type in a password. It just said password incorrect, which...
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
Okay, hold on. Maybe I can skip it, because there's a thing that says you can skip password thing, so maybe...
Okay, I'm gonna turn my controller on.
Best region, new game, yes. The wrong way, skip.
Okay, it's like hella dead. Hold on.
Alright, invite. Let me know if it gives you the thing again.
Hello!
Hello!
Hello. Did I get to keep all of my Moorhead profiles? Oh, I forgot how horrific I looked. Holy shit.
You look very scary.
At least we know you also scare yourself.
Yeah.
True.
Do you think God is in heaven because he fears what he's created?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, Moorhead.
Plug my controller.
Oh, I don't have my head. I don't have my crown. Oh no!
Oh wait, is it not in here?
No! I think I do have to update it each time.
I have
That's
yours.
okay.
I
What?
have it.
Why
Did
I have
you
it?
import and then update the profile, or did you import it into a new profile?
No, I updated it.
Hey. Okay, weird.
Yeah, I'll fix it after. I don't feel like
Yeah, no
leaving and
problem.
coming back.
Any more detailed info?
Mm.
So I don't fuck future. Okay, I'll give you more detailed info, Joker. Also, let me put my chopstick on.
Body, are you
And then I'll
getting in
join.
Get
Yeah,
in
let
here.
me
Get in
open
here.
up the game right now. It's loading all that shit up on the console.
Did you update the mods?
Yeah,
think
with
I
the
can-
code you gave
with the-
me?
Yeah, okay.
I don't think I also got
Yeah.
the. I don't think I have your files in there either, Elaine.
Oh, okay, I can. I mean, it doesn't. Here, I'll just wear a thing that doesn't have it. Fine.
No, I'm
Yeah.
This
just
is all
saying.
last minute.
I was looking for them.
It's okay. We can
Yeah.
go a game without him.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. To be
It'll
fair,
hurt on the inside, but it's fine.
yeah. I mean, I'm the like. Gore's POV would be the only one that sees him anyway. So.
Probably. Yeah.
But it's important to represent, but we could do it next time.
Yeah.
Mm.
Send me an invite or something. It's not showing up to join.
Oh, you bitch.
Never mind. I fixed it.
What do you mean?
That was offline again.
Alright, I fixed it. Now you guys can
private.
see the repos.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me join Elaine's thingy.
I'm using a PNG drawn by Gore.
It's very
cute. I was gonna say something.
I was gonna,
but
yeah, I was gonna be
Thank
like, where'd you
you.
get that? That's new.
I can make you one if you want. I have nothing better to do. I'll do it on Friday. No, not Friday, Sunday.
It's very cute.
Thank you.
You're a very good artist.
Thanks. I try my best with how I draw.
Same.
I'm gonna put
Okay,
a
and
slug on my
then
booby.
I need to mute. Yeah, right? In Discord?
Yeah,
Hmm.
we can just mute.
Okay.
Yeah, we
hold on.
kind of
Alright.
output 2-0.
Yeah, you can do output to 0 if you want the PNGs to work, but it. Yeah.
Discord, don't try to tell me about a
I need
quest
to,
in
like,
Palia. I don't do that. Go
I'll wait
away.
until everybody's there before I mute. Because we gotta wait on
Where's the
Ghost.
slug go?
Yeah.
Pixels can be with us in spirit.
Okay.
Okay, I think everything is good. Okay. Let me open up my game so I can play.
We just need to wait for Ghost.
I turned my fan down for this, so I'm gonna be dying of heat stroke while we play. So.
Why? Just
You
keep
gonna
it
go sweat?
on. Spooky
Sweaty.
ambience.
Oh, I'll be
Spooky
sweaty,
ambience,
boy.
bro.
Bruh.
Ew, ew, ew.
Oh no.
Minor regret.
Where's Ghost?
Okay, I just had to make sure. Oh yeah, do I need to
I
check
think
my
they said
head?
they had
My
to be
head
right
good.
back.
What are my buttons again? Me? I don't know. Oh, yeah, I don't have my stuff, but I have my cute self that's bald, so it's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm just cute and bald.
I think I'm gonna make like a Google Drive for them, so that way there's like a location for them.
I like this is cute. I should make another one, right? Because there's like different ones you could do, yeah?
You do whatever you want.
Because I'd have to add them manually.
Hey, Ghost,
which I'll do
you
that
okay?
later.
They went to the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
Does Joker do you not have repo? Do you not have repo?
Let me change my my thing real quick.
I don't know if Joker has repo. I thought Joker had repo.
Yeah, why didn't they join
I thought
us?
I saw
s-
Joker.
'Cause I
Well,
stole
Maybe?
I stole people. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, Joker has repo. Played repo. 14 hours played. I just doxed him. Yeah.
Oh, raid?
Or got a raid. I like to drink your vegetables. Is there?
Who raided me?
Damn, drink your vegetable.
Vegetable, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? We're just setting up for a repo collab. I need to change my title because we're not playing.
Spontaneous. I don't want.
How was your stream? I hope it was good. I finished playing News
Actually,
Dash.
I think you'll find, Go, that we're still playing Peak.
Are we?
This game is Peak, yeah.
True. I need to do
Oh
the
my
thing
god,
that
there's a
Elaine does, so then you
Mizutsume.
guys can introduce yourself, because I have
What the
never
fuck?
ever streamed my POV ever.
What the fuck?
I normally just sit
What
out.
is happening?
But hi.
Did anybody else hear that? No?
I hope you had a good stream.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
he
scared.
doxed you right now. But hi everyone from Virtual Stream. I'm envtuber. I'm here with Miyu and Ghostbuster and maincoow / Elaine. I don't know who the father is, but hi. And Buffy
Guys,
Mark
body.
and which is Mark. Hello.
He's the spirit and the Holy Ghost.
Oh, but yeah, we're all playing Repo. This was a last minute thing. We were gonna play Peak, but then Peak is being weird, and also I like Repo, so it don't matter. Yeah.
Repo just fun game, and there's
Yeah.
an update. So
Yeah.
there's also a
It's-
Kletka update. We need to play that at some point.
I want to try that because it looks weird.
Oh my
You
god,
probably
it's
can.
Shark.
You
Hi,
know, new
Shark.
microphone. You know, head.
Yeah, Buffy
you know,
Mark.
Controller.
He's my friend and my mod.
Yeah.
A loser.
Oh my god, hi
Hey,
Shark.
Hi, Shark.
It's been a
Hi,
while.
Shark.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna edit
Oh.
the title. Hold on, since we're not playing. I'll just do Repo.
That's a name I haven't seen in a while.
Right? I was gonna say, it's like, oh my god, is that you?
I can't wait to see how this goes. Oh, I don't play. So this is the thing. Mark said you should stream your POV because you do some weird shit. So enjoy my
Yeah.
POV because I don't do what everyone else does because they're more skilled than me. I just like wander around and do shit.
One of my favorite things is
I
when
just
we have like a
realized, Body, you've
Rubik
been
collab
talking.
is just finding gore
What?
Yeah.
and seeing what gore's
I just
doing.
realized you muted yourself in the Discord because you're
Yeah,
talking.
I'm still
to
hearing
him.
everybody. I'm still hearing everybody double. It's trippy.
in Discord, voice and
But I'm
video,
also
turn your
looking at
output down
memes.
to 0.
Why didn't you
Oh,
just
I had
mute
muted
yourself in
Repo
the,
'cause
just
we're-
deafen
I was-
yourself in the
I was
in
waiting
the
for Ghost
Discord.
to come back.
Oh yeah, I could just deafen myself.
Yeah,
That
you
isn't
just deafen
easier.
yourself
So.
because we're not because we're streamers, so we're not gonna do that.
Yeah.
You know, when you have
Alright,
two
said it like
voices, it makes you sound taller.
Yes.
Ha!
I don't appreciate that insinuation. I'm
Well,
gonna
I
be
mean, you
honest
could
with
use
you.
that to your advantage, you know? Maybe you could get a little bit of sound engineering there, give yourself a second voice in the background.
Suck my nut. Suck my suck my
Hell
nut.
yeah.
Then you can match the height of your... Nah, no.
Nah.
Excuse me?
Have a good dinner, vegetable.
You're about to talk shit, brother? What kind of shit was that?
That's just a crazy
I
sentence.
wasn't talking shit, I was talking theory. And to be fair, the longer we stay here, not doing anything, the longer my mouth is gonna start shit posting.
Shit posting.
that's
I
fine.
mean,
That's fine.
Mark, you gotta change color.
Expect no.
Why?
It doesn't matter.
Be
We're all.
orange,
We're
'cause you're
all.
poopy.
It's like they got
Damn,
different
that's
cosmetics.
I'm
Nah,
I'm
I want
not
Mark to be
gonna-
orange.
Damn.
Mark be orange.
Nah.
Yay! Now you're
can't
trash.
believe I
can.
had my identity stolen from me like that.
Peer
I know.
pressure, peer pressure, peer pressure.
You know, when I think of you, I do think of orange sometimes.
Yeah.
It's very fitting.
But what color
Yeah.
do you think of me when you
Can't
think
escape.
of
I
what
can't
color
escape
am
that I was
I?
born a ginger
Blue.
child.
You're like
Oh,
close to a light bluish.
Navy
Maybe
blue
teal.
specifically.
Yay!
You're too spirited and trusting.
Yippee!
Damn, but Buddy's
is
giving
a red
everybody an
flag.
aura read.
Yep.
I don't call it that. Will you get shot in the streets of Brooklyn? I could give you
Stop
that type
it.
of reading. What?
No one's getting shots in the street of whatever the fuck you just said.
No, I
Well,
feel like
not
Mark
if
would.
I give you my advice, it won't.
I'm fairly confident I wouldn't get shot in the streets of Brooklyn.
No,
I don't
we
know.
wouldn't even
You
go
have an
outside.
accent.
True.
You already
Well,
have
I-
a disadvantage.
Well, I'm most on the other side of the world, so.
I
He's a
mean, in
British
this
boy.
situation, you're in Brooklyn.
To be clear.
Well,
Let me ask
then
you
things
something.
couldn't possibly get
What
much
kind of
worse.
J's are you wearing right now?
Mark doesn't wear
Um,
shoes.
I haven't worn shoes since 2019, bro.
Oh, good
Damn,
news.
you really
You're not
don't leave
getting
your house.
robbed. But you'll
Yeah.
probably get shot.
Yeah, his dirty ass feet.
Yeah, you're
I-
definitely getting shot for that. Ghetto people don't like dirty feet, I could tell you that much.
Mood.
I wear
I
shower
can tell you
shoes.
that too. I hate dirty ass feet. Especially in my fucking house when they track shit in my fucking like linoleum floor.
Mm-hmm.
See? Something they have in common with the Japanese.
I
don't know
So
what's
Jack
happening.
was
yesterday when we were hanging out, Mark.
I feel
and
like I
was getting
blinked and it's a
pissed.
different day now.
No,
Ghost,
Joker,
poor-
please.
I feel like if Mark is a red flag, you can call. Oh my god!
No, that's just making me think of that
That's
shit
crazy.
that
Joker, do you
Rudius
wanna
did
play
when
with
he made the
us?
flag.
Oh,
Joker,
don't
do you
talk
wanna
about
play with
fucking
us?
that weird motherfucker from the anime. No.
Yeah, you should join us, Joker, if you want.
What about
Yeah.
what happened to that other guy I met, Noble? He's
Noble?
cool.
Oh yeah, Noble's streaming, right?
I bet he's.
I love
Is he
Noble.
streaming?
Yeah,
Or
I
is
think
he at a
he's
party?
I don't know. I
He's
could be
finished
imagining it.
already.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
he finished?
Yeah,
Oh,
because he
okay.
said
Yeah.
he was going to a party this weekend, so I was like, oh. I don't know
A
if he-
little
Damn, he
premature,
popular.
huh?
Mark, you're pretty.
No.
What? Did I just hear you call him pretty?
No, he's pretty.
Yeah.
Oh.
Call me
Pretty?
handsome.
No,
What do you mean by that?
he's a preemie.
Okay, well, what do you mean by
Oh.
that?
I wasn't
Like a
born
preemie
early.
baby.
I was born
Oh,
dead.
wow,
There's a
premature
difference.
baby.
It's the same
Oh.
thing.
Premature baby.
Oh,
I wasn't premature. I was dead. There's a difference.
Yeah, that means you were
oh,
premature.
Wait, hold up. This is a fucking fact?
Yeah, Mark ate
Yeah.
his twin and died.
I didn't eat
Oh,
my
wow.
twin.
Oh, sorry, your twin died. I'm sorry, I forgot.
You ate your twin. My twin was a fully formed
Huh?
human that was just dead next to me.
So
Oh,
are you
what?
both?
Oh yeah, I was born dead with a dead twin, and I was the only one that made it.
I mean,
Oh,
the
okay.
code. I have you on here. I have you on Discord. Let me invite you to the server.
The,
and then,
Yeah.
the world was deprived of
you don't have to
Wasn't
join
his name
Jared?
the thing if you don't want
Jack.
to.
No, I
Same
heard
thing.
it was. I heard it's common.
Yeah.
But still, though.
Absorbing your twin is very common. Like, I did that. Now it's supposed
Reminds
to
me
be
of
a
a
boy.
Yeah.
horror movie I saw when I was a kid called Unborn.
Oh, I know
It
that
was
movie.
such a typical Gemini,
You
bro.
seen it?
Yeah,
I'm
Mark,
back,
shut the
sorry.
fuck up.
sister
Don't bring
got
up just because I'm
problem.
bipolar too, you fucker.
No problem. Welcome back.
I got two in me. I'm two bipolar. So
Bro's
fuck you.
playing
What's
Beyond
happening?
Two Souls right now. That's crazy.
What's happening?
You don't even have one because you died.
Damn. Well, technically he took his twin, but damn.
My sister got a new cat.
No, he
and
one
I
of them. He don't have a
agreed to
soul.
watch it.
Oh, you're ginger.
One of them. Yeah. That's why I laughed when you said you. That's why I laughed when you said you give orange vibes. I was like, damn.
Oh.
But you're a fake one. So don't mind.
I'm not
Wow.
ginger anymore. My hair's got
Yeah.
a lot darker over time. But when I was young,
Yeah.
I was like bright orange. Yeah,
Oh,
I
it
well,
changes.
yeah,
What's it now?
it's just brown, like a kind of like reddish, like very light
What
red brown. But
about
my
in the light
My-
though? Like when there's like a lot of light.
on my hair, not really, but on like my like beard and pubes, yeah.
Yeah, he has like auburn in his
Oh,
hair.
I
He looks
see.
like a Viking.
That sucks, bro. It's like you were this close to being able to escape the Nazis, and then boom, your pubes give you.
Oh, okay.
Jesus Christ.
Reminded, my stream is 18, 21 plus. So if you don't like that, leave. Cause I'm down with this shit. Oh, that's funny.
You heard it here first, folks. Garomi is down with the.
No, I am not. Don't even
Oh,
bring up
are we
Elaine
going
fucking
back to the
said
Hitler
that
thing?
shit. No,
Are we going back to the Hitler thing? How you have a
No.
crush on Hitler?
I don't have a
Whoa,
crush on
what
Hitler. What the fuck?
I'm gonna go.
Just cause a motherfucker act like it don't mean
Oh,
that.
hey, Joker. Hey.
Hello.
Hey,
we
Buster.
hello.
we weren't talking
Hey.
about anything. Hey.
Yeah, I
Bruh,
didn't
that's not Joker.
hear
You
that,
tried.
obviously.
Hitler.
Yeah.
No,
Oh.
yeah.
I didn't hear about anything about a crush, don't worry.
H-man. You know?
I mean, I watched Helsing recently. That gave me some thoughts.
Oh
Yeah.
man. Oh, yeah,
About
Bridge or
Hitler?
regular.
Regular, 'cause I've never
Regular.
seen it. I want to watch a bridge now.
Regular
Oh, dude, the
Hitler?
bridge is so great. Wait, what do you mean by regular Hitler?
I don't know.
No,
You have to
I'm
start
talking-
shit.
You know,
Bruh,
as opposed
I'm
to Mecha Hitler.
No, the little
Mega
guy. That's just him. I don't like
technically,
him.
if you want to be for real, he technically did have different mental stages. So there is a regular Hitler, and there's like a super crazy
So-
Hitler, and
Yeah,
then
and then there's
there's
artistic
And
Hitler.
then there's
Yeah,
perfect
please
Hitler.
don't mind him. Don't mind him. Don't mind him, Joker. Okay, do you have the code and stuff? I can.
If you want to
No,
count his
yeah, I need
dead
to
body as a
code.
version too.
Okay.
His Holy Ghost.
All right, hold on. We're trying to get Joker in.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. I sent it to you in DMs, and then I'll also send you my friend code. Friend code.
Hmm. I think
Man,
I
we're
can
talking about this making me
join
hungry. I'm having some goldfish.
Fluffy.
Oh, okay. That works. Either way works.
Yeah.
Either way works.
I can't say I have menopause anymore. It makes me sad.
You could say you had menopause and do it
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah, but you can't say you have quad polar, so that's pretty cool.
I hate that. You're gonna think I'm a polar bear or some bullshit.
Gurumi has bipolar, but Gurumi has like the sequel.
Think about
Bipolar
polar bears in a
sequel.
good way?
I'm see. I got
don't think
bipolar
about polar
too.
bears in a bad way.
I don't like polar bear, but I like penguin. Yeah,
Polar bears
yeah,
are like
ASMR.
8 feet tall, deadly, and not just cool.
I mean, they're
just-
cute. Pandas are ugly.
Well, yeah.
It's just a weird polar bear.
I like pandas when they don't have eyeliner. They look weird.
Yeah, that's just a polar bear.
Hello, man.
Pandas annoy me. I feel like they could be trying better and they know it.
How you
Yeah.
doing, Mashy?
They're lazy fucks.
You
The
enjoying
capybara
those
is a good
goldfish?
shit. Bro, I haven't even eaten them. I'm just mixing in my my craisins so it gives extra flavor because I'm weird.
Craisins with goldfish? Dang.
Yeah, because I had nuts earlier and it had craisins in it. Bro, playing Mustache with one hand's fun. I'm gonna keep doing that.
Gross. Can't believe you were gooning on stream.
I couldn't help it. I was at one level. It felt like I was finger banging. It sucked. I was proving it to you.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I am a menace.
You need to try that new game you got.
Yeah, but I don't have enough space on my fucking computer, so I have to delete shit.
Delete the 50 versions of your fucking VTuber models that you...
No, I like looking
That's
at all the different
crazy.
shapes. Oh, I have a version now that has V-Bridger, and I don't know how to use that. That's fun. Try what game? It's like Mustache, but better apparently. I got it yesterday because Mark
It's
showed
called,
me this
like,
thing called
DJ
Humble Bundle.
Respect V or something.
Yeah, I got like a thing worth like $100 for $10.
Yeah, Humble was pretty good for that sort of stuff.
Yeah. I want to try the dating everything too. But I have to
That
buy
looks
that.
good,
They
but it's so
deleted it.
expensive.
I know, they deleted the I forget what it's called. The demo, so now I have to just buy it.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna wait till I get paid, which I get paid in like what's today? In like
Hey,
3-ish days.
Sunny, Gore also agrees that Dust Bunny is peak.
Yeah, Dust Bunny's the only hot one. And well, and the
What are we talking
the
about?
cube
I love
guy.
Bolt.
I like
Mhm.
the
I like-
Dice Man.
I like Stepford.
Oh, Chance.
Yeah.
You would hate Chance because he's voiced by Matt Mercer.
Oh.
Oh
Why?
my
That
god! That
is-
works so well. I love
You like-
that.
You like the door? Which one do you like? Buster?
I like
Dorian?
Stepford.
Oh, I know which one you're talking
The
about. That one's nice.
Profi.
Yeah.
Nah,
I like
it's all
him
about,
and I like Hector.
it's all
You're
about
obsessed
Trap
with the
Dorian.
vent? Trap Dorian! Bro, I just want to
Oh
play
my
it because the
God.
names are dumb. I saw a little bit because Gordy was playing it, so I was like, ooh, interesting.
I've been streaming
Oh.
it for Sunny.
I
Oh.
love Yeti the Fridge. Oh my god, he's so meat. It's crazy.
Mm,
I love him
fridge.
so
Ooh,
much.
The summer sale's on, apparently. Thanks, Steam. I'm poor.
Mhm.
I don't get paid for another 4 days, bro.
That can change if you have the right gambling addiction.
Oh, don't worry. I have what's called
Okay, I'm gonna
artistic
wait.
talent, and I have a shill in my chat.
That only works if you're a sellout. Are you willing to sell out?
I am to you.
Hey, Yuma, you around? You around, Yuma? Hey.
Bitch owes me money.
That's crazy.
Bro, Elaine, bro, I learned about a new bug 2 days ago. I
Oh,
went
a
to
new
go pick up a
what?
table with my brother. This guy had an infested ass yard. I'm talking about he had holes all over the fucking ground, and the
Okay.
ants were having a picnic, no food
Ew.
around.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
And
okay.
I look at the ground picking up this table with my brother, and immediately I don't even want to fucking pick it up because some shits drop on the ground. I'm like, what the fuck are they? They try to bear on the ground, and they look like termites. But I look at their ass, you know, the insect ass, and it also looks like it has a pincer in the back. I'm
Are
like,
they
what the
earwigs?
fuck is
Earwigs?
that?
Yeah, isn't earwig?
Yeah, then that's what when I looked it up, that's exactly what they were.
Earwigs
This
are fucking
motherfucker-
awful.
They look hideous. They
know
look
what-
fucking terrifying.
Do you know why they call
Apparently
me
they're
earwig?
harmless. Well, apparently it's from the Saxon English word "erd" or some shit like that.
It's
Which
because
means
they're
soil.
wing shape. It's because they're
Yeah,
wing
yeah.
shape.
But that
Even
should go in your ears for
worse.
fun.
That was my
Yeah.
first time
Ew?
seeing that thing, and I was like, "What the
Ew?
fuck is that?"
It's fun to tell kids that they're called earwigs because they climb into your ear while
Yeah.
you sleep.
Yeah, that's what my grandma used to tell me.
It was like a termite mixed with a centipede. It was kind of
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
nasty. We get them here all the time. In summer, they're gross.
They really like to infest places. They'll find like we used to have like a stereo that we kept outside because we didn't fucking care about it, and we liked to listen to music outside. And it was like crawling with them at one point. It was awful.
Ew?
If you
Ew?
put lemon on them,
Buffy,
they'll
can
leave.
you-
Oh no, that
You
guy's house is
Joker?
fucking beat. It's no wonder he was subbing.
I don't know
Oh,
what's happening. My game is
Is
not
Joker-
launching.
there. I invited him, but it
I'm
didn't,
trying
look,
my
didn't say he was
best.
playing a game.
I was
so-
thinking you
No,
were
think you're
like doing those like weird ants where they have like the flat head.
Oh, go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, because those are funny.
Ew!
What? The little like flat thumb head?
Cool. The flathead
Gross.
ones
Yeah,
actually
little
have
door
a very
ant.
special job. They
Yeah, they plug
a
holes.
Yeah,
hole
to
in
plug
them.
up holes at night. I know. Chat sent me a video about it last week.
That's
Yeah.
cool though. That's
No,
cool.
they're weird.
No, they're
If
That
you
is
silly.
full of
literally-
flathead ants, you would never bleed.
That is
Yeah.
literally an ant right there adapting to do a job, bro. That is
Imagine if that's
impressive.
how like humans work. Like instead of like developing platelets and scabbing, we just had like flathead blood cells.
No, I
Well,
thought you were
no.
gonna say like we could use people to plug doors. I was like, we can do that now.
I'll be like mold my body into any shape I wanted when I need it.
Mood.
People could use me to plug a door.
Bro, you would concave the
That's
door.
Crazy.
Mm.
That's crazy.
I just still can't get over when I first met you and you told me you were sitting on fucking books.
Yeah, I'm.
How you get the real knowledge.
Chairs don't last long under my magnitude, so.
Butt chugging knowledge.
Osmosis, right?
Yeah. That's where he gets all his intelligence from the books. Yeah, Mark sits on books because his ass is too wide.
I
so
have
he gets
a-
smart
Used
from it.
to. Used
I
to.
have a chair now.
Oh, you do?
Mhm.
It updated? I thought you still
I've
were
had
sitting
one
on
for a
them.
while. No.
I forget.
My turn to get in a chair.
Mhm.
I got
To be
it.
fair,
Really upgrade.
I don't blame you for not noticing because there was a lot going on.
Yeah, also, I don't ask about updates on your butt, so. But I got to see Mark unbox Taco Bell, so that was cool.
Taco Bell's alright.
Yeah.
I love
It was just
Taco
entertaining
Wouldn't-
to see a British man eat
wouldn't-
it.
It is the kind of food that, like, if I was walking past it, I'd get something, but I wouldn't, like, go out of my way to get it.
I like their chicken
Yeah.
nuggets.
I feel
Taco
the
Bell's
same way
chicken
about
nuggets?
White Castle.
Yeah.
Oh
They're the
god,
best
I don't
chicken
think
nuggets.
I think Mark would like White Castle if he was able to have it like from the place.
White Castle's alright if you're fucking wasted and your taste buds are dead.
Yep.
That's crazy.
I'm
is
not
your
gonna say
game-
they have the
your game
worst
still
burgers in
broken?
the world. I'm saying
It's a bit broken,
do
but I
better.
think I found a problem.
All I need is Greg's.
Harold and Kumar deceived me. That's all I'm saying.
No,
Yeah,
same,
no, it's not
same.
chicken.
In
No,
that
it's not
movie, they
chicken.
make it sound so fucking good.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
ass.
for real.
Bro, cold White Castle just sounds like hell. Why?
Hmm.
Ugh. I never noticed this was a car. The entire time I played this game.
It's a van.
I was
Oh,
wondering
yeah,
what
no.
the
What
fuck
car
that
we travel
was.
in?
Yeah, I was like, what is that?
It almost looks
beetle.
like
It looks
weird
like
bug.
yeah,
Yeah,
it looks
it
like a
does.
tardigrade.
Mhm.
Water bear.
It's definitely not a car we own, though. I could tell you that much.
Oh, for real.
No, this is the
Oh
company
yeah,
car.
the company's car.
By the way,
Yeah.
I love my slug. Make more slugs. They're cute.
Poop on the corner.
I made
The
like
problem is that the
slugs
Steam
are a genius
lately
move.
likes to look
Yeah,
for
also
the game
Mark did look
in
like a
every
shit though. It
single
made me laugh really
drive,
hard. It's cute though. His is the
except
cutest.
for
to
my
me.
game
Oh.
drive.
Oh, are
He
you
looks like a
watching it from the
poopy.
mod manager?
No, it's a Steam problem. I just
Oh,
fixed
okay.
it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I made like how many slugs did I make today? I made
Now
like
you should
5
sell the
slugs.
slugs.
Oh, this game has a lot of colors. I haven't
Ah!
noticed that.
How much for a slot?
I don't know.
Turn to
I just
color I
made them
can't
for
see.
fun.
Jesus Christ.
Make everybody slugs. I made 1, 2, 3,
Are you
4,
colorblind?
5, 6 slugs.
Kind of. I have a blind eye that just can't see certain hues right. I'm not really colorblind, but like
Gora's
anything in the red
colorblind.
spectrum is
Gora's like half colorblind.
Pain.
Gotcha. So what color is your weakness exactly?
red. Red pink,
Oh,
like that
that's
one color you had the
amazing.
first time you did. That was horrid.
So what do you see?
Like this really, 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 really extremely bright something. It just hurts.
That's crazy. That is such
Mark,
a cool
stop.
weakness.
That's such a cool
I mean,
weakness.
not like in a
Crazy.
not like in a way that it would obviously suck to have, but it's a unique weakness I've never heard.
Oh yeah. Also, it's only
What do
in
you
one
mean?
eye,
It's-
so if I
it's kinda-
close it,
it's
it's
kinda-
fine.
It's kind of like bulls, though. Bulls don't like red.
It's
Yeah.
it's really
Oh,
funny.
yeah,
Oh my
but
god, it's 'cause
I've
I'm
never
Latino.
met a human bull.
I'll
Oh my
be
god,
in a
it's 'cause I'm
call
Latino.
with
Ah!
I'll be in a call with Gore, and Gore will just go ah, and then I'll be like just because Gore saw a color.
A lot of
get
colors
flash
hurt my
blamed by
eyes, but that's
color.
the worst one. No, because like me and Mark will watch stuff, and there was this one anime that had like a bunch of frames, and it was just all red, and I had to just look away.
Man, watching Hellsing was a blast.
Bro, I hated that. Or like when I was playing Mustache and I did that glitch, that was fun. That was so fun. Yeah.
Oh,
No, I
my
just
fault.
can't see like
Oh.
muddy colors and super red hued colors. Those are the two I can't see. It hurts.
I am also
Gotcha.
colorblind.
Oh.
Oh,
What
I'm
color's your
colorblind.
weakness?
what colors?
Yeah, what kind of colorblind are you? Like normal to colorblind,
Um,
because I'm not normal.
I am also not normal colorblind. A
Oh,
lot
no.
of colors just mesh together for me, especially if it's like two shades. It's like a lot of shades mesh together really bad for me.
Is it like the watercolor effect where they're like blurry?
Yes, kind of, but a little worse than that.
Okay, then I know what you're talking about. Also, Monkey, no, it's like a
genuinely- yeah.
specific red. So like I can, if it's yours is dull, so I can see it. It looks more brown to me, so it's fine. When it's like that crayon bright red made for toddlers, like Mark is doing, that hurts.
That was a pink. That was a pink.
Yeah, that's totally pink. It's totally just not red.
That look kind of reddish.
This is
That's like the
red.
colors I
This is
can't
pink.
see.
This is red. This is pink.
I can't see a lot of.
I just
red.
see
I mean,
red.
like,
Blue and
maybe
green.
I don't know, man. Me,
Like
it was
Elaine's
pink.
blue, I can't even see that well
Yeah,
right
me
now.
use a light pink.
Mm-mm.
I
The other
love
one
that
was
it
like
can
a
be
hot
baby puke green. This is a color
that
they
green?
needed in this game.
That's yellow. What are you talking about?
No,
That's
it's
yellow.
yellow.
That's like
That's a color that my
dandelion
dad
yellow.
talks about a lot. He's like, "You
It's
want to
like
paint
that
your room?"
weird
I was like,
ugly
"No."
yellow green.
Well,
That's like
Yeah.
Your dad wants you to paint your room the color of like
Yeah.
a baby diarrhea.
Anytime
Congratulations.
I've talked about painting something, dyeing something, he's like, "What do you want to do it, baby puke green?" And I'm like, "Why would I want to do that?"
Yeah, not
Out of
to
all
me,
the
this
colors you
looks
could
like
think of.
dandelion yellow, bro. Or
Yeah,
like
it's
dirty
just, like-
gold.
The
Yeah.
colors of the wind.
I'll have a baby throw up on you, and then we can
I've had plenty of
reevaluate.
babies
Mark,
throw up
I
on
swear
me.
to God.
You need the sick from it.
It's very jarring. It doesn't matter what you do. The orange you picked isn't amazing either, but I'm putting up with it.
Okay. What about?
Wait, aren't you the one that suggested him be
This
orange?
orange.
Yeah,
though?
but that's
He
This-
could be brown
is
again
this-
because body's
that's
light
not
brown.
Is-
orange.
This is
Yeah,
orange.
That is
I
orange.
don't know how to
That
tell
is
you this.
orange.
This is orange.
That is also orange.
That's yellow.
There's two different orange. No, they're both orange
Go, you should not make
Slightly
statements
different
about what
oranges.
color things are, okay?
That's white.
This is
No,
the
it's
prince
lavender.
color. Lavender.
None of
now.
us are white.
Lavender.
I
Yes,
see
you
two
are.
whites. What?
Me use a light
One's like a
pink and
hue
then-
light. Oh, that's pink? Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like a light pink.
And now if I see that, now we just look like... Never mind. Never mind.
What?
Say it.
Look like dicks.
What?
We've always looked like dicks.
Yeah, but it looks worse to me because of certain hues.
Thank you, Yuko, for the head pat.
I don't know. Wait a minute.
My
Yeah, it looks
favorite
like
hue
the
is Jimmy
tip.
Neutron's dad.
Are you talking
Well,
about our
excuse
little
me?
robot heads?
Yeah, it looks like a
Yes.
penis when we're not talking.
Oh man. Well, when we are talking, we look Canadian. What does that
Oh
say
yeah,
about you?
Yeah.
Elaine.
Huh?
I showed Miyu that like foreskin thing that I showed you a while ago.
The curse. Oh my
What
God.
foreskin thing?
The
Remember
one
when
with
we
your
put the
head in
social
it?
pictures and the little foreskin pictures?
Oh, yeah. I love
Yeah.
those.
Absolutely disgusting.
Me was
I
like,
don't
oh man,
good.
a really cute croissant your character here, and I was like, That reminds me of something else.
It only turned into something because I can't accept the fact that Mark has foreskin.
Hmm?
Okay.
I don't
Bro.
want to know that. That's not information I
No.
wanted to know.
Well, it
Yeah,
is
there's
now.
not enough weed that'll
It's-
make me forget that.
It's
You're
so
welcome.
weird. That should be the default, bro.
It's
Wow.
not.
It is
One of
everywhere
them,
else.
and you have that, and you've died. What else do you have, Mark?
You've died?
Yeah, when
we
I was
established that,
born.
remember?
Oh,
We just
right.
talked about that, man.
I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I'll say you have a positive KD, but I don't know if you've died.
Well, how long were you dead? You were dead for like 5 minutes, right?
Yeah,
That
I was
counts.
dead for a while.
Yeah.
You had a revive. You're good.
I love watching Mew's little guy just jitter around. So cute.
Whenever she typed.
Yeah, just go brr, 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 like really tiny. It's cute.
Man, I have a indestructible urge to take over North Korea. I don't know why. Is that
Are
normal
you
for you
okay?
guys?
No, it's not.
I don't
Are you
think
okay,
about
buddy?
the
You wanna
world.
talk
so
about it?
no.
I just want to kill Kim Jong Un really bad.
Bro, I just
Okay.
realized I'm a country, so that made me
Have
confused for a
fun with
long
that.
time.
I believe in you.
We got in an argument, me and Mark.
just
So I was like,
think
I didn't know
it's
America
kinda
was a country.
stupid. Like, you're gonna make your people believe you're a god, and one of the things you're gonna make them believe is that you don't poop. I kind of want to
What?
kill him just for that.
He
Well,
makes
did
him
you know
believe
that there
he
was
can't
a- there
shit.
used-
Command code.
Nobody in this country believed that
What,
they
what was
poop.
that?
It was the same with his dad.
Is it normal
What?
that I have a
Yeah.
Was he like one of
command
those pretty girls who are like, I don't
window
fart, I don't shit?
Yes,
The
yes, yes,
fuck?
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
very
That's
much.
not-
Yeah.
Just give it a
Is it
second,
normal that
it'll
it's
load.
entirely red?
The they don't poop thing is nowhere near as bad as the fact that he went to the
It'll be
sun
fine.
during the
Oh,
night
it's still
The
loading. I'm sure
hamburger?
it'll be fine.
McDonald's did that.
He makes them believe all the. I want to hit him. That would.
Okay.
Oh.
Everything good. Everything good.
Can't
Everything
do
good.
anything about it.
Okay.
Technically,
Also, Body, did
if
you
you
know that
beat
there was
Kim
a
Jong-un-
cult that he made his followers believe that if you eat his fecal matter and his piss, you would ascend?
Yes,
And it
I
was a
remember
very
that.
lucrative
sense.
and very big cult.
But then he doesn't shit though, so that makes no sense.
That's a contradiction, right? That's
Yeah.
a contradiction.
How's that a contradiction?
Damn.
Because he
Because
says
he
he
doesn't
shit.
shit.
if he doesn't
Yeah.
shit, how are you eating his shit, bro?
Yeah.
No, the guy shits. The guy shits. The cult leader
No,
shit.
there is an act. No, King Jong Un. You're talking about something else.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, we thought you were talking
Yeah.
about Kim Jong Un's shit
Yeah.
being
No.
This is such a deranged conversation.
Man,
All while
if-
Mashi's like, McDonald's? Hamburgers?
if you beat Kim Jong Un in a fist fight, it technically power scales you to God.
Couldn't you easily do that by just slapping him because he's so
That's not
small?
Hey, Joker's here.
Yeah.
Ah, Joker is green.
Yippee! All right. Is everybody ready?
Joker is not
yellow.
green.
Joker is yellow.
Joker, yeah, it's yellow.
Joker
Stop
is yellow.
confidently saying colors.
You
It's
should
the
make the
same.
logos for Sprite.
Oh.
Is this everybody then?
I think so.
I think
Yeah.
so.
Although I can't hear Joker, but yes.
I wasn't
But I
talking.
think
I'm
it's...
here.
Oh, now you're working. Okay, you're good now.
People can mute themselves in the Discord. Bounce my.
Oh, the game was on
audio.
so long my controller turned off. There we go.
Okay.
I need to set up my Switch. I don't want to do it. Mark, can you stop doing that, Mark? I noticed immediately in the corner of my eye, you ass. Mark, can you fly over here and set up my Switch for me? Thanks.
No.
I don't want to do it.
Alrighty, I'm gonna be muting in the Discord and then starting the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark, Joker stole your color.
Wait, is that folder?
You can be that color. That's fine. Joker, you be whatever color you want to be.
Yeah, I'm just being an ass.
Let me
Go, stop
mark.
gatekeeping Brown.
Alright, I'm sorry then.
Good thing I don't have a Switch.
Hey.
What the hell, bro? Are you wearing
What's up?
blackface?
Okay, alright. Let's go. We're leaving, let's go. We're leaving.
Damn, Mark.
All right, let's go.
Hey, wife.
I'm going.
Alright, I'm just gonna close the door on that.
Yes, I didn't
I found a cat for you. Here, look at this. There's a cat.
Oh,
That's the
Oh,
it's
cat.
Vlad.
that I get.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Oh shit, it's Asune Miku.
Yeah.
And my repo.
Ghost
Alright,
is
so
the
I
cute
don't
one.
know how to remember how to play
Yo,
this that well.
mouthwash. Yo, mouthwash from mouthwashing, guys. It's
Mouthwash,
literally the
mouthwash.
mouthwash
Oh,
from
nice.
Oh shit!
My
you should eat it.
favorite! I love
The
that game
mouthwash
so
from
much.
You
What?
son of a bitch!
What?
Why did you drop it? You picked it up!
Well,
you-
I let
you
go
let me
'cause I thought you
drop
were
it.
holding it.
I'm a dog now.
Also, everybody on my stream, everyone on my stream is wearing my ears right now. It is very funny.
Oh, baby.
Wearing your ears? You're wearing a hat.
Yeah, I made custom
I know
cosmetics
you
for this
do.
mod that is my VTuber, and everybody's wearing it right now because they
Yeah,
got
you
something.
have teeth.
Yeah, I got teeth. You like my
flies
teeth?
all around.
My
They're
butthole
fireflies.
hamster.
They
I don't know, it
they-
makes you look like you bite.
Oh,
You heavy.
You probably
oh.
do bite, honestly.
Is
I
it
do
just heavy
bite.
'cause we don't have mods yet?
yeah.
Oh, a diamond.
Shut
What
up.
am I mouthwash doing?
I want him because he has
Up,
bum holes.
Up. There we go.
There's stuff here.
No! But you can see his butthole now.
Stuff here.
Help.
Oh, what
Bruh.
help?
I gotta catch
Oh,
them
okay.
all. Go,
Yeah.
Pokeball!
Easy in
I
there.
missed.
Stop breaking
Yeah, let's-
stuff. Why are you breaking
Yeah,
stuff?
I'm gonna take him to the thing so I could like
Okay.
put him in the
Alright,
thing.
let's see if I could catch a lane.
No, you can't catch me. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. I'm the gingerbread man. I'm the gingerbread man.
Come here.
You're gonna break it. You're gonna break it. Stop. You're gonna
Not till I
break it.
catch
Stop.
you.
You're gonna break it.
You're gonna be. What kind
When
of
I catch you,
Pokemon
Ricky.
type are you
When
gonna
I
be?
catch you, Ricky. Ricky. When I catch you, Ricky.
You're
When I
gonna
catch
be.
you,
You're gonna
Ricky.
be a fairy ghost
Look at
type.
that.
Honestly, that's your type.
Oh,
I need help, I
okay.
have a dog.
Ah, I gotcha. I already hit. I already hit you. Whoa, what the fuck was
got
that?
I need help.
Here, you
I
can
have
put
a
it.
dog.
Railings in the way.
Here, you can put it in the cart.
Oh.
It's basically lost
I think it already died.
8/10
there's
of its
something there.
value, but it's that's not good.
I have a slender 2B. Oh.
I'm just gonna put this down right there.
What the heck?
I'm gonna go revive some.
It bites you, watch out, it's really mean.
Thank you. I was relearning my controls.
What?
Oh.
Well,
Somebody
died?
died.
Oh yeah, somebody.
No, it's Elaine. Elaine died.
ugh.
Hi, Elaine.
Hey.
Floor over there.
What
Into the dead
fuck,
world.
dude?
Oh, watch out!
Oh well, we matched.
Shit.
Wait.
Wee.
Grandpa, please.
I got you. Get
Grandpa,
up.
please.
No.
Ah, why can't I revive her?
I also
H is
can't
just
revive
taking
her.
my health.
It just sucked out all
Ah,
my health, then I
I
couldn't do
got
it.
seen.
Oh.
Holy
Oh,
shit.
what a run this is.
Is one of
you
the
know?
mods not working?
I think the
I
mod.
tried to-
Yeah.
I don't know, cause I was able to revive Gore, so I actually don't know.
I tried
I don't
to
know
revive
either.
you,
Yeah,
but it
it's
sucked
working.
out all my health.
Weird.
Huh. Well, I know we haven't gotten any upgrades yet, so this is just like basic mode.
Well, yeah, we also have enough in the station in the thingy, so just get
Yeah.
all the heads and I'll be okay.
Mm.
when you go
Oh.
from level 15
Hello.
Hi, Joker.
to level 1 and can't play.
I died.
That's
Welcome
okay.
in.
We got
Don't
this.
worry. Is he the last one alive? No, we have Miku.
We have enough stuff. We can just go.
Me
This
is
is Mark. and
Yeah,
you,
we're the
yeah.
only ones left, I think.
We're gonna get no upgrades.
Fun fact.
Yeah.
Oh, the little duck is still following them.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Well, that was fun.
I got scared.
Actually, we'll get
Yo,
some
can
of
that
these,
duck
actually.
go inside the thing and get killed from it?
Yeah,
Give me
Yeah.
that. Hey.
Yep. Buffy's doing it right now.
Oh wow, dotted lines.
Nice.
Yeah, I think there's lines showing if it's in or not. Hi!
Hi.
Alright, let's get out of
Thanks,
here. Yeah, I don't know why the thing didn't work, because, like, it worked on my end? I don't know.
Weird.
Okay, there's the run. Okay.
Maybe I updated the
I'm ignoring
path
that.
wrong? I think
Or
it's
maybe
fine.
it's a busted from being updated.
Maybe.
That's possible.
We'll see. We'll see after we get the upgrades if it's just like busted or if it's fine.
Yeah, maybe.
It could also be the update map.
Let's go! What is this? Subspace trip mine?
Oh!
Oh!
Oh, it's like that shit from Peak that Mark stepped in when we were playing. Oh, hate
What is
that.
this?
Whoa,
Hi,
what's
Pancake.
this?
Crimson
Rainbow
Prairie. Excuse me! Excuse me! Stop! That's my head! That's my head! That's my head!
Oh,
What's
what
a
does the
pumpkin?
rainbow pistol do?
I don't know. How am I supposed to?
Oh, shit! I'm pretty sure everybody's okay. Whoa,
Sorry.
Is this a fucking AK?
Oh, is it the thing that's exploding? Is it-
Gubby.
What does this do?
Gubby.
This does not shoot like an AK.
Oh!
Ah,
Bruh.
Hi, Pancake!
Oh, sorry.
this is definitely a Roblox bomb. What the hell's a Roblox
Just a
bomb?
reminder that we can't take Happy Meals anymore.
No?
Oh, it has a beeping sound.
Oh, right.
You're okay. Dude,
Ow.
I just saw
Guys!
somebody get hit by a
Guys,
yellow person.
please.
Wait, whose head is this?
I think it's
Elaine?
Elaine. Yeah.
Oh. How did he even kill you?
It was the bombs, I think.
I try to. Oh, right.
not
We
bring
can
it
revive
in.
you over here, right?
We need
We
to
still have our
figure
magic
out.
stick.
Here you go, buddy.
We
Don't
can
worry.
figure out what we're buying and not buying.
Well, it looks like we can only afford 2 of those, right?
Sorry, jerk.
Yeah, but it looks like there's only like a little bit on the map on here, but
Yeah?
it's charging us 18k for things that shouldn't add up to that much. So I'm trying to figure out what the problem is.
Just take everything off and let's see, find out.
Let's see. Is it
Well, no,
okay?
it's
No,
okay.
Put Elaine on the cart.
We probably want some more stamina.
Yeah.
Oh, this stamina upgrade is 1k. That's a steal.
So that's 4K. That's 2K. 1K.
This one's also 1K.
Oh!
Oh.
Wow! Murder!
Oh,
Oh.
hi.
Hey, welcome
Anyway.
back.
There.
Hey, how's it going?
Ollie.
Oh wow, the person indiscriminately firing into a crowd killed someone. Crazy.
It's my American way.
It's a bit too much of an American way.
Are there any hopping?
I'm so bad.
Jumps are pretty
Hello.
expensive.
I'm
Welcome
not
back.
fine.
So,
Thank you.
Hey guys, it's okay.
Sorry.
My
Do we
wife
get a
isn't allowed
strength
to
kick?
kill me.
I have 2 lives.
We're starting our Hellum?
Yeah,
Yes.
we got Halo. We got Ghost in our Halo.
Yippee!
you gotta say it like that.
We got Ghost in our Halo.
Yippee!
Ooh, strength up.
Oh my god, stop
There
it,
we
stop
go.
it. They just came back. They just got back.
Yeah,
Oh.
I wanted to see
Stop.
how.
Oh, stop!
Oh my god!
Ow!
Oh.
Can I find?
Yeah.
Hey, whoa, you.
Mark, my grandma just sounded like a demon. I was like, are you okay? Oh,
Okay, let me see if I can.
I'm just sick.
Yeah, I can revive them. See, look, I
You sound
I
revived
like-
them.
can't revive
I
anybody.
found sprint speed.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm back.
Lindsay,
We only have
too
one.
Ow.
We only have 1k left.
Well, that's not gonna
So-
last long.
Okay. Well,
No, apparently. Oh, okay.
someone
Well, now
died
we
from
go.
Let
that?
me see.
Now we do.
Let me see it really quick. I'm gonna show Elaine. I can't revive
I
anyone.
don't think anybody died from that.
No, yeah, I've
There's like
seen
a
it. I've
bunch
seen
of
you guys like
weird
getting
ones.
hurt
There's,
because of it
like,
I
instead.
heard
Yeah,
somebody
yeah,
say
yeah.
I
It
died.
siphons all my health,
Crouch
but I
rest.
can't revive.
Where are
Weird.
you,
Crouch
dead
rest.
body? Oh, there you go.
No! Oh, okay.
What
Don't
the
worry,
hell
I'll
is
give you
crouch
health
rest?
and you can revive them.
Okay.
Come back.
How do I give you health again?
You have to
Uh,
touch the back of their neck.
Yeah.
yeah.
Bro,
Show me
there's
the
like
back.
a
You
new
can-
stuff.
You
Like
can't
a
do it in the
crouch
shop. You can't do it in the shop.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Alright, wife. We go.
Oh, she might be back.
I'm back.
Yay!
Made it.
Yay.
Okay, it's still loading. Hold on.
Yeah, no, I think it's a loading for all of us. You know what we do need though? We need that healing gun. We need that healing
Oh,
gun.
we can make it
Yes!
The heck?
Oh my god, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we can make a little expressions.
Oh yeah, how do you do that?
This is my common
buttons.
expression.
Wait,
What?
what are the
You,
what
like,
are the
press
buttons?
like 5, 6, 7, 8, I think, and you can make little expressions. It's weird.
Yeah. 7 is this one.
Oh, yeah.
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 And you can mix them too.
Whoa, what's up
you're
with
up
your
here, hi.
eyeballs?
Hi.
You have highlights. Why?
I don't know what they do.
Is it
I'm
because of your
Chihuahua.
color blindness? Oh, right,
You
right.
gotta hit the button.
I like this one. I'll be sad.
I don't know.
Whoa,
what they
Whoa!
look
Oh,
like.
never mind. Those are glasses.
If
What
you
the
hit the
fuck?
button, it shows at the bottom. So it's
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
There's something wrong with
It
you.
doesn't
Yeah.
show it at the bottom. Oh, it just
It does. It's weird.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
it makes it
angry.
It's
sad.
even worse when you open your mouth because you can see teeth. You see human teeth when you open your mouth.
Yay!
Now you look
Oh,
high.
shit.
The animatronics get a little quirky. Yes.
Alright, are we ready to go? Go.
You look like
Yeah.
that one captain from Bleach.
Oh. They call me the mimic.
Excuse me?
Don't. Now I'm gonna think about the song, Mark. We
Let's
have left to watch
go.
later.
Is that a love potion?
Yeah.
It heals. Pokeball. Oh, it's a love ball. I'll give this to me.
Happy Meals anymore. Those are going to be useful.
Wow, you work fast, Elaine. Wait, what's
Hey,
your
hey,
hat?
hey,
Come over
Ghost.
here. What's your hat?
Hey Ghost, hey
What's-
Ghost. This is for you.
Ooh.
Since we're all like in a harem for me, it's for
Oh my
you.
Dog,
God.
does your hat say
Hold on, I'm gonna
cock?
catch you. I'm gonna catch you.
Yeah, it does.
Ready? You ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Your hat's... Oh,
Oh.
my god.
What's
Okay,
wrong
we're-
with my hat? What's wrong with my hat? What's wrong with my hat?
Bro,
Got a
you're wearing a
problem?
hat that says cock and you're wearing a diaper. You're asking to get arrested while wearing a book bag that's a teddy bear? What are you, a Yakuza side quest?
Nothing.
Elaine.
What's up? What's up?
Elaine,
What's up?
this one's for you. 'Cause
Oh,
you're
shit,
the
what-
master
what-
of the harem.
Oh yeah.
I found the Shrek alien.
Oh, you did?
Oh.
I love the Shrek alien.
Oh, hello, Invictus.
Hello.
I found
Oh
Gert.
my god. Oh my god, it's Gert. I found an SCP card. This
Oh,
is a
nice.
very
I
heavy
need one of
card.
those.
This is a very heavy card. What the fuck? It's so
Oh,
quiet,
what
guys.
the fuck was that? Did you just
What is it
steal
called?
health from me? What just happened?
I don't. Wait, did it take away your health?
I-
It took
I
away
saw
my
it.
health too.
I saw a red flash, so I don't really know.
I also saw a red flash.
Need the card.
You got a
Need the
dog.
card. I have an SCP
80.
card.
Oh,
I have an
oh,
SCP
Just
card.
like that.
I think I gave you.
I'm taking the
some.
card away from you.
Oh, yeah, you...
Hi, I'm looking for the cart.
Oh, thank you.
There's a clown. There's a clown. There's a clown.
Take the card away from you.
Clowns make me laugh.
Is he hot?
No.
No.
Damn it. I love clowns.
If you're not picky, you could have fun with whatever.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, get rid of the gnomes. They will
Uh-oh.
for the card anyways.
Ow.
Those gnomes are destroying the arcade machine.
Yeah, they like to destroy shit.
Oh, man, that lost a lot of value. You need help?
I'll do my best. I'm not
Great at this game.
Let me get that.
Guys, watch out for the clown. I'll go get Baki back.
Come on.
Hey,
Oh, I can't revive you. I forgot.
I got it.
Good job.
Hello.
Oh my god, Roblox juke. Crazy.
Woo. Careful, there's a clown towards the cart, so
Um,
careful. Pokeball.
Oh, hey, clown.
Hi, Pokeball. Oh, people are dead. Well, I told them to watch out.
Whoa!
Hey, hey.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I kind of just smacked you in the face with it.
Yeah,
I think it's a
it
Magic
hard.
the Gathering card. I don't know. I don't play that nerd.
It's
game.
a
I only play
Hearthstone
Pokemon.
card.
Oh, there's a Pokeball right there. There's a Pokeball right there. Uh-oh. Hey, I don't think that guy likes us.
I could get him. I can get him. I got enough health. Here you go, Buffy.
Oh!
Buffy, go!
Oh!
Did he get got? Oh, nope.
No, he's still alive.
I poked him. It didn't work. Maybe I could try to lead him out.
Hey.
Hi. Oh.
Good. Turn this
I'm
stuff
gonna move the
in
cart
soon.
kind of like right here.
Aw.
Let's move that out of the way.
Okay. Oh, wait, I can revive you guys. Oh shit. I'm here.
I live! Have some more health so you can revive me.
Oh.
Thank
Buffy
you.
died again! I'm
Okay.
putting him in the corner.
Okay.
There, I gave you more health so you can revive more people.
I need a little bit more health.
I want to.
I'm gonna give her like a
How
sip.
do you heal?
Yeah, I
You
need
touch
to.
her
Thank
neck.
you.
There you go.
Here you go.
Oh!
Elaine's our healer.
For real.
Yep.
I've been brought back to this hellscape.
Yep.
Look at Elaine.
There's another thing behind this door? Oh, what's this? Ocarina. Hi. Bar?
No, yeah.
Uh-oh.
That's the
They're my duck!
Oh, he's coming! Run, Joker!
Don't worry. Oh.
Alright. We almost got all the loot.
Oh, that's not good!
Huh? Okay. I think we should.
Don't go that way. Healing people isn't working right now.
Okay. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Yeah, it does that.
Hey, what's the plan, bruh?
We're gonna go put these people. Oh, hey.
There's another
There's
hit.
a love potion back at the ship if you need to revive more people.
No, it's fine. We're gonna turn this in and then we'll go to the next one.
Gotcha.
Hopefully, no one else die in between, but
Hey, do we get more health when we get revived by this?
I think so.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Just stand
Oh, wait, I
away
don't
from the
wanna
cart.
blow
Stay,
up
stay
the
away from the
cart,
cart.
yeah.
Yeah. Stay away from Hog.
Guys, fight guys.
Oh.
No.
Yippee!
I didn't get more, but I got the same amount that I had,
Oh,
but
wait.
it's still good.
Mew.
Okay,
I got
well,
some more.
Mew and then Gromy's dead as well somewhere.
Hey, wait, you
Okay.
can drink this love potion, Elaine, and give yourself more health.
Mew,
And then
ask
you
can
Gromy
revive
where
them.
they're dead. Under a table. Okay, I'll find them.
Okay.
Mew.
They just, you know, you can revive them now.
Yep. There you go.
Oh!
Nice.
Now we gotta go
I'm
find
alive.
Thor's head.
Yay!
Let's
Yeah, they said they're
go.
under a table. They just didn't know where.
Okay. Let's go. We also have to find the next extract.
It might be
I
past
think-
that prison where the
I was
clown
gonna
is at.
say, yeah, there's another room. Oh, they found it.
Oh.
Potion in there. Yeah, you got it.
And we can revive.
I cannot.
Wait,
No.
where's Miu?
There's something in that room. I think.
Where's
oh,
Miu's head?
Mew, I revived Mew.
Oh, okay.
So we just gotta get
Elaine's
Gore.
Gromy, but we
Elaine
can
is
find
Jesus.
I am Jesus.
Hey, I think I found her.
Oh. Oh. Wait, I could. Uh-oh.
Oh!
Wait, what? What just?
Where are
Uh-oh.
you?
Now I'm in the fucking ceiling. This is just
Okay. Okay.
Wait,
Fun
put
in the
yourself
ceiling.
into put yourself into little ball mode and see if
She's
we
in
can
the
get.
ceiling.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm just in the ceiling, bro.
Yeah, but like
That doesn't
turn
let
into
you go
little
into
guy
the-
mode. Maybe we
I
can
am
like
off the
yank you out of the
edge.
wall.
Jump off the edge.
Oh yeah.
What?
I guess we
Yo.
can't grab her.
If you jump off the edge, you'll respawn in the ship. If you go out of bounds. Yeah.
I think we got everything, so we could turn in and then meet Gore at the ship.
Okay.
Oh, I should. Oh my god, I need to. Alright, let's go back to the ship, everybody.
Okay.
Time. Oh.
Watch out for the gnomes.
Yep. Alright. We're not far. Just around the bend.
Oh no.
Just
Get out of here.
around the river bend.
Get out of here.
Oh, I hear
Okay.
big guy too.
I hear yep, the clown.
Oh. Yes, it can.
Wonder if someone's in there.
Why
Oh,
is it showing its ass?
that little bitch.
You don't have no ass.
A bony ass is still an ass.
Got no cheek.
You could just argue he has one cheek.
Yeah, it's single cheek.
Oh, he punched
Oh.
the shit out of you, bro.
I know he had a hat.
Oh my god. dude.
Oh.
Mark, you look so sad.
Yeah.
I'm just squinting. I'm just squinting real good.
Nah, it looks funny as hell.
They made it, right?
Oh.
Oh,
we
wow,
shoot
it's
the
gnomes.
monster with the gnomes.
It's me.
It's Miu. Oh shit.
Oh.
Oh,
Ah!
Nobody died
Oh,
yet,
fuck.
right?
Unless Mew's dead, but I don't think so.
Ah!
Okay, God. Oh,
Oh.
Elaine is dead.
Go,
Elaine's
go,
dead.
go, go,
Yeah,
go.
How did Elaine die?
Probably from running.
oh no, Ghost isn't in here.
Oh.
Hi, wife. You can come over here.
Okay.
Yay,
Oh,
Ghost
thank God.
made it!
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Wait, are we missing anybody? No, Hatsune
No.
Miku's over there.
Just Elaine. Dead.
Yeah, he's over here.
We
I'm
miss
gonna-
everybody
It's
now.
okay.
Who's over
Noble
there?
sacrifice. Everyone else
Yeah.
made it. I'm happy.
Yes. My wife
We
sacrificed
made
herself.
it. We made it.
Yep. Woo. And now we have more money.
Healing guns.
Yeah,
But I don't think we have
healing
enough
guns.
for it.
Oh, hey Buffy.
Dude, is that a
Oh.
fucking missile?
Is this a?
Wow.
Don't.
I mean, we should not press E on this.
Hi.
I mean, we should not be on this. Is crazy.
Right? Squidward?
Don't stop.
Look, buddy, when you're holding it and you press E, it does a little sound. Try it.
I'm feeling a little...
Don't.
Oh no, what did you do?
Oh no! No, everybody in the ship! Everybody hide in the ship! Everybody hide in the ship! Someone set off the nuke. I don't know if it'll kill us all or
It
not.
was not that strong. It was not that strong.
Wow,
Oh,
that was
okay,
not
okay,
that
okay.
impressive.
Oh, okay.
Still
Oh,
here.
okay.
Whew.
Oh,
Yeah, but it was.
Oh,
Hey,
well,
there,
that was
he's setting off
amazing,
nukes
Amy.
in there, you know? It's a little
I
scary.
really thought that
Okay.
since
Nice,
it was
nice,
a
Kelly.
nuclear bomb. Wait, can you turn it off? No,
I
you
think we need
cannot.
strength.
Oh,
Okay, well, I didn't
Yeah,
have the
it's not
nuke mod, so.
That's not
good.
that.
Hey, guy.
hey.
Whoa.
Is that a paintball gun?
It is a paint. It's a
Yeah,
rubber.
there's
the
the
jump?
paintball
Oh my God,
gun's pretty
Gubby.
strong.
Gubby's back.
Hmm.
Pretty good.
Sleep?
Is that a...
There it is, jump. Give me.
Oh, me, why you look so sad?
Give me hop, please.
I know it looks cute. I look almost high.
What's up with the
Yes.
cereal box? Is that like a healing?
And there's this one.
Yeah.
These are like.
When you
Oh,
hover over
that's
it, it'll give
cute.
you the name of it, and also like
I'm curious what this is.
it'll give you the name of it and how much health it heals. If you hover over it.
Interesting.
What's a
What is
wonder
this?
block?
Cereal.
Blocks?
It's a healing cereal box.
Ooh.
I'm hitting the wonder block, but nothing's happening.
I think we have to buy it.
Yeah. I
For
think
different-
we
Oh,
have to
so
buy it.
in order for it to work?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
that'd make pretty good sense to me.
Pulse pistol?
No, not the Gibby.
Oh,
Freaking dumb.
Stop.
Pulse pistol.
stop.
Holy shit, guys!
Oh,
M&M's.
ooh, M&M.
M&M. Yo,
We
and
got
people for
M&Ms.
50? That's actually kind of
Yeah,
sweet.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that we should grab those.
Yeah,
Is this a fucking Keyblade?
Yeah.
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 I'm Sora from Kingdom Hearts.
Ow.
Oh.
Ow, okay. I'm gonna go hide in the car now.
Now
Okay.
Hey guys.
Oh,
Sorry, if you're having a conversation, I can mute and stuff. I'm
no,
sorry, I just
was
have
gonna
one
say,
health.
I'm gonna talk to your chat now.
Okay.
Hi, chat.
That's good.
How you guys doing? You doing
The
good? I
chat's
can
taking
see you
a
over
nap.
there. Pancake's here. Hi, Pancake.
Yeah, Pancake.
Yeah,
Pancake, say hi.
Pancake popped in
I love
earlier.
little Pancake.
Pancake, great. Pancake, cute.
Big.
Ugh.
Tighter than one, stole my heart.
If I do not
I,
like this chibi,
I have, like,
I'm
one
gonna
health.
Scrap it.
You have one health. Come here.
Oh,
Wait, I
okay.
can help too. I would like to be of service. Wait. Where's she?
Oh, we can't do it in the shop. We gotta wait.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I've got 70 health.
Ah, Jesus Christ, man. I'm like
It's okay,
looking at
Ghost will
something.
protect us. Ghost is
Alright,
protect
are we
your
ready to
wife.
go? Alright.
Smack her.
Ow, you hit me.
I want to see what that crouch thing does, because that's new.
Row.
Why
Row.
I got us a med kit and some Nem-Nems.
Nim-nims.
The med
Get
kit
us a
heals.
gun.
The med kit heals us for 150. The M&Ms heal us for 50.
Ah, butt
Yeah,
plug,
cool.
what is that?
What?
I have
is that?
61 health now.
That's a grenade.
That's a grenade.
Oh.
That's a.
Hmm.
If you
You can
think
put
that's
that-
a butt plug, you
You
are
can put
very,
that any way you want.
very challenging.
Anything
player.
could be a butt plug if you're brave enough, even a
Yeah.
cactus.
You're very
Yeah.
brave.
I like them thick.
And with a fucking pin on them too.
I like them chunky.
Yeah, a little bit.
I feel like the graphic for that changed a little bit for the head
Yeah.
manner.
Ooh, we got the Mexican filter.
Ooh,
Jesus Christ.
I feel at home.
Excuse me?
Just-
Ooh, a safe.
Oh shit, you stir me.
I miss this yellow light, bruh. Hey, what's this? A Pokeball.
I mean, this is
Yeah.
the nicest way possible, but you look like a cholo.
Yeah, at my grandma's house, we had like yellow
That
light
was a-
bulbs. I miss the
I'm-
yellow
I'm-
light
I'm-
bulbs.
Oh, the incandescent bulbs? Yeah, I do too.
Yeah. I also miss the yellow soap that
Ghost.
smelled so.
Yes?
Here you go. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
What? Oh.
I was trying to give him something and then I smacked him with it.
Yeah.
What'd you do?
Oh my god, you're kidding.
Oh.
It's Curly!
Bye guys, I'm
Yeah,
going to
that's right.
Curly!
I'm going to the ship,
Yeah,
I'm never
fantastic.
coming
By the way,
back.
hi, Vesk. I see you in your waist chat.
Oh, I want baby Curly.
Make LEDs that look incandescent.
talk to
Yeah, I
Ghost.
saw
They love-
those. I saw those at the
They love it.
store.
I want to.
Yeah, talk to Ghost. They love mouthwashing.
Bro, I love mouthwash.
Yeah,
I
I like
like Curly.
mouthwashing
Curly's a
too.
princess. It made everyone so upset.
Hi, Vex.
Be careful, careful.
Go for it.
Hello.
Where's the bar?
Do you still need health?
Oh, I have 61. I'll be okay for now.
Oh, okay. I got
What
a
is that?
bunch.
Oh, thank you.
What is that?
I don't
What
know
the
what
hell
that
is
noise is, and I'm kind of scared.
Same.
Sounds like the clown on steroids, and it's a little freaky.
Ooh.
Bubble.
There's something really creepy in this room over here, and I don't like it.
Yeah, I
What
heard
is
it.
it?
That's why I'm. What is that?
Where is it? Bum, 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 dun, dun. How you doing, Vexed? Have you had dinner yet? Coca-Cola Light. Coca-Cola.
That's a bad place.
What's a bad place?
I love her.
Hello.
Bubbles.
Oh, it's
What
Bubble.
about me? Oh, cute.
Coca-Cola Light.
Oh, thank you.
Coca-Cola Max. I don't know if they say all of them. But why I'm already here, I guess. How is the you? I am the good. I'm good. We took an edible. We're playing this game now. What is that?
I don't like that. Turn that shit off, Mark.
Oh God.
Good sound.
Oh, that's close to me. I forgot what he's from though.
Wow, you killed it. Well, I'd rather it died.
Oh, he's a robot.
It was very,
It liked to shake. Oh.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Everybody hitting me with things.
I'm sorry.
Curly has been relocated to the ship. He will never come out of there.
Sounds good.
Oh, I don't want to hit it.
Oh. Okay, I forgot where I was
That's
going.
my favorite game, by the oh.
Oh. What the fuck?
Jesus.
That's my
Mouthwashing is your
game, by
favorite?
the way. Yeah,
It's a really
Jesus.
good game, yeah.
that's my favorite. Oh,
And
Jesus.
someone died. Yes. Oh God. Here you go.
I'm back.
Unfortunately, yes.
Here's your health
You-
back.
Oh,
You're
thank
not
you.
allowed to die, LA.
I know, right?
If you die, everybody's doomed.
Oh, guys,
Yep.
I should inform you. There's this clown that's well, not a clown. It's more like a blob, and it sucks on you, and it
Yeah.
inhales you. And then there's another
What?
one of those. So there's two
Oh.
of
What?
those, and
Two
then
of
there's
them?
this girl who has a pink dress and she has blades, and she goes. "Ah." Anyway, you gotta watch out for that.
Are you talking about the Scissor Sister?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I can hear
Oh,
her.
so she has other sister?
Well, wasn't that a band?
I hope so.
This no, that's this sister.
It's the cat.
Wait.
Literally, the cat won't let me through. Okay.
okay,
Are we turning in?
Yeah, where's the cart?
Okay. Wait, can I put the gold bar in there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ah! 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 All our stuff. God, what a bitch. You're ugly! Stop! Well...
That saves.
Fuck you.
Oh.
No, go. Go stop.
Well, I
Oh, no,
died.
no.
I wasn't supposed to die, because I'm the only one that can revive people with my HP, but... That's okay, I'll just go hang out at the extraction point. You know, there we go.
What you call me?
Shh, stop talking. Stop talking.
She's deaf. This one's deaf. Don't worry.
What?
She's deaf though, so
The sister.
Short fingers.
Scissor
Oh,
sister
here.
keeps coming after. me.
Elaine's dead.
Here, have a chalice.
Oh.
Ow! Ow!
Where's
Where's the
Bob?
lady?
No! 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 No!
Oh.
No!
Oh, you threw yourself at her? That's genius.
No!
Except for
No!
that.
No!
That's crazy. Buffy just sacrificed me.
You fucking asshole!
You
Can't
can hear
touch
her laughing in
me.
the distance.
You can't
Yeah.
can't touch me.
I need
Ring.
Alright.
behind her.
I play Friday the
Ah,
13th. You can't hit me, bruh. Oh wait, I'm out of
Oh,
stamina.
you got stuck.
You got stuck. You got stuck. You got stuck. You talk so much shit and then you stop paying attention and you die. That's
I might
fucking
do that, I might do that, I
crazy,
might do
dude.
that.
Oh shit.
Now you're gonna let, now you're gonna get Joker killed? That's fucking crazy, man. I can't believe you.
Joker was the only one fighting it, bro. I think he has a good chance of killing it. He knows how to fight it.
She's so cute.
Yeah. I like all the.
Oh wait, I want to get more health. If you need more health, come in here.
Nah, I'm good. I got 100.
I need
No,
help.
Alright, well, I'll bring you back, buddy. They're turning in, so I'll come get you.
Alright, cool. Joker has my head.
Okay.
Yep, Scotty.
Oh.
Bring me back.
Hey guys.
I was late again.
Oh no!
Oh no, you're okay. I got this.
It's
I
okay,
told him.
Joker.
Yeah.
Nice.
I told him I was gonna revive him.
Oh, it didn't give me more health. Damn.
It knew.
Alright.
It wanted it.
I'm gonna go try to find the next extraction point.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Fast as fuck, boy.
Well, that bitch is here. I heard her.
Fast as fuck. Where's the next extraction? Well, I just got someone. I just saw someone get beat up, but you know, I have a mission to do. A mission to uphold. But it's in here. It is. Oh, I got it. 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 Oh wait, there you go.
Oh,
Welcome back.
I'm alive.
I saved Joker.
You saved me. Don't worry, nothing is
am-
going to stop me from throwing myself again to that lady.
That's a. Don't go this way. Don't go this way. Don't go that 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 way. Don't go
Oh!
that way. Don't go that way. Don't go that way. Don't go that way.
Why?
There's a big white guy.
Ow! A big white guy?
Big white guy.
That's kind of scary. Which one?
That one?
Oh, what the fuck? I hate that thing.
Kept walking.
Uh-oh.
What is
I
this?
invited myself in, don't worry.
Why is it the
Bruh.
bubble?
Oh, monkey.
Oh, yippee!
Oh, this is the one.
Oh.
Hey.
Why you made me abuse my wife? How dare you?
No, no, no.
Hey guys.
No, 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 no.
Oh, watch out!
Uh-oh.
Get out!
Stupid bitch.
Alright, let's go. Let's leave. Let's leave. Leave.
But it's coming after me. It's coming
Run,
after me.
Joker, run! Run, Joker, run! Uh-oh. Alright, we gotta go! Gotta go! Gotta go!
It's coming this way. It's coming this way. It's coming this way. It's coming this way.
Time to go! Time to go, everyone! Where is everyone? I can't see. I hope everyone's at the ship. I don't have enough health.
Yeah.
No, Eyeball! No!
Wife! I'm coming! Take me instead! Take me instead!
Come here! Listen to the sound of my voice.
This is it for me!
Oh.
Oh shit, Buffy got DC. No.
Oh yeah, she's very aggressive. This
Oh,
is
yeah.
not the.
You're dead.
Oh shit, Nugget!
You're alive.
Oh, hey, thank you. Joker's dead.
Oh. Very unfortunate.
Okay, well, I just, guys, let's go! Guys! So dark. Okay, well, I think maybe we should leave.
Yeah, I think
You know,
so
cut it
too.
off. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold Curly or Ghost.
Okay.
Hold.
Where's me?
Oh,
Hey,
hold.
my curly!
There we go. Hopefully he won't despawn within levels, but
He
I think we
will,
should be okay.
absolutely. He will.
I think it's funny you literally had just said the last round if they
I
have a little
literally
curly.
said the last round, if they had curly, I'm gonna freak out.
Hopefully we can
him in
find
the
all of
corner.
them.
If anybody touches him, I'm gonna cry. Oh!
Understandable.
Like Shayla.
Just kill
Hi
him.
guys.
And then Joker's being antagonized by the demon. I found a
Were you all dead?
No, I was trying to save them, and the demon was sucking up Joker, and then when I tried to revive, like, it wouldn't let me. And the revive was
Boffy
just
got
stealing health and
DC'd, so
killing you.
let's shop really quickly, and then we can get Boffy back.
Mark is
Yeah, the revive is. Wait.
Yeah, he disconnected.
Yep. Yep.
I cannot do this without my Pookie.
Your Pookie.
It's gonna be okay.
My Pookie.
Here. From him.
Stop! What is this?
Hmm? Is it the crouch thing again?
Heresy is what I'm hearing.
This didn't work and help, so,
Crouch rest upgrade? Is that what you want?
I tried, it didn't really do anything.
Oh, what the fuck? Who died?
Oh.
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 Damn.
Okay.
I guess, jump is pretty expensive.
Ow! Ow! No way.
Oh. Hey, yo, ah! So what if the sword is
Tricky.
mightier than the flying pan?
How you doing?
Look this, I have a
Oh, fuck! Oh! I gotcha, boy! You're going in the
No,
toilet.
let me go! Let me go! Don't put me in the
You're
toilet, let me
going
go.
in the toilet, boy. Ah,
No, I'm
shit.
not. You're going in the
Nah,
toilet.
you don't gotta
You're
do
going
this.
in the toilet.
You gotta be
You're
better
going
than
in
me,
the-
bro. You gotta be
No.
better than me.
No.
You don't want to do this.
No.
You're
No.
a bigger person.
No, I'm not. You call me short all the fucking time, dude.
That doesn't mean it's true.
You
No! I touched poo-poo water.
touched it twice.
I'm gonna have to kill you for that.
Stamina?
We could probably take out a stamina.
Yeah.
Freeze gun, huh?
There you go.
Look,
Oh,
look,
oh.
look, look.
Ah!
If I you know what?
It's a freeze gun, bruh.
Alright, let's get out of here.
I wish we had the magic stick from last time. That was OP.
Yeah. Stop! Would you stop
That's
spraying your
freeze.
load in my face?
You booping?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh my!
God damn you, dude! I could have
Uh-oh.
had more health than this.
Welcome back, Mark.
Alright, yeah. Oh, awesome.
Hey, what's in your mouth?
What's in your mouth?
I don't have
A
it.
dick.
Oh, fuck you.
Hello.
Hello! Alright, buddy here. Ow. Okay, alright, we're leaving. We got the museum level!
Oh, is that new?
This is the new one.
Ooh, I love art.
Museum of Human Art.
Porn.
Ooh.
Whoa.
We got the
Ooh.
boo boo.
It's a trolls doll.
There's like human body parts.
Or.
I hope so.
Oh.
I got a trolls doll.
I love trolls. I used to collect them.
Well, that's cool. There we go.
Do you think the artist was
Oh my
trying
God.
to impose with this sculpture? Hmm?
Banana.
Eat the
Ooh,
rich.
banana.
Yeah.
No! Missed it.
It landed
Yeah,
like
there's
it
an
thumped
upstairs.
right on the ground.
What's up here?
Another sculpture. Look at that.
this?
Mankind. What is that?
I don't know.
Does it have a name?
I don't know. Probably.
Hmm.
How do you see?
Normally when you
Oh.
well, you're about to go pick it up.
That's
so
very cool. Square ball.
It's a square ball.
Oh, is this? Oh, it is a square ball. There's another loot in here. Whoa! Yo, body, help me with this. This is a loot of the century. This is the heist of the century, man. What the fuck? Body!
Elaine. Mark
Yo.
punched me and I lost a tooth. I'm gonna sell it.
Okay, wait, could you help me with some heavy?
Yeah.
Cool. It's this. It's a burger gem.
Oh. Oh! Oh my god, is this a hamburger helper? Wait, there's like a bunch of things over here. There's a little brain. Okay, I got you. Let's go.
Hog. The heist of the century.
Oh, burger.
Burger.
I like how the fire pit's a repo head. Like,
Yeah, me
wait,
too.
let me move to this side of it.
Okay.
The Eye of Greed.
Watch out!
Oh,
Watch out, behind you.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
Let's hold him.
Lower.
What the hell is that?
Burger jam, obviously.
Okay,
Let me know
alright.
when we're moving.
Alright, I'm gonna go grab the
Oh
other
my god, that's not gonna fit in the cart, dog.
Let me move the cart. Let me move the cart.
Well, we're putting this in the extraction, right?
Yo, what the fuck?
Okay.
Oh.
There you go.
This
What is
What
this?
is it? Come here.
What is that? Can I keep him?
This way.
Okay.
We're not
Hello?
When you're
It's
holding
me.
him, you speak through him.
Oh, is that what that thing is? I thought it was a person.
Wait, where's body?
This thing is going to activate, so let's not put it inside of it.
Meow.
No, it doesn't activate unless you
Yeah.
press it.
Body.
Yeah.
Wanna hold my hand?
Oh, it's
Just make sure it's like flat.
Yeah, hold my.
You're gonna suck a cock in the next 24 hours.
there you go.
There
What
you
is that?
go.
This sounds
Look
like
at it, look
your
at it,
actual
look at
voice.
it.
Yeah, I know your future.
I don't
I'm gonna
know.
suck a cock in the next 24
I know your
hours.
future. Hold on.
My hand.
Ow, what the fuck?
That's definitely a hand you're gonna want for jorking it.
That's fucked up. You know, I'm a little guy, and that's really like really small guyish for you to do that.
What the?
You know?
I can't.
There is a
I can
mimic
barely
going around,
understand
by
it
the
with
way.
that thing.
I heard it.
There's a what going around?
What do you
Yeah.
mean?
A mimic?
Like I could barely understand
It
you.
mimicked me again.
Suck a
so
cock.
I knew it was me.
Did you get that? Suck
Nah.
a cock.
Nah, I didn't get that.
Because you're deaf and you're old.
You're not making any sense, bro. Oh, dude, I don't know if I could put this
Oh.
money in there.
Why didn't we put that in the instruction?
What are you talking about?
What is making that googly noise?
It's
It's that if you hold that and you talk, you talk through it. It's like a voice changer.
Look at this guy. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so instead of your character's mouth moving, it moves.
you can't take me home to go.
Alright, I don't want him anymore. I want to see the mimic. I've never seen one.
Yeah, did this. Alright.
I want to go find the mimic.
Okay.
I don't know what he looks like, so I'm just gonna search aimlessly. Where did everybody go?
I don't know.
Hello, guy.
Alright, this should be good now. Can you open the next extraction? Oh. Oh. I can't see. It's so dark.
Is it a bad laser? Can we go through it?
No, it's not laser.
Oh no!
Oh, it doesn't hurt.
Oh, bang! No! We're peeling the car! Oh my god. Oh my god. Welcome on in! How is R? Hi, get mooned. I love that. Welcome on in. How was your stream? How was your stream? Did you have a good stream? I'm currently playing Repo with some of my friends, so I hope you enjoy. Welcome in, welcome in. If you need to do some after stream care, feel free to do so. I am trying to move this cart without being able to see. Oh my god, Dreamin' Hunter. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. me manage to reach a goal working a lot. Understandable. I can't. Okay. I think I know where to go.
Yo, guys, there's a giant fork upstairs.
Okay, well,
And
I
the
need to get
giant
this to
fork-
extraction, dog.
Well, no, it's not an item you
I
can
found it.
like
Yeah, I
turn
found
into
it.
money. It's a piece of
Okay.
art, bro. And it has a
Oh,
giant
okay.
meatball on it.
Have fun, everyone. Yeah, have
Oh,
fun.
I
Thank you
like
so much for
this.
the raid. If you need to
Elaine,
raid and run.
watch out! Hole with all the loot.
Look, it heals.
What do you have to say for yourself, Elaine?
You can.
Elaine, what do you have to say for yourself?
It heals.
Is that enough money? Elaine died.
No!
Elaine fell inside. Oh no!
Behind you, behind me.
Oh. I mean, this isn't as bad as the other
Why,
place, but it's still rude.
We know, it's okay, honey. It's
I
okay. I should have yelled at you. There's a big hole because I almost fell in
up.
it too.
Wake up.
Wake up! Please wake up, please.
Oh.
We'll get more loot
No,
and
I
then we
didn't
can get you back. Don't worry.
Maybe if you hit it hard to the ground. Wake up.
I didn't do anything, bro. Except watch you slowly go into the hole. I did my best to try to warn
Wait. You know, what is it?
Fucking look like a freaking newborn baby.
You know, the cure is the same that the poison.
But where does she go? Whoa! Whoa!
Oh, it was electric.
Hello, are you
Oh, that was cool.
okay now?
Yeah.
No, she's not okay.
Guys, I have a fish.
How much is
You
it
should
worth?
drop him in there.
600.
Throw the body into the pit. Who's this body guy?
That's ugly.
Sacrifice.
Sacrifice. Bye.
First of all,
Not me.
Oh, shit. Oh, whoa.
I'm here to get
Oh
my
shit! Hi,
baby
Joker. What's up?
He almost
You're
hit me
good.
with the fucking
I tried to
stand.
catch you.
hey, what
You
happened?
had
Oh,
What
thank you.
happened to him?
Oh no, I don't like that thing, Mia. I don't
Yeah,
like
it's disgusting.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that a ring pop?
No, it's a
That's
pacifier.
Yeah,
All
that's
body
like
gets
technically-
sacrificed. He didn't warn me.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you
He was standing right next to me.
Yay!
Yay! Body, what the fuck, man? You were right next to me. You could have said something. You could have said
I
anything.
tried. I
You could have said
tried.
literally anything,
I
dude.
said Elaine, wait.
It's a back.
Minecraft?
Yeah, that was it. That was
Blood,
literally
it's
it. Oh my
I
god.
said
Oh
Elaine,
my
wait.
god.
Still
Oh my
continue.
Bread. Like,
Oh.
bread.
Oh my
Ah,
god.
gold.
You fucking suck, dude.
True art.
You fucking
That shit
suck.
was funny, bro.
You fucking. The entire time I was like, I gotta get to extraction. I gotta get to extraction. I can't see what's in front of me, and you just go, wait.
I said Elaine, wait. Okay.
There was no urgency in your voice.
AI will
Whoa,
never
whoa,
ever
whoa.
because Pussy.
Oh, is that a golden
I hope.
turd?
Yeah, come on, let's take it.
This is my morning shit right here.
Yeah, it's your only shit that you take every day.
That
Way
is a
poop
lot.
people this way.
I got
You
molded
can put on your
bread.
head, though,
Thank
it's on
you.
cave.
Oh, multi-bread. Yum 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 yum. Oh, big shit. Hey, Donald Trump.
I'm like the golden goose in that aspect.
Alright.
Good joke. 10 out of 10.
Still level I've ever been in this entire game.
Yeah, I know, right?
Shit.
It's very
Kill
interesting.
me.
Two-man group.
Oh! I thought that was a
Oh,
nut.
it's a
It's a brain.
Whoa,
Yeah,
whoa.
I got one of brain.
Mia,
Oh
look.
boy.
Kiss so bice?
Where are you?
What the fuck does that even mean?
I don't know.
Blood Starshine, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you enjoy your time here at the Milk Club, where I get viciously murdered by my friends because they don't warn me that there's a pit in the ground.
I said Elaine, wait.
Damn.
You
That is
had no,
warning.
dude. You had no urgency in your voice. I swear to God,
Let me
dude.
ask you something. If I say Elaine duck, if there's not
Is that
any
a hot dog?
urgency, you're not gonna duck?
No, I have no survival instincts. You have to be like, Elaine, wait. Thank you for the wellness check.
Oh.
Hey, look, a giant diamond.
What is this?
Wait,
Dam
this
to
is
dam?
a burger.
Yeah, it's a burger
Hey,
day.
what? Oh, another burger diamond! Oh my god.
You
Retribution.
should help me. I'm not good at this game.
I'm helping you. I'm helping you. Oh, well, look what you did.
What do you mean, me?
Look what you did.
Why are you blaming me?
Because
You said you
Your
were good
fault.
at this game. It's your fault. You
Oh.
should
I
be
am good
carrying
at this
me.
game.
Why are you
I
carrying
can't.
me?
I can't carry someone that's twice
should
as bad as me. That's not how
carry
math
me.
works.
You should also listen
No.
to my advice when I give it to you. Like, Elaine, wait. Elaine, there's an arrow behind you.
Look at it.
Elaine, dodge. Remember when you didn't dodge?
I'm not talking. I'm not talking to you anymore. You're a big old bitch. You know what? You know what? Fucking.
You missed,
Where are
bro.
you? Shut the
too bad.
fuck. Shut the fuck. Oh, who died?
I don't
Stop
know.
fucking giggling. Yeah, did I miss that time? You fucking asshole! Did I miss that time?
What the
Just like
fuck,
the
Mark?
arrow didn't miss you.
Oh.
Get out of
Ew,
here!
what the fuck? Let me get in there. Hey,
None-
hey, kiddo. Oh,
Oh,
We're safe in here, Elaine.
no, threesome. I don't want to be around that. What the fuck?
we all fucked up.
It said, "Oh, you fuckers are in a hole."
Oh
Uh-oh.
my god, bro, I
Why'd
saw
you
that
guys-
shit.
Why do you guys have to bring so much attention to my...
Because you're
hole.
free, Mark.
We liked your
Oh,
weed
shit.
dispensary, man. I wanted some.
jealous.
We weren't sharing.
The glory hole
Oh my god, that was
in the
awful.
museum.
This game is so less aggressive and right now, but that was still funny.
Glory hole.
Yeah.
Fuck, bro, I just saw you motherfuckers in the... I was serious. This is a threesome. This is a threesome, and then you fucking died.
Yeah. Because he stomped on us.
Is everybody dead?
It sounds
try to
like
get
it
on
might
top
be.
of the-
Joker's not dead, but I don't know where he went.
Well, he picked up all our heads and put it on
Yeah,
the...
yeah. Joker put all our
Oh,
heads
okay.
in the thing.
Joker's a real one.
Yep.
I didn't even notice that they sent that like
There
emote
you
with
go.
their butt cheeks out. That
Wait,
can
isn't
look
this the
bad,
last
yes.
one though? Isn't that the last?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
okay.
fine. Doesn't mean there's gonna be a bunch of monsters now.
Supposedly, I don't
maybe.
know. This one seems pretty chill.
I
Yeah.
am the monster.
Well, I got...
Yeah.
Well, actually, what am I
You
saying?
lured me
got
into your
killed by a
glory
monster
hole and I
too.
got STDs and I exploded and I died. Where did Boffy go?
It was a crime of passion. He killed you because he
Boffy?
wasn't invited into the...
I think he left.
Elaine,
Oh,
have my
maybe.
health in case you gotta...
Oh no, he's just back in his fucking hole.
Hey.
You realize
Oh,
that's not the
nice.
best idea, right?
What about weed?
No.
Ow, fuck.
I already got some. Actually, thank you for reminding me.
Yeah. Oh,
Hey.
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 I went the wrong way.
Ew, I don't like him.
He brought egg. Go this way. This way. This way. This way.
Oh,
Go, go,
my
go,
God.
go, go, go.
Oh shit, well,
Hey.
that happened.
Wait. If we use our heads, we can roll to the cart.
No.
We can roll to the cart. Oh, I'm stuck.
I
'cause
feel
I'm
like...
tethered.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
We can...
Teva's not gonna let us do that,
Oh.
bro.
Damn. I don't like that there's a 50-50 of the tether.
So how'd that go,
There isn't a 50-50 with the Teva. The Teva only happens
man.
during the last round.
Oh, that makes sense, actually.
What happened?
The tether only
tether
happens on the last round.
Yeah,
Wait,
so
I
that
can
you
make it
can't
to
just...
the room. Wife, help me. Wife.
Yay.
Okay, did we get all the dead ones?
Hello.
I think
Okay.
Buffy and Rum are both dead. Buffy and Rum
Yeah.
are both
Oh,
dead
they're
right
still
now.
there? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait.
So I was
Oh.
avoiding the thing, and then
I've got Rum.
Here, I can revive him. I can revive him. I got him.
good.
Okay.
Oh,
where's-
that's
Oh!
Buffy. Never mind.
I was
No, you're
spectating
right.
Oh,
someone
the
else.
animal! The animal! Run!
It's a puppy!
It's an ugly puppy.
Elaine, use some healing.
Bruh.
You need it.
It's okay. We're about to leave. Let me. How many of us are
Where's
here?
Joker?
Oh!
Oh, he's coming in here, Mark. Oh.
I have enough health. Hey,
That is.
I got him. All right, let's go. Let's get out.
Oh no,
Let's
it's
get
a spider!
I'll find him. Joker.
I don't know what happened to him.
I got them all. I got them all. We're all here.
What
We're all
about
here.
Joker? What about Joker?
Joker, come on. Get on the ship. Get on the ship.
There's an
Kill the
eye
fucking
in our
spider.
ship, dude.
Ah!
Okay.
Oh,
We did it. Welcome back, Fruit Bat.
Yay!
We did it. We did it. We were all alive at the end. Happy day, happy day. What the fuck is that? Oh.
welcome back, Fruit Man.
Oh my god, Gore!
Yeah? We got it?
Oh,
Dude,
Yeah.
what is that?
Yay! It's an OP item. It kill good.
Someone give me 1 HP, please.
I didn't like that.
Okay,
Oh.
okay, let me check.
Huh?
Give me 1 HP,
I
please.
cannot heal you over here. That's the thing.
Oh,
What joke
fuck.
was that?
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
can't
Sorry,
heal.
buddy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I forgot. Hold on, I gotta put you in here. I'm sorry.
Can you
Go.
res him?
wait.
How do you
I can't
res?
res him. I have 19 HP.
What's that?
Okay.
Map
What?
player count.
Wait, we need this! Oh, it's too
What?
expensive. Oh, never mind.
Is there
I don't
another
think
one
that
that's
counts,
slightly
do
cheaper?
you?
Okay.
I don't think so.
Stamina's
I think
cheap.
they only
Ooh,
spawn up
ha-
there.
Have we been into the roof since the update?
No, we have
We need
not.
we need
it
strength
gone?
upgrades.
Strength upgrades?
I added one.
Yeah, I definitely
Okay.
think we need strength.
Ah,
Okay.
Come
6k,
Uh,
7k. There's a
you
6k
would have
one.
wanted it this way. You would have wanted it
Thank
this way.
you.
What are you doing? What are you guys
Oh.
doing up there? What are you doing? Oh, I want a tiny cart. Can we get a tiny cart?
Yeah?
Tiny
Probably.
part?
Yeah. You
I
want to
didn't
go in the
make
tiny
it
cart?
safe.
You want to be baby? Want to be baby?
Wanna-
Hello, baby.
I want the muffet cereal, mom.
Oh, it's hey. We're kind of poor though.
Oh.
Can we stick with the store brand?
Oh.
You stick with
We
the
have
store
strength in
brand
there?
for one more run. We can get Hey! Hey! I'm talking to my kid over here. The fuck's wrong with you? This ain't America. This is Repo. Ow! Oh!
I'm great.
No.
I am an unsupervised kid.
Oh.
Oh.
Alright, we got everything? Wait, why we have one over?
The-
Let's see.
Oh, sorry.
We have
We're getting
It's
the
okay.
others are already a small card.
Strength.
Who threw out the
Yeah,
fucking
man.
M&Ms?
It came out when it fucking exploded.
Bruh.
Oh, we can take this
we
out
could get
then.
rid of the
Let's
more
just-
expensive. We could get rid of the sprint speed.
No,
We
it's
don't need
okay.
more sprint speed. We're ready to go real fast.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
so let's get rid of that.
We add the card back in if we take
And
out
faster
the-
sprint speed also increases
Whee,
stamina
let's go.
consumption.
Yeah.
Mm,
So eventually it just
Hitting.
becomes, like, not great.
We could put like a little bit more in there.
Was there anything up in the ceiling?
I didn't go. Oh.
Oh, I saw
Baby,
something.
baby.
Buffy.
Oh?
I made it.
God damn it.
Be baby. I can put you up there. Be baby.
Oh, be baby. Oh.
We could add more stamina.
There you go.
Get you there.
There, now it's perfect.
You doing a bad job getting out of there.
There's one of these.
Trying your best. Trying your best, but you can't succeed. Hey man, let's go drink some poopy water.
I found a ducket.
What's a
bucket?
ducket?
Oh,
Oh,
I
a
can
duck
do
bucket. Yeah. I know what that is.
Can I put it on your head?
that. Yeah.
No. Stop. Stop.
It doesn't.
Stop.
Ooh.
Drink it.
Found a
Glub,
water balloon,
glub, glub.
Buffy.
Glub, glub, glub. Glub, glub, glub. Drink up, drink good. Alright,
What
come
are
on.
you doing?
Time to revive you.
I found a
Hope
water
you had a
balloon.
good time.
Water balloons are
I'm gonna
really
send it now.
dangerous.
Okay.
I'm gonna send it.
Oh.
Yeah, you stay. Oh!
I nearly accidentally killed
Yeah,
you.
yeah, I saw that.
How was the toilet water, man?
Oh,
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
No.
Hello, we finished
Hello.
shopping. I remote
Hello.
reporting in. I think we got like two strengths. I or at least one. I think we got a mini
Oh.
cart. But we're gonna maybe we can save up for the healing gun because maybe we can
Yeah.
break it again because that'd be pretty cool.
What are you
We
doing?
need a recharge drone though.
Ball?
What are you doing?
What's that? Oh, balloon.
10! Oh my god!
I'm gonna
Y'all
show
fucking in
you a
there.
trick.
Yes.
No.
Oh.
Get in here.
I'm gonna show you a
Get in
trick.
here.
Oh.
A trick? What is the
A
trick? Are
trick.
you getting
No,
in
Can
here?
be.
Do you have a crown on your head?
Oh.
We're making more repo babies.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Huh?
Thank you for the
What?
leg. You guys making babies back there?
Yeah.
What?
Damn.
Is that why there's a stain in the corner?
Nah,
Oh.
this
No,
is
there's
a
Ow.
no
company
stain. What
car.
stain?
The stain left on my
Is
heart by
that-
your beauty.
This is a
Get in
company
here.
car.
Get
There
in
better
here.
not be the same.
Get in here.
I don't like that one of you's
I'm
wearing a
stuck.
diaper.
It be like that. It's like every VR chat room.
This is fucked up, guys.
Hey, remember when you put me in the toilet? You remember
No.
that? I remember
Let me
that.
go, let
You
me go,
remember
let me
when
go.
you desecrated my dead body? I remember
Let me go.
that.
Get out of here.
I remember you desecrating my
button.
corpse.
Give me my wife. Give me my wife.
It looks like you're farting.
Yeah, I was farting on Body's face.
Yeah, dead ass.
Yeah, leave me out of access statement. Jeez.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. My bad.
Fake fart.
Whoa, whoa,
What
whoa.
the hell is that?
It's the moon phases.
Crescent
Crescent moon.
moon.
The truck
That's-
killer now restores 35. Monsters are now harder to knock down with valuables.
That
Okay.
scared the hell out of
Okay.
me. Oh my god.
That's cool.
What did the candy do?
I'm blind.
It heals you. It heals you. So if you want some health, you can eat one. Is it empty now?
Yeah.
I think it's weird that it makes trash. I mean, I get it, but it's weird. Oh,
It's gone now.
Yep.
It's gone now.
no more trash. No trash left behind.
I already heard something.
Oh,
Oh, we found a hairdryer.
nice. Alright, I'll go this. Not that way. This way.
Oh. Ah! It's the Discord guy. It's the Discord.
Oh, it's one base.
Yeah.
Wonder if we could. I don't know if we can fit Pac-Man in my cart. Maybe we can try it. I feel like maybe. Oh, okay. Oh, this is hard. This does not want to go in the. Oh God. Okay. I did it. Oh. If I like stand it up, it'll fit.
Do you need help?
No, I think if I stand it up, it'll fit.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, because it like fit, but it was like horizontal. Yes? Hi. Hi.
I've noticed it's so fucking dark. I don't like this game sometimes because when I don't have my flashlight on or when I'm crouching, I just can't see anything. Period.
I don't. Okay,
could
maybe I
just-
lied.
You could just walk it there.
Ow!
Oh, yeah, you know what? You're right.
Oh, kidnap!
Bye.
Bye. Oops. Oops. Here we go. There we go. Put that in the corner. Hello.
Hello.
Uh-oh.
What was that?
I don't know.
Head.
You okay?
Oh.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
I
Put this in
almost
here.
fell. I fell in front of him, so I'm hiding for a second. Cute.
Understandable.
God, Stever. Ow.
Character's mouth.
Oh my
moved.
god!
It moved.
Let's see.
I found, yeah, I
Hi.
found a zip file.
Go! Go!
Huh?
Big head!
Just go tiny and hide in a corner.
I don't like
No,
it. He
if-
tried to bite
If
me.
he still sees you, he'll try to eat you.
Cart.
Oh,
I
is that
found the
you?
cart.
Nice.
Okay. Huh?
Guys, I'm kind.
Huh?
Meow.
There's stuff in here. No! No, I'm being kidnapped! No! I don't want to be kidnapped. Please, please, I don't want to be kidnapped. No. Where am I being taken? Where? Oh, yeah, I'm okay now. Hey.
Hey,
Hey. You got kidnapped, you know. Normal
I've already
Friday
looked through
thing.
all of these rooms. There's a
The thing down here. There's a teacup down here. One item. Oh, a few items actually. It's a hat. Found a hat. Oh fuck, it's so big. Alright. Oh, it doesn't fit in my cart. Oh, okay, well. I can go there then. I want the heart more than anything. Oh. Oh no, it makes me slow. Holy shit. Oh no. Oh, it's so slow. Okay. Hatsune Miku in my repo. Hatsune Miku in my repo. Oops. I don't think I can take Hatsune Miku. Oops. Oops. I'm gonna leave those there. I'm gonna take this cart with me. And come back for them. Hatsune Miku. Hello.
I found the ultra rare Charizard card.
Nice.
Yeah, it's like $7,000.
Oh.
just
And we
walk
found a
up
job
behind you
application.
guys. I was just like,
Dude, that was so
makes me
scary.
so
What the
slow.
I'm gonna give you guys a chance.
fuck? Uh-oh, he's back.
Oh,
Oh. Oh. Oh.
is this ass gone?
Nope. Hey, what's up?
Oh, hi, Elaine. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm sorry, I can't heal you. Is this ass gone yet?
How'd you die?
I was talking to Mew under a table, and he did not like what I said, I guess.
doing?
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably back to the. Joker got it.
Oh, okay. Well, she can go in the cart.
She has to stop dying. She's our healer.
Thank you for the wellness check.
Joker, did you like the karma you got while trying to force your job upon me?
Oh, you can
That's a lot
switch.
of
Okay.
books.
Yeah, you can switch
Here, let me take this
perspectives.
I'm
I'm used to
spectating Mew.
hiding.
Mew's typing to someone, though.
Alright, you lead the way.
Clack, clack, clack.
Okay.
I have a terrible sense of direction.
Mood. I just now got used to playing with my controller.
Nice.
Oh?
Shit
I will.
myself? Elaine, I didn't even get you killed.
There's something else in this room? I think there's something up there.
You know what got you killed? Your negligence. You know, I was reading about negligence today in my business law class.
I got a magic
You know,
card.
Torts and negligence, you know.
There's a lot of
yeah.
cards in this one. Like, I found the
Yep,
Charizard one.
magic card.
You can put it in here. It means it's your fault you died, bud.
Callie's.
It means it's your fault.
Oh.
Wait, is your head not in the cart?
That's it?
No.
Oh shit, where's your head?
I died near
no, that's
Elaine.
luck.
Not Elaine, sorry.
Well, I
I died
found
near
one at
Sunny.
least, so that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the wrong one, and now I'm scared that something might be out there.
It's close to the other one, I think. Hold on. Because this is where the fridge is. So, we're close.
No, yeah, you're right, that is.
Beep boop, beep
Wait.
boop, beep boop.
Beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop.
This is which way?
Where is it?
Right
Oh,
or
I'm
left?
in the. Somebody put me in the thing.
What?
Somebody put me in the thing.
In the extraction zone?
Oh!
Come back.
Oh.
Yeah, that's sorry, I muted myself on accident.
Oh, I see it.
I mean,
Nah.
it's over
Here, I'll put it in this way.
Oh,
Put it in the
Not
small
a
one.
fan.
this one on the big one.
Oh, okay.
Does it fit?
Boing.
Because it looks kind of like it's outside. Huh?
I need help. This is heavy.
Hold on.
But it's a community nearby.
There we go. Is it good like that? Yeah, that should be good.
I'm going to use my kitty power to push it outside.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
The things that the lane head is in the way. Okay, that's it.
Oh, an orb too. Does anybody else want to handle the cart? I'm a terrible driver.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
At
handle
least
the
with
cart, probably.
with that cart.
There's something else in here.
There's something.
Oh,
Watch
it's
out!
above it.
This is just proof that ghosts are salty as
God,
people.
it's a car.
Oh.
Right there, that's some good shit right there.
No, you go first.
Why is this thing so fucking annoying?
It is
It's
moving a
Jake.
lot.
It's
It
just-
should be good there. I mean, what's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, it should be fine.
I wonder if they're close to the extract.
Might have fucking spiked that heart into the ground.
I think they're right there.
This way.
Fucking slow ass cart.
I'm kind of glad the head hasn't come.
Damn.
I think your cart is stuck.
Yeah, it's like heavy. So it's like moving hella.
This way.
Oh, let me help you. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Oh yeah, it's like a lot of shit. Yeah, is that a bolt ingot? That's probably why. Yeah, that shit's heavy.
Oh, nice.
Now
All right,
stick it in.
let's get
Buffy,
revived.
fuck off.
Ghost.
Alright.
Oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Put it in quick!
Put it in! Put it in! No,
Go,
no,
go, 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 go!
Okay, let go, let go.
Oh wait.
Oh.
I jumped in there. That's fine.
We're back.
God.
Predicola, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in.
Damn,
I hope you're having a
44K,
wonderful day.
goddamn, that's a
Thank you for
bunny.
bringing
welcome
us
back.
back.
Hi.
Thank you.
You okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yoing, yoing,
Why are you fucking
yoing.
looking all
I
suspicious?
needed
like
that bad. Okay,
Oh,
that's
thank
better.
you. Thank you.
I put that
Mm.
back.
Thank you.
I'm giving
Alright.
you my health because you're the only one that can survive.
Oh, okay. Thanks. If I die, it doesn't really matter, though.
No, that makes sense, but if you stay alive, it's greatly beneficial. And I'm a
Yeah.
gambling man.
I know where the other extraction
Valid.
is.
Okay.
It's
Oh
right
yeah,
upstairs.
yeah, you're right. We accidentally ran into it.
Oh yeah, we can drop the money bag there.
Yeah.
It's like hella close.
Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep.
Oh,
Oh.
you found it. I found it. Okay.
You mix it for me?
There's also an upstairs.
Oh.
No, I think I've been up there. I didn't find anything good.
I'm disoriented.
I don't know where I'm going. I'm just following you people.
Mood. I sometimes know where I'm going.
Ah. Good like that? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, unless I don't remember to press the map. Remember
Hey, what was that sound? Oh, that's what that sound was. Oh, you better quit where you're at.
Okay, alright. Oh, I'm just gonna...
Stupid ass bitch not noticing him in fucking grass.
Keep going with this.
I ain't gonna say.
Have you noticed it like janks a little bit when the monsters appear?
Yeah. Mew? Mew?
Hey, that's what.
Why?
That's what.
Goru said
Oh,
earlier.
he's gone now. Come on.
That was a.
Oh!
Oh, that's a big clock.
Asshole. Yeah. Okay, he's gone now. Okay, he's gone now.
Nice.
Yeah, he's gone now. He went that way though, so be careful, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, good. We
Wait.
gotta go this way anyway.
Is it the monster that's mimicking our voices, or is it
Yeah.
an actual mimic monster?
Nah,
There's a
it's
mimic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The
There's an actual
monsters.
mimic. Usually it's that little floaty flying head one, but I don't know where that bitch is.
Oh, that thing that makes you
This way.
cute. I hate that thing.
Okay.
There's another loot out here.
I was gonna say.
Jewelry.
Oh.
Jewelry.
It's kind of cool that there's no gnomes.
There's no what gnomes?
Yeah.
For now, there could be.
You're seeing a wolf, Buffy. You're seeing a wolf.
I don't like gnomes.
Oh.
Is downstairs? No, it's not downstairs.
No.
Oh. Oh, there's stuff downstairs though.
You're
I'm gonna get the stuff really
a
quick.
little bit.
No, I'll go downstairs if there's stuff. Oh, is this a
Yeah,
witch's
there's, like-
hat?
Ah!
Elaine.
Oh, I broke Hatsune Miku.
No.
Well,
Elaine, is Miu with you?
No way.
no, she was ahead of me.
Here's a witch's hat.
Thanks. Is there things over here too? There's a thing down here. What was that? What is that?
I'm not worried about it.
Whoa, something just blew up on the hallway. What was that?
Oh.
Yeah, I was running.
Oh.
The head's nearby.
Anyway.
Alright, I think I. Oh, no, it did not!
Well,
Was that a lane? I'm afraid it probably was. Oh, man. Man. I'm questioning your ability as a healer. I guess that's why you tanked in 15, huh?
Hey, man. Oh.
We can get her.
Yeah,
We can get her
good.
back
Oh,
if
no.
we extract right now.
Excuse me.
God me, God dang it, why me? Why me? Why me?
If we extract right now, we could get Elaine back.
Why me?
Is the extraction point nearby?
Everyone
Yeah,
was
yeah.
oh
there.
no, did you die?
Alright,
I
then let's
died.
do it.
How'd you die?
Before
From the
the head
head?
comes back to this.
Well,
Oh no!
The head killed me, but
Head, come over here, head. Come over here. Come over
Yeah,
here.
that's
everybody
possible.
was in front of him.
Alright, it did the
Oh, rip. That's terrible luck. I'm so sorry.
Everyone was in front of it. Then it just like turned right to me. God.
I think it probably thought, you know, you were just, you know, the best looking out of all of them to eat, you know?
You can sit next to the clock.
I got a mustache, that's why.
Alright, well,
Mustache.
now you don't get us next to the clock. Now you know.
Yeah,
I don't know, it sounded like you said something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
Oh, you said thank. I thought you said fuck you.
Oh!
No! It's what?
How's your day been? My day's been good. Thank you for asking, Krupa. How's your day
It
been?
sounded like you said fuck you, because I turned
We'll
around
fix
and
it.
said something
I'm
you.
sure it'll be fine. It shouldn't be outside of the red
Yeah.
line, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
We need to stand it up, otherwise it just doesn't fit.
Somebody grab the bottom.
I believe in you guys. I'll watch. I'll supervise.
I can't pick you up unless you're tiny.
You're
though,
good.
Ghost.
You're good.
Worked then came home and chilled? Fuck
Going.
yeah. I hope
You're
you enjoy
good.
chilling.
You're
Hope I can help
good.
entertain you
Keep
after work.
going. You're good.
Up.
You're good. I've been
Oh,
lying this whole
Come on,
time.
come on.
Stay.
Let go, let go.
Okay.
It's. Oh no, you're actually good this time.
Shut up.
They did it. They set it up.
Back.
I knocked it over with a lane on
No!
it.
Oh,
okay.
that's
It's okay.
I think
Leave
it's
it.
fine. I
Leave
think it's
it.
fine. It seems fine. Just, yeah. No more fucking like
You
that.
remember me.
Let's go.
Oh,
We're gonna
man.
get revived.
Fine.
How has your day been? It's been good. Worked and then came home and chilled. Oh!
Damn, that's fucking sweet, fruit bag. Good job. Fuck yeah.
I'm live.
Wait, get out of my face,
Go.
Mark. Jesus Christ.
When I sat you next to the clock.
What's up?
You have so much money.
Why are you squitting?
Fucking
Why are you
fruit.
squitting? Why are you
Who
squitting?
the hell is the one with ring up?
Alright, where's the next one? Where's the next
No,
one?
it's Hatsune Miku. You're still alive.
Hi, wife.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mimic's
it's
here.
that thing.
The
Die.
mimic,
Oh.
where?
Die.
Oh yeah, we can beat it up.
Die.
Where's the mimic? I want to see it. I've never seen one.
It's right there. It's flying.
No,
Ah.
all enemies mimic
Not
voices.
sure if I want to take the
Hey, I just saw a suspicious figure go down that hallway.
Just wait.
This way?
Yeah, that way where the
Okay.
green person is going. There was a suspicious figure that went down that hall.
Was it you?
I have the suspicious figure. I don't see anyone, so.
Yeah, I think he was lying. He does
No,
that a
I'm
lot.
telling you, before green, I saw a suspicious figure.
Yeah, okay,
It might be
buddy.
whoever. It might be Boffy, I think, who put the extraction up.
Yeah, so it must have been Boffy.
Yeah.
Yo talking shit?
Whoa.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, it's a weird
Uh,
I found.
Body was talking
Ooh.
shit. He said you were a suspicious figure.
We do have enough.
Who's a suspicious?
What's
You,
suspicious
you
about a
said
circle, bro?
you called
No,
called.
I mean, that was the police definition. I saw a dark
Policia.
figure running
Oh.
away in the corner of the night.
Ew.
It was
Was he wearing a
suspicious
hoodie?
thing. Well, I mean, like, you're wearing a mask in the middle of the night, running around corners, all black. What am I supposed to? What am I supposed to assume?
Let me make this easier for you.
Oh.
Oh my god, dude.
Damn.
That's racist.
Okay.
Fucking Mark.
Hey, what did
God.
Joker ever do?
I can't believe that. I can't believe that the fact that like Elaine's cosmetics
1,000?
left made that look so bad.
Oh,
Him
yeah.
to get 1 million. Hell yeah, I believe in you,
No,
Fruitbat.
that's where I had all of Elaine's cosmetics.
Let's go. Let's go. We're getting out of
Heads
here.
behind us.
The Mew harem's getting out of here.
Mew Harem, let's go.
Let's go. Wait, so it's M and then Ghost. We're
MFG?
Magnum.
Oh.
M.
Meg. Oh.
Wait.
No, we're
MF
Meg.
MF.
Meg?
Or sorry,
Meg?
MEG. MEG.
Huh?
Meg.
Huh?
Meg.
E. Oh yeah. E.
Yeah, where's the
yeah.
G come from?
Oh, Ghost.
Goodbye.
Yeah, Meg.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but we got
Little Meg.
Damn, Elaine, you broke
We could be
$8,000
me.
worth of
M-E-I.
things.
Me.
Meh.
Me.
I didn't break that much. Good for me.
Yeah, Elaine
All right,
broke all.
good job, guys. Oh wait,
Elaine breaks a lot.
where's
Wow.
Joker? Where's Buffy?
I don't.
We'll figure it out. He'll come when he's
What?
ready.
That's alright. Sounds good.
No, Joker's on the table.
Oh.
Hello.
Elaine.
Hmm?
Everybody was there.
Oh. Well, with that said, that was my last level. Oh, do you guys want to do one more? One more? You want to do one
Yeah.
more?
I'm
Alright,
done.
we'll do
Yeah.
one more.
I'm just gonna go to the
I
bathroom.
try
We
to
can
watch
shop
every
away.
stream I hope I can. Aw, fruit bat, thank you. I'm gonna vibe. I'm
we're
gonna
gonna
eat my dinner.
Can somebody
I
take
wanna
me
get
to the
Elaine's
top of the...
stuff.
Elaine,
Oh, yeah, I
take
got
me
you.
to the top of the room.
Alright. Alright. Alright.
I'm over
Look.
here.
But
Oh,
come, baby.
Little baby man. Have fun, baby man.
So this is what I saw
Oh,
up here. What's up with the duck bucket?
It's for the
It's
duck.
to restrain the duck.
You can do,
Oh,
you
so
can
a
do it.
duck
You can do
doesn't
this. You
come
can do
out of
this.
it?
You
Alright.
settle it.
Let me see
Look
what
at
I'm
this.
gonna, I'm gonna eat my dinner.
Somebody
I'm staying right here.
What's up with the human grenade?
Got it.
Oh,
Did a human
I don't know how much of a
Oh,
good
you like
idea
spicy
catching
meatball? It's not that
somebody-
spicy.
catching the grenade is, but
I got
you
it.
did it.
Grenade. Did a human come out?
No.
That's disappointing.
Maybe you added more
No.
sauce to those pixels.
It
This
just
Yeah.
means human as in not us, because
I'm
we are not
talking about this
humans.
red guy. Fuck that guy. I'm talking about the red guy.
of us.
Hmm?
Yeah, why is he dead?
I did it.
You're not. Oh,
need to master
shit, I was
this.
just about to announce it.
There is no hummus. Did you not add any hummus to yours?
Oh, this is the bundle of grenades.
Oh.
Hey, somebody catch this.
I was kind
Bruh.
of staring at it because a bunch of jokes were like, I don't want to say those ones.
My mouth was fine.
There's no hummus.
Oh god. Oh my god.
Hey, somebody
Oh.
catch this.
Oh, I'm
shit.
in here. I thought it was in the floor. My god. I
Oh,
want
oh.
to get.
Aw,
Mm-hmm.
this is nice.
Is everybody okay?
I think so.
Ow.
Whoa, what is that? Water
We
balloon?
should get a recharge drone.
What? How the fuck does a water balloon have that
Ow.
much force?
You like my new car?
What the fuck? What kind of water balloon is that?
You like my new car?
Oh shit!
I love your new car. That's a really nice car you got there.
Fucking
That
rude
is
ass
I
mark.
know.
That is not how a water balloon works, bruh.
Stop trying to hit me with it. Oh my god.
Fucker.
Oh,
I'm hiding
actually,
the car.
I'm just throwing it randomly.
Motherfucker.
Hey, what happened to the
I didn't
dog?
make you. What? Why am I getting blamed? I did nothing to do with you dying.
Alright, you can actually
Mom.
fit in it.
Unironically, had nothing to do with you dying,
Perish.
bro.
Perish. I was just trying to get my damn upgrades, you
Oh
ass.
shit.
What is on your head?
Stop. We're getting out of here.
I'm
Stop.
jacking that
Stop.
vehicle.
Nothing to
I'm
do with you
jacking.
dying.
I
No,
died.
no, it's your fault.
I can't believe this.
You
To
actually
be
killed.
fair, he got killed by accident
Mm-hmm.
because the gun was pushed away by Elaine's body, and then the
Yeah,
angle
okay.
was just he just got destroyed.
Alright. Read everything?
I'm
Alright.
back.
Welcome back.
Bye bye.
Hi.
I want to eat
back.
them M&Ms.
Where are
Eat
we
them
going now?
M&Ms. I don't know.
M&Ms.
Eat the nem-nems.
God dang it.
Good job.
Oh. Down me.
Alright. Alright, where's the healing gun? Alright, let me see this. I don't know if this will work this way. Anybody need health? Who needs health?
I could use
I
some
need
help.
help.
I'm about 100 low.
I'm one.
It heals for 70.
Oh, I'm full. I'm full.
Okay.
I couldn't possibly eat another bite.
Okay.
I could use
Thank
a
you.
little bit. Thank you.
Look, they have a picture of Harry Potter's uncle.
Do you need help?
Oh, hold on. I'm trying to see if I can do the recharge thing on it. Alright, try it.
Oh, look at fucking this guy over here. I like pictures in the game. Oh man, this guy.
Okay, that's.
Oh, it doesn't work anymore, I think.
No, shoot me.
Hold on.
How do I shoot myself?
You can't.
Oh yeah, it says the battery's low. Can we recharge it in this thing?
I have a drone. I was trying to make it like infinite ammo, but I don't think it works anymore.
Yeah. But we need to shoot a lane.
Oh yeah, it doesn't charge. Oh.
Aw. Oh.
Oh, it charged.
Is it working?
Oh, wait. I don't know if it's infinite though. Nope.
No.
Damn. That's okay. We're all full up on health now, at least.
I don't think we have any more yellow crystals.
Mm-mm.
We gotta buy some.
Alta.
My cat is watching shit with me.
What can I-
Cute.
Oh, let me, wait, look.
Cute.
You're giving me health. Hold on. Let me like duck down all the way. Okay.
Yep, with a Q. Press Q.
There you go.
Okay, there you go.
What are you
Uppies.
trying to do?
Uppies.
Oh,
Yeah.
you can
Puppies.
jump.
Oh.
Yeah, I should...
Oh, we have a fucking triple jump?
Do we have triple?
Oh, that's a big.
Huntsman!
have triple jumps.
No,
There's a stairs over here.
Oh.
That's what's wrong.
Oh, get your ass beat, boy.
Beat him up.
Boy.
Yeah,
Get
beat
your
him up.
ass beat, boy.
Ah!
We need someone to like edit
Damn it!
the polyphemus music to this.
I was trying to
Hi.
throw myself at him. Damn.
Oh shit, some. No.
I'm missing all my shots now.
I need more stamina.
Hi, Elaine.
Bitch.
I love that we're all just abusing this guy.
Yep. Yep.
We have no need to. We're just like, yeah, let's do it.
Hello?
Man, how many headbutts
What?
does this guy take?
No. I'm trying to.
If we had more strength, we could just throw his ass.
Boy, you missed again, bro. I'm jumping
true.
over yourself like it's Call of Duty.
Oh well.
Okay. I'm gonna bring you to the main room.
Wow.
Will the heal gun revive you, Elaine? Oh.
Yeah, I don't think
Well, I'm
he's
gonna
using
put you
Elaine.
right
He's
there.
using me as. Good job, Mark.
Why do I
You can tell the difference.
We
I'm
did
the
it.
colorblind one.
You hear that cat meowing? There's a cat meowing. I don't know where it's coming from. Thank you, yeah.
The meowing comes from the heads.
What?
Yeah. The heads meow so that we can find them when they.
Oh, weird.
Is the other head?
Lethal
Who
Company
else's
thing?
head? Okay, there we go.
I think so.
Elaine's head isn't here.
Elaine was a big help for our fight against the huntsman.
No, you
She
used
made
my
a really
head, Mark.
good shield.
You tried really hard to
Good.
think it's Elaine. It was me.
Yep, that's okay. I'll tell him. I'll tell him that he can't
Yeah,
tell the
that's
difference.
just so funny. Yeah, me who colorblind, but you can't tell difference.
Aw, the room's
There
Hello.
you
Oh!
Oh,
Ow. Boffy, you were holding gore. You were using gore as a shield.
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah, I was a
You
distraction.
are both purple.
I am blue. I am blue.
And you're
All
cute.
all you purples look the same to me.
I am
you.
blue.
Wow.
You heard
Just
that,
take you.
Gromy?
What?
Hey, cute.
Very good shooting charge there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm really good at being a shield.
Come on.
My purpose is.
No, I'm gonna finish my dinner. I'll be there in a
Your
second.
shield. Did you
Bye.
see how many times you
Bye.
did
Love you.
Yeah.
Love you.
Wait, what? Who's going?
Oh no, Lane's eating.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I'm almost done, chat. I have like one more bite. Hey, what's up?
Ooh, muddy card.
Come out and hit Q.
Oh.
Pocket wife.
Woo!
Hello, other pocket wife. Ow.
Time for the lark.
Come on.
Alright. Thank you.
What you eat for dinner?
Indian
put her in the
seasoned
soup.
rice with chicken and vegetables.
Oh.
No.
We can't put her in the soup. That's the danger soup. Oh, I got something we can put her in.
Oh, where
Oh,
am I go?
heart.
Oh, please. Oh,
Heart Elaine.
oh, okay.
Yeah, hard to blame.
Is this a
Oh, is there
drop?
extraction? I think there's an extraction down here.
Hey, extraction. Is
Ooh.
that one open? No.
Yeah, they already opened it.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
I have oatmeal raisin cookies.
Ooh, I want to make some banana bread tomorrow after
I want
the
to make
movie.
banana bread.
Banana bread.
So bad. I don't even like banana bread, but I just want to make some. Oh, big pit.
Oh,
We're careful with my wife.
The voices. The voices.
the voices! The voices!
I'm gonna check this thing over here.
Okay, be careful.
Oh.
Oh, careful.
Okay,
Bless you.
This way?
Thank
The other
you.
one's over there, but let's see if
Hey,
it's
Luke.
up here.
I don't know what I'm doing, but
Oh,
Oh,
let's see if there's some.
there's a thing up here. Mew.
Oh,
I used to own one like that.
what'd you find? Is it a
It's a
seal?
seal.
Oh, did I land in the cart?
You did.
Yeah.
I won.
It's okay, I got it. Oh, you get him.
I won.
Get him,
I won
get
it.
him, get him, get him.
I used to own one like this.
That's cute.
Oh, wait, excuse me. I want to get up there. I want to get back up there.
Oh.
I missed. Oh, wait, there's 3 jumps.
There's a Pokeball over here too.
Pokeball?
Gnomes.
Pokeball where?
Pokeball. Pokeball here.
Pokeball! Oh.
Oh. Good job.
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm fucking done.
Oh.
I'm done.
What's happening? Why are we done?
I moved the car.
I will cry.
Oh. He
I
died.
got like twice and both
There
times.
we go.
I just don't think this is gonna fit in the cart.
No, let's not put it in the car. Where's the thing?
It's like way over here.
It's okay. I'll carry
Just
it.
hold it. So let's use the car so it doesn't fall.
I don't think it'll fit
But-
in the cart though.
No. So it does
Fuck
just
you.
in case it's falling.
What's happening?
Oh, it kind of fit.
Kind of fits.
It won't go through
Just-
that. Oh, maybe it will. Oh.
Oh no,
Just make sure it's not falling. It's,
Oh my
just
God.
make sure it doesn't
Oh my God.
fall.
Okay, I'm
Push
lifting
it
from
up.
the bottom. We got it.
Yeah, I
Okay.
got.
Watch
Yeah,
out
I got
behind you.
it.
There
I'll
might
help.
be a. Not sure.
Oh, you're alive.
There's
Hey.
a staircase.
Yeah.
Up east.
I'm gonna use the door.
Hit
my
me, grab
advantage.
it. All right, there you guys go. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Yeah, good job.
Is it?
We should send this and then just put the others in the thing.
And the other one, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure we can get.
Well, doesn't
I
it just
guess we can
transform it
revive
onto
Buffy.
a bag?
Wait, hold
Aw,
on.
do we
Got
have
my stuff in here.
to?
Wait, I thought Buffy was alive. I just saw.
His head's in there. I don't know.
No, that's not his head. That's the dog.
Oh, it looks like Buffy's head.
It does look. I was like, what the fuck? Does Buffy keep his head when he dies?
What the hell was
What is
that?
that?
Is there another husband?
Oh yeah, probably.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they respawn every
Oh.
time you do the thing. So every enemy you kill respawns when you click the thingy.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm not killing it again.
Yeah, I'm also good. Good job, team. Welcome back.
Hi.
Hey, I fell backwards with the griffin.
Oh.
Oh no, my wife.
I was
What?
freshly
Hello.
born.
Oh, sorry. Alright, come on.
Eh,
I was laughing
Okay.
at the head thing.
Oh,
Hold still.
shit.
Hold
I'm gonna
still.
find the other exit.
Where the fuck is Mark?
Oh, ah! I knocked my.
Afro circus, Afro circus,
Oh,
Afro circus. Hey, we found there was a Doge head,
Yeah, I saw it.
What was
and we
that
thought it
sound?
was you. I don't know.
That freaked me out. I thought that was Mark being weird.
No.
I'm in a car. Ciao.
I just got alive.
Wait, can you hold this? Can you hold this?
Cars movie?
Yeah.
Lightning McQueen? Let's go!
Oh my god, oh, you really struck by lightning.
Oh, bruh. Oh, piss!
Mystery, the mystery man.
Why did I
Blink
just hear
two.
the sound from Phineas and Ferb? What?
Parry the flappers, yeah.
Yeah, what the hell is going on with this game?
Wait, it's right here.
Oh, okay, I was like, why? Where's it coming from?
I hit Q. I'll carry you.
The car here, and I will.
Oh, Elaine.
What happened?
Elaine was
She
carrying
stepped-
Carrie, and then she
Oh
stepped in the
no!
This school right here that looks like Minecraft
Yeah.
water?
Yeah, this stuff.
Oh, oh, oh. Oh, ew, she's all zappy. Ah! I only have 20 health, though. Don't hit me.
Ow.
Is there anything
Ow.
down in the piss?
I found a Pokemon.
That's about it.
My favorite.
So I don't know what we're doing.
Cart.
I'll just take Elaine for fun.
It's over here. Oh, hi. Elaine died.
Your wife died.
Oh.
She stepped in piss.
Yeah, Elaine died again.
R.I.P. Elaine. Oh.
Yeah, Greenpeace. Oh! I see. I want to
Yippee!
die. Also, it's not something. Where
This
is it?
way.
Okay.
Too bad.
Oh, I was like, you want me to put Elaine in there?
No, I'm just checking rooms.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh! Yeah, I was like, hold on.
I'm not sure.
Oh my god, oh my god.
You jump.
Yeah, but I don't trust myself. Mood! I was like, oh, I'm saving Elaine. Oh, I dropped.
No.
Ah! Oh, okay. Ah! No. No, 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 no.
Oh, it's a baby.
I'm not going up there.
That's it. Fruit punch.
No.
I'm not showing you my tail.
Excuse me.
I feel like I shouldn't be here. So.
This is our kink. Leave us alone.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Oh, dude, it's always you. I just gotta put it in my mind if I see a dark suspicious picture.
I'm a very dark figure. What can I say?
I don't think you fit in it. Alright, I'm not taking it. Somebody else can take it.
Instead of taking the valuables, I'm like, I'm not dropping. I'm not dropping to you.
No, not at all.
Please.
The other card.
Yeah.
Here, I'll turn you. Wait,
Hey, look, I found.
By myself.
Something broke just above me.
yeah, something broke up there.
There's a fucking frog in the fucking balcony area.
Oh, you see the frog?
Am I going
You
this
at him.
way?
No,
This way.
it's
I wonder if I could jump out here. Oh, I don't think I can because of the stairs. Let me get out of here. Let me get out of here. Let me out of here. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, this could be the way.
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! No! 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 Watch out!
Oh no, Elaine is dead. Is that Elaine?
Oh, is it?
Ah! Elaine! You almost just killed me!
Yeah, extraction.
You almost just killed me dead, Elaine. I would have.
There we go. I think you're good now. Hi.
Be careful. You can't walk straight. You will die.
Totem pole.
Trying to like bounce. Hold on, let me twist. Oh! Alright.
Oh, my triple jump came in clutch.
I was gonna say you almost died.
Get in there.
Return Elaine to the shadow realm.
Oh, Lane died
Oh,
again?
okay.
Yeah, she fell in the piss.
No! Stop it!
She's still dead from the last time she died. Don't worry.
Yeah, I just brought her down here. She's just been vibing.
Oh.
Oh, that's
Oh.
definitely a mimic.
Gonna get sucked. Gonna get sucked. Hello.
Hi! Oh.
Oh, hello. Oh.
Welcome back.
Ah,
Oh no. And
where's my
goodbye.
cart?
Oh,
I
what's
wanna get
that?
my
Is
cart
there
back.
Another huntsman?
My cart.
there's something up there. It's up here, I think.
Yep. There's an item.
Hey, what's that? Oh no.
Oh,
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Don't look at
Good job.
Was it that? Was it that thing? Okay, it was.
Yeah. Good job.
I don't know which way to go.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let me check
Someone
this.
dead?
Yeah, I
Mark
almost died.
Oh.
Mark was
Mark
killed.
didn't die. Mark was a murderer.
Yeah.
Mark.
Oh, there's a guy.
Oh.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh my god, I almost fell at the green piss.
I'm just gonna close the door.
Get away
Go,
from
go,
me.
go, go,
Why?
go, 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 go! Fox, do
Gotta get him in the square pool. Get him in the square pool.
You guys have fun in there.
Well, I walked right into the hunter.
Well.
Because I was walking. I like was walking into the hunter.
No, ghost, ghost. Ghost, turn around. Ghost. Oh my god, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is
I
crazy.
think it's behind me. Guys, it's
Oh.
behind me.
Who was that
right
here?
Oh no.
Oh no.
That was crazy. It was following you and like that was oh, the money.
Oh no. Oh no. Who else died?
Uh-oh.
Who else died?
We're
Is it
all
just Maya?
we're all gonna die, huh?
No!
Oh, more money.
Okay, it's left. It's left.
Oh,
it's left.
ew, this POV
Okay.
is so weird.
Oh, there's a oh. Uh-oh.
The huntsman's
So-
there too.
You know, just watch him. Watch him struggle.
Mark is in the safe.
I'm just watching Body hide.
Alright, alright.
Oh.
Good job. Oh, the heads. Heads, they
Mark,
come
Mark,
together.
Mark. Fuck you.
That's crazy.
Oh no!
I don't want to spectate Mark anymore. I got my head. Alright, I'm moving. I'm moving. I'm
No,
gonna get
no,
him.
no,
Oh,
no, 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 no. I'm gonna
Look,
fall.
I'ma get
I'm
him.
gonna fall.
I like spectating Body. It's funny.
smack him. Smack me.
Ah,
Smack
shit.
him with me. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh,
Ew.
uh-oh.
Ew! I didn't know he could crunch up like that.
I didn't know that either.
Oh, no.
It's up to Mark.
No, 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 no.
We'll find
Oh,
out.
it's up to Boffy. I don't know. Oh no, Boffy, no.
Mark
Oh
finds
Oh my
like
god! Oh my god, that's crazy.
So you all got massacred.
He's gonna yeah.
Yeah,
Hey guys.
I just got shot in the face, bro.
Oh man.
Oh,
Hi, Poppy.
that room's a lot.
He lives a gnome now.
I can't
Oh,
get
hey.
upstairs. Whose head is that?
Hello.
Is that me? You?
Hi, that's me, you, and Joker.
Oh yeah, I guess I could like jump to the extraction.
Oh,
To the
Wait, how the
left.
hell did that not kill him?
Because Mark is swift. Mark's a gamer.
Like
he
how we're
did.
all
What about
coming
that?
up here.
Mark died.
Aw.
Oh damn.
Kills.
Damn,
How
poor
you
Bob.
came
More
up
than
to
one.
him?
Funny, I had more than one
Football.
health.
That was funny.
That was a gnome
What a
that
way
killed
to
him?
end the game.
That's okay. That was unfortunate.
It was an up scream.
Let's beat each other
Oh,
up.
shit.
Oh.
Ow!
Ow, no, ow, ow, ow.
Where's Ghost? Where's Ghost?
I can't see anything. Yo! The banana!
I
was gonna get him.
dead.
That's okay. I was gonna try to get him with peanut butter jelly time.
Oh my!
Oh.
Oh.
Ah! Uh-oh.
Just as though spectating you.
Mark was on a blood path.
Oh! Yeah, Mark
He
killed
still
me.
is.
Let's go.
Damn it!
The first thing
Come
he said
on.
was, "Where's
Who's
Who's
Ghost?"
gonna get it?
Oh.
Oh! Damn!
Oh.
Damn, that's so unfortunate.
Awesome!
Mark who died last week.
That was amazing.
Oh,
He has
yeah.
to grab the crown. Grab the crown, Bob.
His little
there
baby
you
crown?
go. Yeah, his little baby crown. Good job.
yeah, you are, Mark. It
Yay! Good job.
I deserve
Good
that.
job.
You do.
Honestly,
Oh shit. We can't hear each other now. Oh, there we go. There we go. Hello.
Damn it,
Yeah, it
I'll
was
go fucking
fun.
crazy with that hammer.
Yeah, you went crazy with the hammer. On God, dude. I wanted to hit you with the peanut butter jelly time, but then
I
you
know, I
killed
better
me.
get off.
Alrighty, thank you guys for joining me. I'm gonna get off and
it
go
was
watch
fun.
TikToks before I inevitably pass out. So
Okay.
thank you guys for playing.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Later, taters.
The cat's meowing. Alright. Thank you for hanging out with me. That was a lot of fun. Oh, I gotta go back to the Discord. The Discord.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for hanging out with me. I will pop out of here now and go watch TikToks.
Okay.
Take it easy, bro.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Peace.
That was so fun. I'm glad that we did that. We have to watch TikTok now. I don't remember whose week it is. I think it's Bobby's week, I think. Yeah. I have fun too. I'm gonna go hub. I'm gonna go just chatting. Sorry, I'm high as fuck right now. Let's do that. Big, and then I want no bow. And then I want the stuff to go away, which means this and this. Missed repo. I love that game. What do you mean? Oh, you missed it. Oh, that makes sense. Ability come. Oh, fuck. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. All right, give me that. There we go. Alrighty. Oh, I didn't end the share chat. Oh. Ooh, I need to do that. Pogo. Alright, there we go. Alright, and this share chat that we watch. We watch Buffy first this time. Okay. So make sure the browser's on. I gotta make sure this happens. Okay. Gotta scroll up. Steven Universe. June 23rd. No. June 20th? June 20th. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Oh, well, it's an alligator. Is it not playing? Oh, fuck. No, why is it being weird? I want to see the alligator. Please. Wait. I clicked the wrong one. Wait, what the fuck? Where'd the alligator go? Okay, well. Relationship. Ooh. He laughs for... Hi. I want me shortly to set up a second monitor with 1 HP. Oh, no. Oh. That's spooky. Ew. I hate this man. He's unhinged. Day nada. I love how like just like uncanny he said that. I've got a hub, but it's not recognizing. Oh no. Chicken burger. It's a lot for me, yeah. Yeah. Algae. He got a little algae. Algae. That is kind of weird. Huh? Fuck my way. Oh my god. Dude, that's so cool! That's so cool. Dude. That's actually really cool. That's not a hot dog. That's not a hot dog bun. Yeah. That's not a hot dog bun. I'm so uncomfortable. Does she have a thing around her neck? Ew, 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 ew. Okay, okay. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. She is she is. Yeah, that's a little mean. That's crazy. Wait. I like their voice. I saw this. Mood. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. I want to play this. Oh my god, that is scary. No. Those are Funyuns. Ah! Not the Capri Sun! When will the juice leak out? Oh god. There's a lot of guys out there. This is cool! I've seen microwaves, so it like puffs up. It's weird. I don't get it. Like a marshmallow. Oh! Oh. Oh, he just left him. That popped out look like a ball sack when it gets cold. That's crazy. Just makes me nervous because it's AI. The best thing the best thing to even happen because of the heat wave is the amount of similes about sweating like a nonce at Legoland, sweating like a nun in a cucumber field, sweating like sweating like a wow, that's crazy. Ooh ooh ooh. Ooh ooh ooh. Yeah. That's crazy. Yo. Yo. Oh, dude, I did a TikTok on this. I did a TikTok on this guy because he did one. No, the cat one wasn't a piss joke. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. No. No. It was only a little bit. Bro poured a bucket on my brother. God damn, wait. God damn. God damn. No. He's so upset. Just a little one. I'm gonna say no. It's things like this. It's things like this that make me upset about the piss. I'm all like, oh, the queef person. That's crazy. Dude, oh, sorry. This is crazy. He won it. He fucking, that's crazy. I did. Hold on, wait. Where's the one? I did it in a, it's easier. It's actually easier to do it this way. Not that one. It's this one. And then he commented on it. Oh shoot, you can't see. He commented on it. Fucking fuck yeah, dude. Ew, what the fuck? No, he's fucking. No, it's a frog and another frog. Oh. Wait, no. Oh my god. Wait, is it? I don't understand. Oh no, it's too far. Okay. Okay. Yep. It does. Boil. It does. Huh. Well, they didn't need the inner ring, though. Bullet boil. Nah. No. Oh. Oh. Oh, I don't want to be balls. Good lord. Hey, yo! That seems. I want to do that to my cat. My cat. That'd be cool. I think I download. Okay. Carrot launcher? Yeah, I want to see carrot launcher. That's crazy. Jovial? Bro, so I know, bro. That guy is so fucking. He's gonna be so mad at his friend for posting. That's crazy. Chat, I bought him. That's crazy. He's not pathetic. He amazing. Hold up, is that a frog? Yes! I want that shit so bad. What? The cat is literally me. A cutie patootie? Gotta go, Elaine. Thank you for writing. It was really fun to play. Hope. Thank you! Thank you, Joker! We love you. Thank you for joining us. If you ever want to join us, like, for any other collabs that I host, feel free, you know? Oh. Thumbs up. I love the tiara. Filmed in silence, by the way. I recognize a baddie when I see one. So true. Yes. Do you need a hand? I love this one. Do you need a hand? Little pup. It's fucking crazy. Oh, he has a hoodie now. And a shirt. Dude, I want one of those. I want that hoodie. Fish. Wait, was that a diss to him at the end? It's that easy to say no to this. That's crazy. He got to their cat. Oh, your poor baby. Your poor baby. Fell asleep by the oh. Hey girl, you're kind of far away from me right now, and even though it's really rude of you, I still miss you. So here's me air petting you from. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Clocks. Clocks. Is there hot dogs? Is there hot dogs in this? Is there hot dogs in this? That's a bird! Dangling off the edge. My lonely friend. My second. Gone. I stand dangling off the edge. I know that song. That's amazing. Oh. You like the sparkle wing wand? I don't think you'll like it. Yeah, you did not like it. I love this. I saw this from Chibi's end too. It's so funny. No! What is that? Mushroom. The cat, they said. Cats aren't creepy, they said. Oh! Mm-mm-mm. Shit! He's gonna eat it. Is he gonna eat it? Oh. Ew, he did it! I knew it! What? Is it gonna be the booby one? Oh. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm. Mm-mm. What, just... Oh! That's crazy. Kinda like it, though. Oh, bubblegram's so good though. High key. Oh my god. You could no, I'm good. I'll just watch him. No, I'm good. Puppies. Aww. Aww. Why? 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 Why, Vex? Tea puppies. Tea puppies. Yummy. Aww. You can do that with all sharks. You can do that to all sharks. Twitch asked me if I wanted to set it was full screen. Dude, that happened to me once. Hold on, who did I send that to? I sent that to... I forgot what it was. I forgot. Nope, I forgot already. It's an alligator. I can't explain, but I know it's an orange cat. Is it gonna take a shit? It took a shit. That happened to me once. Huh? That's amazing. Yes. Yep. Now watch me, Nene. Now watch me whip, whip. Now watch me, Nene. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. There's fireworks happening out my window. Okay. And you're what? That's crazy. That's crazy. Crazy. No. That was great. Thank you, Waffy. Alright, now we gotta watch. I gotta watch Kiwi's. Kiwi's turn. Oh, okay. Oh! Hippo! Oh, his name is Huckleberry! I gotta make hippos. I gotta make hippos next week. I'm gonna be a hippo. At that time. Pizza pizza, that's fucking crazy. That's crazy. For $10 though is also crazy. Is this game? Yay! That's amazing. Okay, we were watching Buffy. We have a few repeats. Yeah, this one's yours now. I kind of want. I kind of want this. Oh. He's right. He works here just right. I know, right? I like his hat. Out of 10. Arguments out in the street. Oops. Okay. That's crazy. This is why I'm a cat and a cow. Can't. I have more than just beef. Huh? He's part of the fun. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, poor kitty. Little spot for babies. Aww. This is so cute. I know this fact. Yeah, it's... Yeah. Yeah. The US profit. I know, right? Is this an ad for train? Trainosaur. Oh my god. So funny. Whoa. That's crazy. I love that. That is the best. That's crazy. I mean... Yay! Excuse me? That's valid. The devil works hard, but AO3 works hard, it does. I've gotten quite a bit of merch on my For You from artists making merch, and there was a shirt, and it was really cute. That's crazy. The soup store. Oh, Mom? Oh! Okay. Huh? This is spooky. That's crazy. I've seen this one. I have to just make sure one thing. Advanced properties. It's on. What? I love that. Yeah, this one, it could be like a prequel thing, bro. What I'm saying. It could be a prequel. Yes. They could definitely do it. I could see that. Don't honk more. Oh yeah, and then like don't. Yeah. Wait, how do they mate though? What's happening? Happening. That's crazy. What's happening? Oh yeah, the smear frames. Is another mistake to you. This is sick. Oh fuck. This fucks. We're so listening to this next week. The lady's about a steak. That's crazy. Oh, everybody came. Everybody came. Underneath your skin. I would unironically get that though. That's crazy. That's true. It's true because your mouth goes. It's so good, Boppy. So good. Oh, it's this lady. It's a oh yeah, Lucifer. We gotta add water. Be a goose. A goose. Yep, that's true. I love him. Aww. I love him. Okay, well, I love him a little less because of the nostrils. Good lord. I got penis. Maybe this was funny. Damn! Megan Thee Stallion is crazy, bro. Fuck, damn, that was crazy. Was that all of them? Make sure. Okay, it was. You really did hold back. No, that's valid. I'm glad we saw that though. How does she wipe with those nails? It's called a bidet. Probably. If it's Megan Thee Stallion, then it's probably because of a bidet. To be honest. Can I show you guys some TikToks? Oh, I got it. I got it. No, I got it. I got it. Wrong. Okay. She has poopy butt. Oh, okay. Both are likely. Okay, I gotta show you guys. Sound like this one? Oh, fuck. Ow, wacky, stop. Also, we are having a movie. We're watching National Treasure tomorrow. By the way, this one. Wrong with being confident. My feed was all pre-written eternity edits and Mau Mau sleep token. Dude, that's great. I had a lot of cats. Oh, this one's funny. You guys have to stick. Look, this is funny. I don't know. He's cute. That a slug on your on your head? Pixels guessing. Yeah, it's Pixels as a slug. Wait, hold on. I made a bunch of slugs. Hold on. I made me as a slug. Me as a slug. Oh, sorry. Made me as a slug. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, me as a slug. I made Miu, my wife, as a slug. And then I made Gora slug. And then I made Sachiko a slug. I made many people slugs. There you go. Oh, this was a lime boil app. I thought that was cool. Oh. I shouldn't show that one to you, actually. Look at this fat squirrel. The fat little squirrel. He's so fat. Pixels with hay being a slug, cooking with sea salt is the best. That's valid. But it's too late because I already made him a slug. Oh, look at this dancing rat. You built like me. What else do I got? I got a lot of cooking ones. I got a Binding of the Isaac one. That's why I got that. Oh, here you go. Wacky, this is for you. Because you're British. And Boffy's British. But Boffy's already seen this. There you go. The bean sandwich for you. Hope you enjoy. Slice baked beans. Happy birthday. Oh, I'm gonna add this. I'm gonna add this to our Minecraft server. Yummy is British food. Yep. I'm gonna add that mod to the Minecraft. I feel ill, but at least we don't serve our kids. That's, that's valid. That's valid. What else I got? What else do I have? There's a horror game about fishing. I want to play it. Look at this squirrel. He's just kind of standing. See his arms. Kind of existing, waiting. What else we got? I think, what else I got? Oh, this is me. This is to all of you. To all of you, everyone in chat. Doug Doug? Doug Doug? Doug Doug what? Doug Doug? Doug Doug? What's Doug Doug? Do I have any other ones? I might not. Might be it. Do I have any other? I saw the bald man. The bald man? Doug Doug? Who Doug Doug? Hold up. Who? Douglas? Is this Douglas? 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 What? Douglas? Who? Who? Is that him? Is that them? I'm so confused. Doug Doug. Doug Doug. I'm so confused. Who Doug Doug? Does he look like again? Is this him? No, he near the top? Okay, hold on. This one? Bald man? I didn't want to show you guys this one because I'm gonna do this as Biff. And debating what is better, and I should wear when I cowboy hat. Hi, Gar. How was the rest of your stream? Have you had a good stream? I'm trying to check my TikToks. He's not IRL bald. What the fuck? What the fuck? Bald man. Bald man. This guy? No. Fuck cowboy hat. Sombrero is way better than sun hat. Was good. I played some more Mustache. Fuck yeah. And also, cowboy hat because cowboy hats look good. He was the guy on Goggle. This guy? This guy? This guy? I don't know. Hi, Dear Fangs. I don't know what video he did on. Let me scroll. Is it this guy? Yeah, I found it. I found it. I found it. Oh, shit. Okay. Horse mentality. Yeah, makes sense. Horse electrolyte. I'm 6 levels away from 400. Oh, fuck. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much again for the raid, Gore. Oh! Zamboni. Yep. That's cowboy hats are for basic business. What would you rather be, a cowboy or a vaquero? I don't know who that is. And I just like cowboy hats. I just like cowboy hats. Guys, look at this alligator. Poot. You get 2 poot. You get 2 poot. Okay, not bad. Oh, and a micro one. Here, we'll throw in one more for as a thank you. Okay. Oh, they were all short and sweet. Look at this alligator. Look at the alligator. It's an alligator. That girl is judging. That girl was fucking judging, bro. That was crazy. Alright, I'm gonna show you guys one more. What one that is, I don't know yet. But I'm gonna show you this one more. One more. Toilet looking. I love gators. That one didn't have an upper jaw. Really. I don't know. I'm gonna show you guys. Hold on. Collections. This one. No. Oops.
Chunky cats. Where's a good one? I gotta get you a good tasty one. This one. There you go. We're ending off on this one. Oh shit, we're in ads? Fuck. Okay, well, I guess I gotta wait till ads are over. Why? I have a whole folder of just wide big cats. We saw this one earlier. This one. Beauty. And this guy. Just wait. Just wait. Isn't he perfect? It's a big cat. Poor orange fella, yep. Look, this is me. This one's me. This is me. I'm this cat. Got going down the stairs. Going down the stairs. Getting some exercise. Yeah, for cats, they can't lick their own arses. This is true. The owners do that for them, you know? I love this cat. The way he sits is awesome. God, Jello Bean. I love this guy. He cowboy. See, that's why I like cowboy hats. Cowboy. Cowboy cat. See, that's me, but with more cat. I forgot how wildly different the first image compared to the second image look. He gonna eat the cheese. Watch. Yum yum. Yum yum. Only chess. He's gonna get there. Just wait. He's gonna get there. Just wait. He's trying his. Oh, yeah. He got a little nibble. Got a little nibble. Don't want to bite it. He's shy. The owners need to be with one object. Stop killing. Yeah, I mean, big cats are unfortunate. How you feel? Okay, I can't fight cheese. Orb. Yep. And then this last one. This will be the one we end off on. Look at this guy. He's just getting rolled. He's just kidding. He didn't even move at the face of the door. She's just misunderstood. She's like, no, I don't wanna. Oh no! He kicked her out. Damn. Damn. Okay. Okay. Alright. I love moving cats with feet. It's so cute. I can't believe they kicked them out. Alright. Listen to this song. Wait, what's this song? Oh, I know what this. Okay, we're doing this song as we end out. Alright, who's still streaming? Is Gordy still streaming? Gordy is still streaming. Alright. He doing stuff? He is, okay. I'm gonna send you guys to Gordy. Go have fun with Gordy. I love you guys. It's a big nudges. It was the biggest of nudges. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Thank you for all the raids, everybody. It means a lot to me. I hope you enjoyed playing the date sim I want to play. Yep. Playing date everything. Playing date everything. You guys want to use a raid message? There's my raid message. Thank you guys so much again for the raids. Night night, guys. Night night. Remember? Tomorrow, 2 p.m. PST. We're gonna be watching National Treasure. I'm gonna repost it. Hold on. Where is it? It's in the lounge. I fucking added everybody. I'm so happy our Discord gets used. Nope. Nope, I wanna reply to it. At Milk Dudes. Okay. There you go. Alright. Go have fun with him. I hope he's not getting off because he just went in the middle of the screen. Anywho, have a wonderful time. I love you guys. Good